I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. guided by our symmetry. It feels like before now I was only half of me. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt it rationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out, nothing could get through to me, but this kind of chemistry has me wondering. When you're not around it, all goes black and white. How come I'm not seeing in color? Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing in color? How come I'm not seeing in color? So far gone.
I don't understand it. This wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were rude. And I never mentioned when you hid the truth. Scared to lose it all. I will stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You gotta stay away. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America for the fourth Open Regional of the 2025 Rocket League Championship Series and the first qualifier on the road to Raleigh. If yesterday is anything to go off of, this split has many surprises in store for us. Get up and get loud, folks. It's Championship Sunday for the first time in North America, online for the second split. That's a lot of qualifiers. Don't worry about it. We're playing some Rocket League. We're playing the world's most pure esport. I'm claiming it. You're going to too wrong to prove me wrong. It struggle to prove me wrong, something like
There's
that.
no
Jorby
way-
James
no
Bond
way they
Stacks
can.
here on a pre-show. We got 28 minutes and 19 seconds until Space Station kicks off against 9 Live. Stacks, yesterday was crazy. I'm hoping today's even half of it.
Yeah, a lot of statements made yesterday. Some teams that everybody thought, okay, we can catch up to them, right? No, they're guaranteed top 4 and could even be in the finals. They looked that good.
They might be. We might have our 4 for the land set already here, James, but we got a lot of Rocket League to play. James, good to see you, man. How you been?
Oh, it's good to be here. You know, Gibbs subbed in for me yesterday. My my high school team qualified for the Michigan State Championship, so we were out there. Gibbs, fortunately, filling in. We didn't win though, you know, but we did get top 4, which was great. But I was surrounded by great Rocket League. I was watching as well when I got home, and also listening on the way home. So I'm excited to be here. It's you know, although as an NRG fan, it's a pretty depressing day yesterday. I'll not lie.
You know,
on that.
it is not over. It is not over here, Jorby. As we saw some crazy action. I mean, obviously, Gen G, the story of the day. We'll talk about it a lot, but I feel like there was a few surprises yesterday, Jorbs.
A few surprises. I mean, honestly, Wave, I don't really know if I agree with that. Like Shopify
Really?
Rebellion, they were struggling against teams that they shouldn't be struggling against in the Swiss stage. Then they get to this stage and losing to 9 lives, it kind of felt like that was primed to happen. And I was the only one who. I know it's a surprise to you. I was the
Don't
only one
give
who
me
picked
that.
Gen G yesterday.
Honestly, stop
Okay?
it, Jorby.
And we saw
Just stop
what
it.
Justin was doing. I'm not surprised at any of these results.
Yeah, Jorby. Let him
so
play.
boring.
But I think
What's wrong?
they're
What's
in
wrong?
the interview with Wavepunk Frosty. We were fortunate enough to get one from Frosty. He said that it was going to be NRG 4-1. Pretty much everybody other than Jorby thought that NRG was going to dominate. People were thinking
That should tell
surely
you
Gen
something.
G, you know, they're going to
Jor-
struggle
Jor-
once they hit the top teams. But
Jorby decided to be
is a surprise.
controversial.
I
Now he
don't
wants
care
the
what
Nobel
Jorby
Prize
says.
for it here.
That was
Yeah, I
a
don't know about
surprise.
that. Let's talk about some of the other gameplay that went down here. I will say I was surprised Space Station and Complexity was as one-sided as it was here. Complexity 4-1 over Space Station Stacks in their open round 1 match.
Yeah, you know, Space Station, again, they had all the numbers in their favor, right? You know, Kofer had the phenomenal first split. He was outperforming Frosty by every metric, and then it was the exact opposite. As Frosty, you could tell there was some extra motivation, and he fit in like a glove here. Frosty dropped 5 goals in 5 games, and that spotlight matchup with Kofer, what does Kofer do? He scored a goal, he had 20 demos, used some boost ball supersonic. You have to kind of reach to find some numbers for Kofer in that head-to-head matchup. Frosty was there to play. He was phenomenal.
I can't believe you mentioned Frosty scoring 5 goals, but you don't mention the guy that's going to set him up. CRR deserves his flowers, man. I am tired of everybody talking Frosty, 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 when CRR is literally doing everything on the field. This is like the Magic Bear effect, where like Magic does everything to set his team up, but nobody says anything, and everyone's like, oh, this other player is, because, oh, we're all flashy. Wow, ooh, goals scored. He's the best player. No, dude, without CRR, they're nothing.
Jorby, you got more in the tank for me?
That's it. Go away.
No, I'm gonna need you to bring out some more here
We
because
gotta
I'm not
meter
asking
that
James
out
Bot to
throughout
talk
the
about
show.
NRG versus Gen G here because this was the matchup yesterday. Everyone's gonna be talking about for forever. Jorby, you called it. Okay, you called it.
I did call it, and I'll give you this way. You said it yesterday. It's like, you didn't call it in 5 games, and you're right. I didn't call it in 5 games. I thought it was going to be a lot closer than it was. But this was the first half of this series. 2 overtimes. Gen G win both of them, and in both of those games were when NRG were looking like their better selves. They fell off on the back end of this, and then Gen G really pushed the issue against them. Justin, the synergy was immediate. In Magic Bear's interview afterwards, he even seemed kind of shocked that they gelled so quickly, so easily. He's like, yeah, it's kind of flowing with Justin, is what he said, and you could see it. And I mean, Magic hit the shot of the tournament so far on the weekend. So like, Gen G, I mean, they're clicking. I mean, you put 9 on NRG, no one has ever seen that.
Yeah, I mean,
NRG
James
had
Bot,
9 in the series, and Gen G dropped that in Game 5 alone. Just nuts.
Thanks, Stack, for that stat. Appreciate that,
You're
man.
so welcome, James. I'm here all day.
I mean, but and James Bot, in fairness, I mean, for years on the RLCS, we've said that the definition of a good team is how do they find ways to win when they're running into adversity? How do they find ways to still come out on top when either they're struggling or when their opponent is finally living up to the standard, is finally meeting their match? And the fact that in both those overtimes, when, and as Jorby said, NRG was like, okay, this is their time for them to get back in. Both overtimes, Gen G came out with the win. Speaks volumes for how good this Gen G team is.
Oh, certainly. You know, I kept, you know, when I was watching, I was waiting for NRG to make the bounce back. I'm like, surely this is the game where they come back, right? This Gen G team can't possibly be this good. Even in the final game, you know, I'm thinking, okay, you know, NRG staying close for a bit, but then it got out of hand. You know, I think NRG is a very good team. They've been very good for very long. Sometimes it's hard to keep that motivation. Whereas, you know, I think for Justin, this is a huge moment for Justin, because I've witnessed the Gen G system firsthand. Like, I see how regimented they are, how structured they are, how targeted they are. And honestly, I think with a player like Justin, that direction is going to be what can help him reach that next level and bring him back, not to just a major contender, but to potentially be the best team in the region and be a key player on the best team in the region once more. Justin in that Gen G system, which we talked a lot about, which I've witnessed firsthand, maybe this is a moment that we will point back to that kind of is a huge revitalization of Justin's career, and also a big boost for North American Rocket League as a whole.
I mean, the thing is like when you watch Shopify Rebellion when Justin was on the team, you watch Justin play, and he's still passing the eye test. He's still playing quality Rocket.
He was top in the charts.
Just not on a team that was able to place any kind of consistency. How do you think Shopify Rebellion had such a high-powered offense? But it takes 3 to tango, and Magic Bear and Cheese just happened to fit together in a way that just works for Justin, but he was never not performing. This is not like a resurgence. He's just around a team that gels with him well enough to where now Justin finally gets to start getting results that, I mean, he's kind of been building towards for a while.
And he had some massive impact plays, clutch goals, like that dunk double tap. This is, you know, this is just so refreshing to see Justin. When you just see his smiles on the webcams, you like he looks like a player who knows that he's got a second lease on life. And man, this is going to be an exciting split to watch this team continue to play.
I mean, James, about real quickly here, for the NRG fans in chat who are hurting or like annoyed that we're still talking about this, it was in your professional eye, was this NRG not living up to their standard, or was Gen G just peaking that hard?
You know, I will say that it does look like NRG maybe doesn't have the same level of hunger that they've had before. I mean, this is just the eye test. This is a fan, you know, I don't have a lot of extra insight aside from that. But I remember when NRG was at their best, Beast Mode was doing so much as first man. So much as first man, scoring crazy goals. I just don't think we've really seen that as much. And Daniel threw off the Swiss. I mean, Daniel was phenomenal. Like, he was going for, I mean, he scored like over 20 goals in the first Swiss stage to make top 16. But we just haven't seen the same level of offense out of NRG, that same potency. And I think a lot of it comes down to how Beast Mode is playing as first man. But sometimes you just have an off day. And even looking back at every single other result, people were saying, oh, is this NRG done in the first regional because they went to round 5 of Swiss and almost lost to Jane, or, you know, had to play JNAPs to even make it into the main event? Well, guess what? They still won. So it's like when Spaceman's chirping me. He chirps me all. He's like, we dropped 9 on your head when it mattered most. And it's like, Spaceman, it's Saturday. That wasn't an elimination match.
James,
It
you
was
still
Saturday.
facing the medal from kissing the ring? I think you might
Dude,
be.
no, I mean,
Wow. Okay.
first off,
Okay.
They haven't even placed higher than NRG yet. Let's wait for things to conclude before you start chirping about NRG and it being the end.
There's clearly some writing on the wall for NRG right now. They after the grand finals streak, they miss out on back-to-back grand finals, and then here losing their round 1 game, losing on Saturday for the first time this season. We do have some question marks, but they could change all of that by performing up to standards today. We'll see how NRG do here in a little bit, folks. Before we get done talking about yesterday, though, Jorby, top 10 plays presented by Progressive Action Top 5. Give me the top 5. I want to see just the best 5 moments of yesterday.
The best 5 moments. Okay, well, let's start with an OT winner, and it's a classic little Rocket League play. Frosty jumps in the air early. Oh, God, froze him. That's pretty apt for his name, Frosty. We love a little T-Jaka, a little give and go. Gets underneath it. Yeah, I mean, when I see Frosty just flying in the air, rolling around, I get scared, too. Number 4, Hoxter. He's weaving. He's waxing. He's bumping. You can't bump him, but he can bump you. He was chasing. He was being chased out. Look at avoid everybody. Look, everyone's trying to get him. It's like a burnout game for Hoxter, but he's the one getting the points and winning the race. At number 3, going downfield. LJ, a little bit of Zen on this one. Oh, Pepper. I just want to see it one more time, please. Look at this. Pop, that doesn't just backwards. Pace backwards. Go down easy. Does it for LJ. Ultimates are a highlight reel. But number 2, of course, it's the new team on the block. The new roster change and an old head here in the Rocket League scene. Justin getting it done off the 50 and a double tap, of course. It's great to see you make it to a championship Sunday, Justin. I've missed you. Number 1, of course, you can't have a top plays without a little bit of magic on top. How about Magic Man with the stealing little whirly flip reset? What how in the world are you placing the ball like that? How are you getting the reset there and putting that on frame? That's disgusting, Magic Man. Thank you very much. That's your top 5 plays, Wave Pump.
Honestly, my favorite part of that Magic Bear play is that he's facing the wrong direction as it starts. The ball starts going over his head. He's facing completely the wrong direction, and just like a perfect U-turn into a perfect launch into a ceiling land. Just such control from Magic Bear there. Hopefully, we'll see more of that today. Folks, if you want to make sure, if you want to see every angle of possible of these shots, not just the ones we're showing you here on this broadcast, make sure you're heading over to twitch.tv/RLesports. You can check out the crowd cam, a new way to watch Rocket League from the sidelines. Great for new viewers as well who are used to watching sports, but maybe esports is something they struggle with because of the constant changing of the cameras. Stays right there in the middle. You can watch it the way you've watched sports your whole life. Great opportunities there. Twitch.tv/RLesports. Let's talk about what has happened all over the world, because this is a global competition. This is the Rocket League Championship Series. World Championships coming up a little bit later on. There's gameplay happening across the globe here. Over in the Middle East, North Africa, Jorby, how things go?
Yeah, over in MENA, and Twisted Minds and Falcons are at the end, Wave. I was about to go into a whole soliloquy, but all you really got to do is look at the right-hand side of your screen, and you'll see the same little bout. Now, it's closer than it was before. Ever since Rise and Atomic had joined the region and joined Twisted Minds, it has been a tough bout for Falcons every time these two teams match up. We obviously saw Twisted Minds, how they played on land, and they were giving fits here. Look, you see the score up top. It's 3-1, and a lot of these just launched downfield. Where's the defense? Classic MENA gameplay, of course, but it just was a little too much. Falcons came back. Falcons typically, when they go down, they have a hard time bringing it back, but they do so here, and that's a huge win for the first open here for Falcons. Not just winning over Twisted Minds, but coming back in a series where 3-1, that's a hard series line to come back from, especially with this Twisted Minds roster.
Very, very strong performance.
And I was just going to say, you know, we knew Twisted Mind was the real deal from their performance in Birmingham. Getting to top 8, they are a dangerous team in that MENA region, man. You have to really watch out. They are so fun to watch as well, how fast they are.
Yeah, I mean, you look at there closely at the end. Game 7 went 0-0 to 3 seconds left on the clock when finally Falcon scores. That's how close that matchup was. So very contested region there, Middle East, North Africa. Let's see over to Oceania here in the OCE. James, how are things going?
I feel like it's deja vu. We've been doing this for a long time, but some things never change. And I guess one of the things that is as consistent as can be, maybe you can even set your watch on it, is Torsos winning another regional. Wild card winning it. You know, they did falter earlier against I'm Fine in the West, which was Scrub's team. Scrub, we've seen him play at the top for a long time over on the Pioneers. A wild card, get the job done, and man, I just don't know how he does it. Over and over again, Torsos and wild card find ways to win.
He's one of the most consistent players.
Best of 7 reverse sweeps, by the way, in the semifinals leading up to that grand final. Oh, look at this region. You know, the great EU players compete in EU. The good ones test their mettle in other competitive regions. The rest go to SSA. And, you know, here we are again. VK, Liara, and Torres. They've only dropped 3 games from the top 32 onward. They're looking at a semifinal with Limitless coming up after that game 7 before them in the quarters concludes. Again, the numbers are impressive, but we'll see if Limitless can get off on the right foot with a big semifinal today. The whole region would rejoice if Limitless can get to the finals.
We'll see if they can do it, folks. They did drop to the lower bracket early on, but they are battling back, so we'll see them. You keep that eye on that all across the Rocket League category, the gameplay happening here, the Rocket League Championship Series. Folks, if you're just now tuning in to RLCS, you picked a great time to start watching right here at the beginning of Open number 4. We are in the second split of the season, a bunch of new teams as everybody went through that transfer window period, and now we are on the road to the Raleigh Major. If you want to be there watching Rocket League played in person on North American soil, it'll be happening in Raleigh, North Carolina, June 26th through the 29th. You could be there for the 28th and the 29th. scan the QR code that'll be on your screen here in just a moment. That'll be the last time to see it here in North America for the season before we head to France for the World Championship. But Raleigh, North Carolina, going to be a good one there in the Lenovo Center. 28th to 29th of June. Get your tickets if you can. So we got a little bit of time here before the kickoff, 13 minutes, 27 seconds there. And the players there still making sure they've torqued down all the lug nuts on their Octanes and Fenix. So let's play a game here. We played this yesterday. We're going to play it again today. This is the 50-50. We are going to put casters head to head. They are going to defend opposing sides of an argument. All you got to do is try to convince me that you're the most right. You really just got to make a good argument. You don't even have to be right. Just make a better argument than your opponent. I'll give you points for it. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Oh,
Do it.
Okay, chat, you can play along if you want. These are yes or no questions generally here. Jorby versus James will be our first duel. Jorby, you will get the first argument. James, you must defend the alternative perspective. The question, very simply, James, I'm sure you'll have fun with this. Jorby, yes or no? NRG clearly should have made a roster move after missing back-to-back grand finals. Go.
I think that the answer is quite obvious, Wavepunk, and it's, look, you change decals, you change squads, you change organizations, you go from G2 to NRG. Who heads up that NRG stream? It's James Bot. What has happened since they changed over to NRG? I don't know, not much. Of course, they're gonna have to make a roster move because the Juju's bad now. You change the org, you gotta change the players. You're not beating anybody anymore. You're down here in the lower bracket. You might lose to the Ultimates here, and you only have 5 pesky points while everybody else is ahead of you. You gotta make changes to stay alive in this league. Gen G are proof of that.
Okay, so 2 missed grand finals and a loss.
that was.
I thought he was going to say James.
Yeah.
Was the person he needed.
I was just surprised too because I thought he was gonna say no because that's the obvious answer. But anyway,
James, would you like to defend the alternative perspective? Go.
yeah, sure. Yeah, Jorby. Let's think about Jorby. Oh, make a roster move. Why? They only have made an unbreakable grand final streak together. Somebody make a change. They're only #1 in points in North America. Make a change, right? Only top 4 at the last major, right? Make a change. They have the only team in North America that people actually believe can win a major. Oh, you should make a change. Jorby, you're insane. No. It's
The streak is over,
Don't make
James.
a change. It doesn't matter. Top 4, top in points. You're insane.
Yeah,
The streak is over.
Okay. They're the only team in North America that anyone believes can actually win a major is kind of scathing. And I think at least right now, Genji might be on the road to changing that, but I do think right now that is accurate.
Ultimates beat NRG. You
They
don't think
didn't
Ultimates
win the
They
major.
looked as good as anybody else against Cakewalk.
They didn't
You're like,
win
oh, they're
the
the
major.
only team from NA. They made the grand finals, Wave. How can they
I've
say
won-
You
that?
went first.
That's
and
ridiculous.
You said
They were
yes.
there.
I can't
You
believe
can't.
that.
Wait, Punk. This.
Okay, we got to move on here, folks. Okay, well, we'll see. Jorby, you'll get your chance again at the end here. We're gonna do James versus Stacks.
Wait, I won
James,
that one, right?
You won that one, absolutely.
Let's
You got a
go.
point there.
Okay.
Absolutely. You get to go first on this one as well. Stacks must defend the alternative perspective here. James, yes or no? The Ultimates win a regional. Go.
I don't know. I've been watching them. Everybody's been watching them, right? They've been able to beat NRG a few times. So that does mean they have the talent. But I'm telling you, they're allergic to winning, okay? When it comes to winning, let NRG do the job. They're the only ones who can really do it, especially on the international stage, all right? It's all mental up there. Fourth killer, they call him that for a reason. He's not able to win. They're not winning anything. They're going to have to make a roster
two,
change. You should have asked that the
one.
first question.
Okay, you had me in the first half, and then you kind of lost me on saying NRG's just to be the only one winning. When
Sorry, I had
they didn't
to
even win
to sprinkle that in there. That's
I don't know. Okay, Stacks, he's left you some room here. Tell me why the Ultimates do win a regional. Go.
Well, they basically already won NA Regional 4 in Birmingham when they beat NRG in the semis to reach the grand final. They've proven that they can take the top dogs of NA, and really the top dog of NA, which was NRG, and hang with them the whole time. They proved that they can beat them when the lights are at their brightest. And now, I mean, you're going to get NRG, a very weakened NRG compared to what they've been in the past. You're going to get them today.
I'm running short.
And they've got a much easier path, I think, on the two halves of the bracket to reach the grand finals. They don't just win a regional, they win this regional.
Okay. You kind of brought me back in there at the end. At first, your argument was they've beaten NRG, which is not the question.
I didn't think I could fall
How do they
asleep in 30
win a
seconds,
regional?
but I came
Well,
close.
that came off the heels of you being like, well, they're the only team from North America that can win anything.
Right,
I
but
think
no,
it's
but
relevant.
they don't. The Ultimates don't win like events. That's the problem. But I think
beat NRG, but they can't win. That's what I'm saying. It's
yeah,
all
okay,
up here.
I will say the
It's
fact that they
all
are
up
facing
here.
NRG, the fact that they are facing NRG today in quarterfinals is bad news for NRG. I'm gonna give this point to Stacks. Congratulations, Stacks. We got 1 point apiece, and now it is Stacks versus Jorby. Jorby, you could make this a clean tie with a win here, but Stacks could also take the win if he gets this one. Stacks versus Jorby. Stacks, Mr. First. A simple Rocket League, very important question. Booster ball, which is more important? Go.
Boost.
You wanna you care to elaborate?
Without
I'm
without
gonna
boost, you
encourage you
can't
as the
get to the
judge of
ball.
this trial. You probably want to
Without
elaborate.
boost, you can't get to the ball. It doesn't matter.
That's not
boost.
It's definitively false.
Shot
Cars
coming at
in.
your net, you need to go get boost.
Sounds like
That's
a
what all my
trial to
ranked
me.
teammates do, and they have to be right. Thousands of players, they have to be right. So it has to be boost.
No,
This is crazy. This is crazy. All right.
I
think
tried to
he sounds-
respect the time wave, Punk, but I have so many problems with that. Can I like, as a jury
No.
member, can I influence
James,
this
it's
at all?
not-
No, no.
First of all,
James, trust me. Jorby, you got a home run sitting in front of you, bud. Go.
Okay, clearly, since the laws of Rocket League are not clear to Stacks, since 2015, it's been ball over boost. Okay, boost over ball is what you say when you did the wrong thing. When you went for boost and the ball went into your net. You can't get to the ball on no boost? Casual. Fix your positioning. What are you doing, you idiot? Come on now, this is obvious. Stay on the ball. Have you ever watched the Flakes video? He shows you how to get it done on low boost and no mechs. You don't need mechs. You don't need boost. You just need to be in the right spot at the right time. And if you're not, that's your fault, not
Good,
the
Jorby.
boost's fault.
That's good.
My
That's
teammate's
good,
fault.
Jorby. You win the point. You really could have just said ball, and like you just win. Like it was,
Yeah, but I
was-
have to go in.
Completely neglected. Wave
I have to go in.
dashing, wall dashing, all these things you can do. You know.
Or just holding go. Like just
Yeah,
pull the
just
trigger. Just
accelerate.
press the gas pedal. Not that hard. Well, folks, if you want,
Man.
it's a three-way tie on the 50-50 today. No winner just yet.
No,
James
I
Bot's
think the
still
first
waiting.
person to score a point is that's the tiebreaker.
James is.
Listen.
It's been 10 years at this point of James trying to figure out ways to win in the 50-50. It'll happen eventually.
Gibbs isn't even here, and he didn't need to be.
There's a reason James's team got to the state championship and mine didn't make the playoffs. So whatever.
Hey, you're equal winners of 50-50, folks. I also want to take the time now that we are 6 minutes till kickoff here. We got a quick moment to talk about this one, gentlemen. We've seen literally 1 day of main event gameplay from North America, which I think is plenty. I think that's enough for you guys to tell me clearly, definitively, which 4 teams are going to Raleigh. Jorby, which 4 teams do you think are going to Raleigh off of these points here? These are the current points for the Raleigh major, right? And
Right.
There's an obvious 4. Which
There
4
is
is
an
it?
obvious 4. The obvious 4 would be NRG, Ultimates, Complexity, Gen G. However, NRG and Ultimates are first up here in the quarterfinals, and one of them could have some struggles when they lose here. One of them are going to lose, so either Ultimates or NRG. Now, both have been able to make grand finals without much issue, so you still have 2 opens to get that done, but you do start getting scared a little bit. I'm worried about Space Station, not really convinced by them. I'm not really convinced by anybody, but watch out for 9 Lives. 9 Lives might be able to steal that spot from whoever loses that NRG Ultimates again.
Okay, so just to be clear, your 4 teams are who?
Complexity, Gen G, NRG, Ultimates. Not in that order.
Okay. You're taking the clear favorites here.
I'm taking the clear
The
phase.
clear favorites. Okay, James, who you got?
Yeah, I'm gonna be boring too. I think Complexity, Gen G, NRG, and Ultimates. That is just based on the eye test. That seems like the teams. However, I will
Guys-
say that I think the teams fighting against each other are going to be Complexity and Space Station. Those are the 2 teams that I really have my eyes on as fighting for that 4th spot.
Okay. To be clear, chat, we are just having fun. So there is not a clear definitive 4 teams here. I'm excited to find out which ones are.
serious way.
But my casters are making it sound like there's only 4 teams going stacked.
I started to draw logos.
That's not bad. Your line
Your
works.
second cheese a little off. But
I
it
was
looks good.
gonna try to do the 3D effect on the NRG, but I just time crunch.
Stacks, who's your 4 teams?
As much as I hate to be chalked like everybody else, Complexity, Gen G, Ultimates, and yes, even though I don't like their chances today, and they're only going to get however many points they get for just being top 6, NRG I think still is the 4th team. I know that everybody's like, oh, the sky is falling for NRG. It's fine. Everybody else misses finals all the time. They've missed a couple. They're not God mode anymore. They're still elite. So
Chat.
I get the same 4 teams.
If you're rooting for one of the other teams, they absolutely have a chance to win this. I've watched North American squads throw tournaments so many times. So we'll see what happens, folks. Anyways, moving on. We got 3 minutes to kick off. Let's start talking about the games. We got 18 points, $15,000 on the line. Hope you guys are ready for it here. We've got 5 matches of Rocket League to play, 2 quarterfinals, 2 semifinals, and then the grands. We will crown the champion of Raleigh Open number 4 here in North America before we turn off the TV. Ultimates versus NRG coming up here in just a little bit. They will be one of our 2 quarterfinals. One of those teams going home and missing a grand finals, but on the other side, just as hopeful and with maybe an easier path in front of them. Who knows what's going to happen? 9 Lives taking on Space Station Gaming to kick off things here for Championship Sunday of Open number 4, Jorbs.
Yeah, 9 Lives. I actually like this 9 Lives team. I like how Zanil fits in with Hoxer in Chicago. I think it allows Hoxer to be more the center of this team versus when Kofor was on it. And I think Hoxer's actually more comfortable in that centerpiece role. 9 Lives team, they're an older team, but a good team still. And I think they can play spoiler. And I said that, they might be a dark horse to make the major. And I fully believe that, Chicago, he's still playing at a high level, even if you can't see him, shrouded in darkness. But this guy right here, Reveal on the other side. I've been high on this kid for a little while, but I wasn't convinced by Space Station against Complexity yesterday, James.
Yeah, are we just going to ignore the elephant in the room here? Or are we going to talk about it? Let's just do it head on. Maybe we'll see him in the next game, but Kofor ditched 9 Lives for this spot on Space Station, right? Like, that's got to mean something. This has been a little bit of a revenge arc of sorts so far this weekend. We saw Frosty get revenge on Space Station. Now, this is a chance for 9 Lives to show that Kofor made a mistake going over there. Even though, Kofor probably collecting a fat paycheck over there at 9 Lives. They got a cute cat logo. But, this is an opportunity for Chicago and Hoxer to show that, man, there's 3 specialization. That was the right system for Kofor to play in. So that's what I'm going to be looking forward to, is seeing how this little grudge match goes.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. The progressive fan vote, hashtag 9L for 9 Lives, hashtag SSG for Space Station Gaming. What do you feel like we learned about this 9 Lives roster with Zanil on it in their match against Shopify yesterday, Stacks? Do you feel like there was anything you took away from that first main event performance with Zanil?
That Zanil is also one of those players that's been looking for, that great opportunity to show exactly what he's capable of, and he has not fumbled that opportunity at all. Zanil has been phenomenal. He scored 15 goals this weekend, more than anybody else in this series coming into today. So, it's real tough to bet against Zanil and this 9 Lives roster. They have
Can you
looked
just
outstanding.
see the difference, though?
He was meditating. He was straight. You saw the deep breaths. He was doing the 4 seconds in, 7 seconds out.
Hoxer's just like, yeah, let's get this game going, man. Let's play the game.
Hey, everyone's got their own rituals for how they get in the zone to start things off. Some people go straight in. Some people, honestly, I feel like taking the time to really hyper focus on it maybe would be detrimental to me, but I love that other people, it works for them. That's why humans are cool. Stacks, who do you think is going to win this match?
Well, for all the things I just said about Zanil, I think what we saw yesterday at a Space Station was kind of an anomaly. I do think they're a very inconsistent team, but I think they will figure it out here when it matters most on Championship Sunday, so I got SSG.
Okay. James?
I'm not super confident in this pick, but I've seen 9 Lives. They struggled a little bit more. Space Station, they were the team that I predicted to end the grand final streak for NRG. I believe in these players, and I think Kofor is going to be a good addition. So I'm just going to go with the talent pick on this one, Space Station Gaming. I think they will get the win.
Jorby, they're ready to play. Who you got?
It might be another situation where I was right and everyone else was wrong, because I got 9 Lives here. I like this 9 Lives team. I didn't like what I saw from Space Station yesterday. Supreme lack of offense just from when you're combated against one player who can catch the ball, bring it down, get quality touches. And I think you're going to get that with 9 Lives here. I think Space Station will struggle on offense.
Look, anytime I get to root for someone who played for Torrent back in the day, I'm going to root for them. Zanil here. Well, with Hoxer in Chicago, the vibes looked immaculate beforehand as well. Give me 9 Lives. I think the Cats get it done and advance in the bracket. Can they earn the rematches? Can they earn the game against Gen G, folks? It's going to be a close one. It's going to be an exciting one here. Championship Sunday getting underway. Space Station, the favorites in chat. 9 Lives trying to knock them out of the tournament right now. Let's get into it, folks. Get up and get loud. It's game day. Hope you guys are ready for a good one. First Championship Sunday, a split 2 for North America. Couldn't have a better lineup in front of us, folks. Space Station versus 9 Lives for a chance at Gen G.
It's a new day for new storylines, new players on new teams. It's 9 Lives versus Space Station going head-to-head to see who gets to go further into Champ Sunday.
Game 1 of Championship Sunday, brought to you by Progressive. We kick it off, as always, on Manfield with Zanil and his 15 goals. Listen, everybody's in double digits except for Veal and Scribbles coming into this series. A lot of offensive firepower on this 9 Live squad. Gophers tried to pick up the slack for SSG, and his shot initially will sail high, and the follow-up goes right to his former teammate in Chicago. Lots of ties here between these two rosters, with Chicago and Hoxer being part of Space Station in the past, as Gopher will bring one across, and Chicago just watches that go right by, and Hoxer's got it.
It's crazy how deep the lore runs in this particular head-to-head. There's like people, like you said, facing off on old orgs, old teammates, new orgs, new teammates. I mean, Zanil on this 9 Lives roster, though, I feel like we do need to talk about him a little bit as we get into this. But for now, the duo of Chicago and Hoxer is more than enough to keep 9 Lives getting their opening leads.
Hoxer's done this quite a bit already this weekend. Get in the air, go for the bump in the air, puts Reveal in the net. Chicago sends the ball in behind him, and a 1-0 lead now for 9 Lives.
I mean, Stacks, this 9 Lives squad, they've had a lot of questions around them. They were top 4. Chicago was doing this the first time we saw them in the first open, right? And then there was a little bit of a fall off, and everybody was confused, and then they bring in Zanil, and now they look kinda the same. Is this Space Station head-to-head, like a win over Space Station here, a dominant win? Is that more solidifying them into that top 4 again?
9 Lives has been a team that has been fighting for respect. I mean, they do kind of get looked at as an afterthought. I think there's a little bit of bias there simply because they're not signed. And you look at the signed teams and go, okay, well, they must be the real teams, right? Not necessarily the case. I mean, this team should have been signed last split. They should still be signed. They will be if they go to Raleigh. And a win here would certainly put them in the right direction. Hoxer going to work through the corner. Scribbles is right there. And the inconsistency of a very young SSG squad will certainly be their Achilles heel. At their best, we know what they're capable of, but we know where their floor is as well, as Kofer can't convert. He hit both posts, just could not direct that inside, and everything but the net right now for Space Station.
Hoxer did an incredible job, too, defensively, just making sure that that ball stayed out. It's one of the most solid third mans that you can have, but he is very versatile. Zanil dead balls this against 2 players. Tries to just take his time, no boost. He's going to go for the fake on it. I mean, at this point, SSG's kind of all over the place, but it's okay. They did get a small little breakaway here. Chicago is going to stop it in its tracks. Low boost all the way around for 9 Lives, but they do still go past mid into what was almost an open net. Zanil just can't convert.
Ball goes in the net, everybody. It's twice now. Been playing bingo with the post. Scribbles, shot on. Zanil the save. Follow-up finally rolled in by Scribbles. Got the last touch. And Gopher had kind of finally pushed it towards the net. Just a complete catastrophe here defensively on either side. Scribbles credited with the goal. It's his 6th of the weekend, and they're back within 1.
9 Lives still going to hold on to that 1-goal lead, though, on no boost in the kickoff. Headed towards the net. Zanil, one of those players that I do like how involved he's been, although as far as defense goes, it's been a little quieter in this game. Takes it back, tries to lead his team out, creates some sort of a path. This one over Chicago's head, no boost. Wanted to go over at center to a teammate, but nobody's there and ready means Hawkster gets to steal it away. 50's out main. Gopher's already there to try and make some sort of a play. Reveal, demoed off, which means there's going to be no follow-up. Solo to the backboard. Follow-up from Scribbles. 2 in net. Hawkster keeps it out, and 9 Lives continue to pretty much just play neck and neck against the Space Station squad. They've had a ton of shots, at least more so than we got to see them take yesterday.
Well, 9 Lives have had to put in quite a bit of work. Space Station getting real close to their net, but unable to convert more than once. And even that one, the result of a pool shot in the end, just a calamity in front of the net. Here goes Hawkster. Not much left. Bring it to ground. Zanil is there as well, and he'll just wait. They've got Gopher kind of being a little antsy throughout this opening game, and Chicago keeping that one close to the vest. Hawkster should have this one away, and a little reprieve for 9 Lives defensively. A basic shot to the backboard easily stopped by Chicago, and he'll outlet this, but it's Scribbles bringing it right back in towards the final minute. Reveal just can't get around on a shot, and Zanil will have it through the corner.
6 shots at least registered for Space Station. Definitely been more than that. They're making 9 Lives work very tirelessly, although this is gonna let them breathe for a minute. Quick little pass and catch here between, I believe, Chicago and Hawkster. Yeah, another setup to Chicago into pretty much just a wide open net on the end of Space Station.
Well, that's the insurance goal they needed. Chicago's got a hat trick. And 9 Lives sitting real pretty in game 1, barring some heroics out of Gopher. He's going to work here. Needs to drop it down. Dribbles on deck, and he scores! It's not over yet.
Still, you gotta keep on. You gotta keep putting your hands up on this one. Zanil, he got in position, just enough time with the backflip on it. Not enough effort, unfortunate. 1 deficit for Space Station between a tied game and an OT. 28 seconds on the clock off the kickoff. Chicago gonna drive it forward. Reveal takes it away, takes his time, carries it low. Zanil's hand up though, slows Space Station down here. Here comes Scribbles, tries to get past 2, and well, the 2 is enough to keep it out, but not this one. Gopher spots an opening. When the 2 went up, he said, all right, you just gotta place it right behind him. It was a quick cut and turn around. And Space Station have tied up game number 1.
2 physical plays there, 1 on the goal line, and then Hawkster actually kind of got chased out of the center, off to the corner by Gopher, and then Gopher turns around, fires a shot, and a very quick turnaround in the final minute, and maybe they're not done. Scribbles trying to keep it alive here with 3 seconds left. Gopher got it up in the air. Zanil can't ground it. Neither can Hawkster. And now Scribbles just got to bring this to ground as that one almost turned around on him in a hurry. And just like that, 3-1 deficit evaporates. And it's SSG forcing OT.
Chicago up on this ball here. You can see the pass already to Hawkster. No connect on it though. And Zanil gets caught out. Reveal finds his spot. And SSG take game 1.
I'll just take this. Zanil got caught watching, and Reveal just walks the dog home. And it's Space Station, 3 goals in the last minute plus OT, taking game 1, stealing game 1 from 9 Lives.
100% was a stolen win, but a well-earned one. It started with the cut from Gopher, and then they headed themselves into that OT, and like you said, Zanil pretty much just watched it. Today, he feels a lot quieter than what we saw from him yesterday, but as far as Chicago and Hawkster are concerned, the duo looks great, it looks solid. It just was the crumbling of the game plan in that last minute that we saw that really costed 9 Lives that win.
That is a wild turnaround here in game 1. I mean, 9 Lives looked as confident and comfortable as you could. And then all of a sudden, I mean, very important that Space Station got the goal as quickly as they did. 28 seconds left, gave them plenty of time to go right back to work. And where 9 Lives have been very good on kickoffs so far this weekend, it kind of betrayed them. SSG used a little creativity. They got on the offensive end. They did not let up with the game on the line. And then even at the end, had at least a decent enough look down the field to try and generate another opportunity. The 9 Lives Gonna feel like they played 4 minutes of really good Rocket League, but that last minute plus betrayed them.
Well, now we need to see, can you carry that into your game number 2, that same level of momentum from SSG, or does 9 Lives kind of get it together? And not even 9 Lives in particular, Stacks, it's more, again, the pressure falling onto Zanil. He's that new player that got brought in here to this 9 Lives squad to really try and help step things up. But right now, it just feels like it isn't enough to slow Space Station down.
Well, they've just got bodies forward. It is all blue in the backfield or in the offensive end. And nobody home at the back as Space Station. 4 unanswered goals. And 9 Lives gonna start wishing they could take a timeout mid-game here. Scribble's gonna launch this one around Hoxter. Reveal's already downfield. He got the Dembo in the air on Chicago. And it's just, you know, they say defense wins championships, as Kofer would love to have that one back. It was wide open, but he couldn't catch up to it. But it's offense right now that is just running the show against 9 Lives.
Defense absolutely can cost you championships as well. 9 Lives is more than capable of keeping a series like this competitive, but their defensive strats right now are just not existent at this point. The infield to, again, what feels like a wide open net, although there was, I believe, one player there attempting to throw a hand up. It was Hoxter. Just a little delay, a little bit of hesitation cost them another goal.
Well, this Space Station is what their fans would have loved to have seen against Complexity yesterday, and Scribbles the save. Reveal walking a very fine line there between defending from the back and helping the shot. Reveal got to line up a double, and Zanil has it all covered. But another one, Netward, and Chicago has to jump in Reveal's way. 9 Lives still head spinning here, trying to figure out how to slow down Space Station Gaming. They have owned this series for the last 2 minutes plus of game time. There's Reveal now towards the net. He's got Koper bullying Chicago. Oxer hooks that away, and Scribbles tried to wait them out. He could not. Oxer tried to dish it right back at him, and Reveal the stop.
Oh, man. I mean, you can see that 9 Lives really just, they have the wheels turning. Unfortunately, execution is just not in their favor right now. And that sets Space Station up to be able to just kind of throw themselves at this ball, although there's a great attempt here, one of the better ones we've seen in this game number 2. But Space Station defensively, they're looking very strong. You see Kofer's already there for that backup plan to defend the shot, goes through successfully, and 9 Lives are just left scratching their heads with how many infields can you put on target when will one eventually go through?
A double tap going through for Hoxter, but they were robbed a moment ago. An incredible save on a bang-bang play, but Script couldn't keep this one out as Hoxter lands a double, his first goal of the series, and they're back within 1, or 9 Lives. But man, go back to that save. Just like a 90-mile-an-hour plus shot, it felt like, right at the heart of the goal, and the angle covered. Sometimes you just guess right.
See if 9 Lives can make another right choice. Pass over to Zanil, that one on target. Reveal keeps this one out, and they go again. Zanil in the corner, loses control. Chicago just waiting off the ceiling, down to a center. It's a clear for Kofer, enough to get maybe one more touch, but Hoxter has it on the nose of his car, and the duo comes through. Zanil to Chicago, on target, follow-up out. Hoxter's waiting for the down, and it's still out by SSG.
All right, Reveal kind of created a mess there. I thought he was going to take out the shooter on his way through, and instead let him get one more shot off, but he's there to cover the angle. Now Zanil against Reveal. That's well covered up high on the backboard, and everybody resets. SSG still up by the 1 goal after they scored 2 quick ones to start game 2. But early leads are not safe, as we learned in game 1. They erased a 3-1 deficit in the final minute. Here goes Reveal for Kofer. Crisscross action there, and Hoxter will try to take charge. But a battle high in the sky leads to that one dropping towards Oxer, and Reveal does a great job staying with the play and disrupting that. You know, a lot of times you see a ball just kind of come out low, and that's where the defender or attackers are waiting. Sometimes just get enough of a bounce, and it's enough to throw the entire attack off. And we've seen that a couple times on either end.
Try to bound this one up into a center. 9 Lives are starting to anticipate these attempts a little bit better. Another shot, no connect from Zanil. Too wide to just slip on through. And 1 minute remains here as 9 Lives are still down by 1, potentially 2 right here. Kofor gets the demo on the back line, but Scribbles is going to call himself off of it and just say, hey, we are up by 1. You can just play the defensive round. A double commit is a little scary here from SSG.
Yeah.
Face off. And that's that. Ooh, sir.
Surprised to see all the double commits here with the lead, no less. But SSG gets away with it. The physical play coming out again. Hawks are deleted, so there's another few seconds that 9 Lives will be hindered as they try to bring this back down to 20 seconds. Demos all around, and now Kofor intercepts his shot on, and Zanil has the save. A rare case where 9 Lives have all 3 on the field, and that goes back to the other corner. Zanil with 10 seconds. They can slow it down now, but they realize that they've got to move downfield. Hawkster try to cut around Kofor, but Kofor has been an absolute pest to 9 Lives, but Zanil will take over. Had some in the tank. Flick over to Chicago, and Reveal intercepts. Scribbles can bring this down towards ground. If not, Kofor will. 1 for the road and a 2-game lead.
At some point, you do have to admit that SSG is definitely on it. They were a little questionable there in that last minute or so, but that final play really was there to remind 9 Lives that they can have their way with them. Space Station, another win on the books here, but a timeout for 9 Lives. A lot to discuss, because again, it really was a fairly close game. 9 Lives did get a lot more in terms of shots that they did in the last. I believe it was like 13 shots on this one, but unfortunately for them, only 1 found their way on in, because Space Station, I mean, they're getting it together. They're looking a lot more, I guess the word is almost mature.
Well, just a great defensive effort out of Space Station Gaming. Again, you know, 9 Lives, you mentioned the 13 shots they had, Herc. They were not bad shots. A lot of them were just, I mean, there was that laser that I think it was Scribbles, maybe it was Reveal, that he's coming across from the top right of the goal, and that's where the shot goes, and he happens to be right there. If the shot had been anywhere else, he's not catching up to it. Right place, right time, excellent read, and it keeps SSG in front. They did eventually score on that possession, did 9 Lives, but you know, the damage done. It's just a little bit of frustration created by SSG, and you go back to how 9 Lives have lost these couple of games. It feel like they kind of let these games get away from them, Herc. I mean, there was the 2-goal lead very late in game 1 that goes by the wayside, and then a quick overtime winner, and then opportunities abound, and they still can't find a way to punch through against Space Station.
Yeah, this 9 Lives roster, they definitely are kind of more of an up and down squad. If you didn't see them or catch them yesterday, Zanil was shining offensively, right? But I think the thing that it was really setting them apart in their matches yesterday was that defensively, he was also a very solid help. He seems to be kind of cheating up a little bit too far at moments, and then they're getting caught out, and then Hawks and Chicago are forced to kind of run themselves back a much quicker than they would probably like to, so that doesn't really allow them to have those, duo moments of the passing plays we were seeing so much in the past. And unfortunately, SSG is recognizing all of it. Of course, they have, their shaky moments as well, but they're a lot more infrequent. So SSG officially 1 game away from a match point here, and 9 Lives slowly starting to get their backs put up against a wall.
Go down 0-3. You know how long the road is back. So fresh 5 minutes now at DF8 Stadium as 9 Lives try to solve the Space Station puzzle, and Zanil, they have just done that 15 seconds in, and a flick to the top left.
This was the Zanil that we had seen yesterday. Very confident solo player, able to have his way with that ball, and he does. Just a gorgeous, clean little flick to put 9 lives up 1 in the early stages. And off the kickoff, too, almost finds it again. Chicago is the one to follow it, though. Hawksford no touch, and Zanil's going to have to race back against Reveal. Almost gets his challenge. Almost got bumped out, but still manages the save.
As Zanil, great concentration to read the play coming in, realizes they're coming for my head, and still manages to make the save. Now Scribbles quickly launches past Hawkster after Gopher and Zanil took each other out. Zanil's back into the play, and he knocks the ball away there. And again, you see physical play. They're trying to take out that last defender back. And both sides having to keep their heads on a swivel and no downtime at all when the attack is forming. Gopher now has options with Scribbles coming on, but nothing else there as Hawkster let that one maybe get a little too far away from him. And Space Station collectively will weather the storm.
A lot of demos in the back end, too. You can see Space Station's aggression getting amped up. They don't like being boxed in their half. They are going to take a shot on net, and Chicago on no boost still managed to keep it out. A wide shot is not going to stop a double from Scrib, though. He recognized the time on this, and I mean, hats off to Chicago for keeping it out in the first place, and Hawkster did avoid the bump, but still, threading that needle was just enough to tie this back up.
I mean, the 50 basically served as a back pass, lost it right back to Scribbles, and he is right there to throw it right through. Now Hawkster, his shot, blocked by Kofer. Opportunities are plentiful for both these sides, and it's a testament to their reactions, their reflexes. They're able to keep these games relatively low scoring. 4-3, not so much, but 3-1 in the last game very easily. Could have been another like 5-4 shootout. Here goes Hawkster with Chicago running on. Chicago in the air, and Hawkster just kind of floated that one for him. Now Zanil gonna walk in, just like he did the last one, but this time Kofer's all over it.
Chicago trying to solo play it on his own. The follow-up from Hawkster's coming in very slowly in the corner, gets past 1. Scrib to Reveal, just a really clean transition out for SSG. Chicago to Hawkster, Hawkster on target, and in 9 lives, find their lead again.
Like most of the closers in baseball, you know you're getting a fastball. Can you catch up to it? No. Reveal tried, and they just split the defense well enough. It goes in, and, well, SSG sees the game go 2-1 now. Gopher. Chicago just kind of chasing him around on the defensive end. And Chicago, oh, pop that away. That's real dangerous. Had to clean up his own mess. Zanil and Hawkster both there, and I think Hawkster is very thankful Zanil was able to take charge of that play. Didn't have a lot of forward momentum. Gopher right at Hawkster, and everybody up at the crossbar, but Chicago's the one who comes away with the save at the end.
I wanted to say you can't stop Chicago. I mean, you really can't. He looks insane, like a monster, but even when the net's open wide, that crossbar is coming in as that 4th man for 9 lives. So Reveal pops this one up. He's gonna have to quickly turn around on this one. Zanil already ready to go. Great little touch here. So this gets sent to the backboard. Hawkster's gonna try and follow in Space Station. They've been trying to follow each other up as much as they can, but 9 lives, when they break out, they become disgusting. You have no idea how fast that ball is going to come at your net or how many people are going to throw themselves at it. To set up to Zanil. Zanil, slow shot on target out in the corner.
This one sailed high. Chicago thought about diving in. Thought better of it. Now Reveal chasing with not much boost, but he dances around Hawkster, and Gopher can come in to help him out. Reveal will have some boost now as he respawns. And Gopher kind of got lost in the sauce there, just unsure what he was supposed to do on that play, and maybe tried to do too much. Reveal now has Scrib up in the air, and Zanil makes that stop with Gopher coming on. And so he's going to bring this all the way back. And so Space Station still trying to chase the game here, down to the final minute. Will they try to do too much and get caught out? Yet to be seen. It's Reveal. Flip reset right at Hoxer. Scribbles takes over. Reveal running forward, but he lost the race to the corner boost. Chicago got there, and he's still winning at the back with 35 to go.
30 seconds left. Space Station down by 1. This is the most held back they've been in a minute, and this could open up the floodgates. It won't. Scrib's gonna try again. Another shot to the backboard. Zanil hand up, keeps it out, and carries it over that midline, and wastes all of the time that SSG need in regulation here. This one shot sent down to the ground. Reveal in the back end, trying to push Zanil up, but Scrib just can't make the cut enough. And right now, SSG have one last attempt. There's enough boost in the tank to get over. Reset up in the air to 1. Kofer's gonna have to catch it. The setup to Scrib is off target and on the ground. 9 lives. Barely scrape away with that win.
Oh, they almost let another one go. Space Station got dangerously close to the 9 lives net, and then they ring one off the post. Big sigh of relief collectively for 9 lives. They've got 1 on the board following their timeout.
My heart, the amount of times that 9 lives is like, you look at them and you're like, okay, they definitely are capable and they're doing it. And then I think it's that last play from SSG kind of like put me out of breath. And I'm like, there's no way he manages to make that angle. We see another OT.
There's the shot that just rang a little bit wide at the end. And we saw a couple of posts. We saw Scribbles bounce one that just got away from him. Went off the crossbar earlier in that game. Missed opportunities that were haunting 9 lives early in the series. Space Station gets a little taste of that now. This whole series, I think the storyline has been missed opportunities. Who will convert now as we get towards the second half of our maximum of 7 games? We're into game 4 now. SSG still holds the 2-1 lead. They still have the timeout in their pocket. If 9 lives manage to build some momentum, we go to Utopia. See if 9 lives can tie it all up. Okay. You know, sometimes you can be a little too creative with your kickoffs.
That's fair. That's a fair statement to give to someone like them. They have their moments.
Seen plenty of early goals, a lot of early opportunities in this series. Riverside tightens up the defense more. Certainly have a significant advantage as Zanil trying to go indirect around Kofer. And Kofer just bringing that across. Full tank of boost. Happen to be right there for him. Zanil does not get dunked on. That is solid defense in the air. And you can see Space Station still trying to play very aggressive, very physically. Reveal takes out Zanil. Doesn't matter. Chicago scores. The double demo there as they kind of traded off. Scribbles couldn't respond. Nobody else was back. And Hoxer made sure Kofer wasn't going to get there.
Yeah, you leave Kofer in that position, and one tiny bump is just completely taking him off any hope of being involved in that play. 9 lives in a position they've been in a couple of times, which is a lead, although it tends to get taken away from them longer, further away rather than quicker. So we're going to see, can 9 lives build on this? Hoxer over 1. Chicago lurked it. Scribbles to Kofer. A redirect off target, but a follow-up from the side is the quickest response they could have given.
Started to worry that maybe that redirect going off target was going to kind of kick around, but SSG had it all covered. A wild opening minute and a half in game 4. Both teams tell they're aware of the urgency of the situation. Reveal, threatening to go after Chicago. He got around everybody, got the clear. That goes right to Scrib, and Zanil's gonna bring it back across. He got checked though on his way through. Chicago trying to keep the play alive. He has. He's got Hoxer coming up the middle, and Kofer there with the ranging save.
3:19 on the clock in a tied game here. Another demo on the back end, and SSG just playing to what is comfortable right now. A very solid pace off the backboard. Reveal. Follow-up is a little slow on this. And every attempt that has been made for 9 Lives to get a clear out is met with an SSG player sending it straight back.
Well, this one skipped through, but Scribbles had to stay way back. He'll settle for the demo on Chicago as a consolation prize. And now Reveal throw it ahead. He had Kofor way downfield, but that went right at the net. And Zanil trying to take out Scrib on his way back. Scrib avoids him, makes the stop. As we come up to the halfway mark, it just seems like so much action, and still only 2:30 left. It is Reveal now around the corner, and that's stuffed right back downfield, and Scribbles happens to be all the way back. A rare case where SSG doesn't send the house. And now Reveal just kicked that one out, hoping Kofor can run onto it, but he cannot.
Neil's going to take his time on this one. Challenge past 1. At least 9 Lives, although short-lived, were out of their half, but that's what they need more of, just these quick breaks. Pass over to Zanil in the air, has his flip, takes his time off the backboard. No follow-up. They're demoing off that second man now, which is forcing Hoxer to stay a little bit further back than he would like, and that means that that secondary chance of keeping people away goes off, and Scrib says, it doesn't matter. The more we demo you out, the more we throw off your rotations, the easier it is to find these open nets.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe 10 demos as a team for Space Station here in Game 4. And it yields that result, a 2-1 lead. Reveal, good 50 in the air. Kofor will run onto it. They'll try to extend the lead here, bumping Hoxer to the back wall. Chicago, by the way, has been taken off the field 6 times in this game. Kofor launch one in the air. Hoxer's got to deal with that ball, but it goes right to Scrib. And he has Kofor up as well. Chicago had to be very quick in the air. I mean, Chicago got to feel traumatized throughout this game. He's got everybody gunning for him. You have to worry about players coming in from way downfield. Really having to keep his head on a swivel, trying to set this ball up, but there's nobody there to help him out. We go to the final minute with SSG holding a 2-1 lead, trying to get to match point, and that one's going to help with Kofor winning the race.
Oh man, I mean, again, another demo on Chicago. And Zanil had to play this one to the corner. Unfortunately for him, that is a very tough place to stay in possession of that ball, and he loses it to SSG, and it's just another wide open net because Hoxer was already way upfield, and SSG go up by 2. 50 seconds left here. Potentially another goal, although Hoxer is going to try and clear it out. It's a little awkward off the ceiling down. A shot denied from a pinch off the post from Zanil.
Chicago is way downfield, just regaining control of his car. And Zanil trying to bring the ball his general direction. 9 Lives just scrambling right now, trying to do what SSG did to them in Game 1. Chicago a good 50. Zanil is up. It's wide. Chicago puts it in with 19 to go. Almost a mirror image of Game 1.
The dream is absolutely still alive. And the pass down from Zanil as well has to have a little credit given to him, the way that he cheated up there and manages to catch it. Puts 9 Lives in a position. Let's see what we get off the kickoff. The follow from Zanil, almost dead balled and sent back by Scrib. And it's gonna float almost in. It's still out by Hoxer. 7 seconds to go. Half a tank to work with. Zanil, reset 1, takes it down for 2, but this one's kept out and the ball is still in play. Chicago flipped back on this one. Scrib and Reveal are working together to just dead ball this, and Hoxer says no, they're still going to try, but try is not enough. Space Station Gaming find yet another win.
I believe it was 11 demos on the side of SSG. That's what it took to hold off 9 Lives. Another 1-goal victory in this series. And now, 1 win away from a top 4. Been a long road to get there. They would have liked their chances going into yesterday's upper bracket. They've taken the scenic route. trying to hold off 9 lives. It's been kind of a, I want to say a comedy of errors, but certainly it's been an adventure for both these teams defensively, trying to keep the other at bay. And there have been some goals that are given up where you go, really? And others where you go, that really should have gone in. And through it all, yeah, you pretty much end up with the scoreline you'd expect the way these teams have played.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with you on that one. I think this is pretty fair as far as what we're seeing on paper right now. But what we're seeing on the field is a slightly different story. 9 Lives definitely are keeping it competitive at times. It's just that SSG know when to step up in the right moments and really managing to find a way to stop Chicago in his tracks has made all the difference for this SSG team to continue on the path that they have been. Now only 1 win away from taking 9 Lives out.
Well, will Aquadome be the final resting place for 9 Lives in this tournament? A team that, you know, every open so far, we've kind of seen them go, all right, well, this could be the one where they finally break out and have their performance that makes us believe in them as a top 4 team. And then they fizzle out right around here. Kofer off the corner. Scribb thought about it. He'll turn around as Hoxer goes right at him. And Chicago's got to scramble here with Kofer making himself a threat. Everybody's kind of waiting right now for SSG. And Reveal will have to wait at the back after the demo.
Pretty early into this one. Fairly reminiscent of that game number 4. Chicago, untouched this time, managed to get his team out on that side, and here comes Zanil. Hawks alert down, demoed off for his efforts, immediately places Chicago into a defensive mode here, and it's low boost, and unfortunately that's been the story for 9 Lives. They are so forced into their own half that all their resources are being spent defending these SSG shots and dodging those demos, and there's nothing left for them to make any sort of a play. And I mean, you see it right here, Zanil's left with nothing, so it's an immediate shot sent back into that blue side.
Everybody jumbled up in the corner as Scribb checks Chicago out, but that just means he can go towards midfield. So that midfield boost would spawn for him, but instead it goes for Zanil. Chicago still netward, and his shot blocked out by Kofer. Kofer had got him quite a bit in that last game, part of their 12 demolition barrage. Chicago now ranging back. Happy to have some freedom and actually spend the entire time on the pitch for once. Zanil through Kofer. Is it on? Chicago did all he could, but could not get it into a scoring position.
This ball's still up for grabs here. Zanil sends it towards that backboard, but it's easily read by Scribbles, and Kofer, it's the same pattern over and over. One clears it out, the second follows, and the third shoots, almost scores. It takes the entirety of 9 Lives to keep this one out. And Zanil's using everything he had left to try and get at least one on-target shot. But Kofer is just up and under everyone. And 9 Lives, it's just the same story over and over. You get out and you are immediately sent back racing.
Now, one individual effort has been enough at times in this series, but you got to be able to win the rebounds. Get those second and third chance opportunities. Hoxer will turn around on this and retreat. Chicago met by Reveal and Kofer. Hoxer thought about coming up. Now he will challenge, and he beats 2 with that challenge. And it's Zanil who has all day to start this attack, but he gets checked out of the air by Reveal. So now Chicago has to take over. So for all the scoring, 4-3, 3-1, 3-2, 2-1. No score inside 2 minutes remaining.
Which really, I think, is kind of a sign of progress for 9 Lives, if I do say so myself. They've gotten much closer than they have in the last few games, but you still have to find something to actually win. And Reveal's looking to do that here, takes it down to the ground, almost mustied it at the last second, but got stopped, and it's just a conundrum of like fighting in the corner here for this ball. A wide open net, not going to be taken advantage of. Instead, Chicago caught it, sent it to the backboard, double it off the side, no follows. Zanil played the safer game and stayed further. And Hawkster's gonna center it to Zanil. Slow to the touch though. And a lot of shadowing from this 9 Lives squad in the off chance it gets sent back again.
Boost management has been a priority for both sides, especially 9 Lives. Dribbles gets knocked off the ball in the air and had another one lined up. Now Kofor up the ladder, indirect from the ceiling, flip, reset! Oh, what a play by Kofor!
This is the team that has some of the most potential out in NA as far as mechanics can be concerned. And this player got brought in for a reason. 36 seconds on the clock. SSG in a favorable position, but off the momentum of the kickoff, Hawkster's coming through. The bump play doesn't come in. Zanil tries to do the follow, and Scribbles keeps his hand up. 24 seconds left, and 9 Lives are fighting for their last one to stay in this quarterfinal. Shot on target and off.
He had the option of a pass and maybe trying to throw off the defense that was expecting it, but the shot still denied. Final 5 seconds. Zanil has reveal all over him. Hawkster can't get in the air, neither can Chicago. And it's Space Station Gaming with former 9 Lives member Kofor scoring the dagger that sinks 9 Lives at Aquadome.
There's been so many, of these grudge matches that we've gotten to see throughout the last few days. And I think this is one of the more stressful ones just because there was a lot of unspoken discourse around the 9 Lives one. And now to see Kofor settling in with SSG, I think he found his match. He found a great place to slot in. He looks comfortable. He looks like he can thrive. And that is what a lot of players need. And, well, you know what, SSG, you look great. You look like a contender. I mean, you got the rest of Sunday to go.
Well, Kofor will get a lot of the praise having scored the series winner. But in the end, it is Scribbles who leads the way. He had as many goals as his teammates combined and played a huge, huge role in Space Station Gaming, advancing in 5. That's one of our quarterfinals done. NRG and Ultimates are coming up right after this.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
Took them 5 games to get it done, but SSG walked through 9 lives and are through to the semifinals, top 4 in North America here for open number 4. I'm joined by the coach, Expir. Expir, thanks for taking the time to talk with us here. I wanted to talk to you about Kofor here, man. What a performance from him. We've seen him from him the last 2 days. Barely missing out on the Birmingham Major. You brought Kofor in the transfer window. What strengths did you see in Kofor that you thought would complement SSG?
No, Topher is like an amazing player when it comes to comms, which was something we were missing a lot. We sometimes would like struggle in like high pressure situations because we didn't have the necessary comms and people would just like talk over each other, and like Kofor brings that piece to the team. It's very good.
That's fair. I mean, that's actually surprising to me. I'm curious if you feel like this is a surprising thing to hear, like a calmness in young players. I feel like young players are oftentimes the most jittery. Is that an exceptional thing to find in a player in your experience as a coach scouting?
100%. The first time I talked with him, I was immediately impressed because like apparently this was something he was doing as well in the Nine Lives roster. So like his first proper team was already doing this, and then he comes into us and he's already doing it, and he takes the reign. He's not scared to like tell each other what to do, and like it's an amazing thing to have in a team. Honestly, I've told this to him. It's like having a player like Rise on the team. Like that's amazing, to be honest.
That's incredible. Well, I'm excited to continue to watch him play and excited to see him on your roster here. You guys, with this win, now have a match against Gen G. Gen G looked crazy yesterday. You thoughts about that match? How you guys feeling?
Yeah, we just have to worry about the kickoffs, and then the gameplay can just speak for itself.
Okay. Well, I'll be watching those kickoffs in particular. Excited to see what you guys bring to the table. Expir, congratulations on the win. Don't want to take you away from your team too long. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
All right, so Kofor and the boys walking through 9 lives here. There was some confidence on the desk that 9 lives would put up a fight, and they did put up a fight. It wasn't blowout wins in any direction, but really, man, Stacks, I feel like that game 1 overtime maybe kind of like a tone setter for the series.
Yeah, I think the first couple of games really frustrated 9 lives, and they just dug themselves a hole they couldn't climb out of. I mean, you know, when you give up a 3-1 lead like that, and then as quickly as you did give up the overtime goal, and then a couple of goals at the start of game 2, it's just like, man, you're really shooting yourself in the foot. They took the timeout, they got one back, but, you know, the damage had already been done. You know, when you start that far behind the 8 ball, you know, even if you have an advantage over the other team, it's still so much to come back from. And when you're at best evenly matched, you know, you kind of feel like you beat yourself.
Yeah, for sure. And James, I mean, talking about SSG in more detail here, we heard from Expir there about why he felt like Kofor would be a good fit for the team. How did you feel like Kofor is, in the experiences you've seen so far, how do you feel like he's gelling with the roster in these 2 outings?
You know, I think he's excited to play for this team. Also, you know, getting signed by an org is a really big step as well. It brings a lot of safety to a player, being able to rely on that salary. And I think Kofor, you know, he's looking really good. Especially that shot that he hit on his old team in a big moment, that was crazy. That was the shot of the series. But then on the flip side, too, I just want to say for 9 lives, you know, even the one game they won, there was a 0-second shot that pinged off the post and went out.
Yeah.
Like 9 lives played SSG very close. They have the ability to beat SSG, but it just seemed like in those few moments they just were struggling to clutch up and close things out. But overall, a player like Kofor, a team like Space Station, they're a young team. It's kind of like the old Team Liquid, you know? You got these super young players all together. They're going to consistently get results. But like Team Liquid, I think we're seeing the same kind of thing with Space Station. It's going that full distance, being able to win it all. That is really going to be the main goal, but might be elusive for them. And they've got a big test next round against Gen G, who they lost to in the Swiss stage. So it's going to be a really fun matchup to watch to see if Gen G will stay hot or if Space Station maybe can peak.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like no one wants to play Gen G after what we saw yesterday, but I mean, Experience mentioned that the kickoffs would be the most important thing. If they can survive the kickoffs, they'll be just fine. Excited to watch how that meta evolves in that matchup. 9 lives run does end in the quarterfinals there. We'll now jump to the top side of the bracket. Got 4 more matches on the day here, 2 semifinals and the grands coming up after this next one, which would usually be a grand finals in North America, but for these teams, they're meeting in the quarters. One will go out top 6. The Ultimates versus NRG Stacks. It's crazy. It feels like it matters more because of where it's happening.
Well, yeah, I mean, these are what everybody expects to be the 2 top contenders in North America. And the dialogue had been up to this point, it's these two and everybody else. And so as these two teams go, so too does the region. But they look like polar opposites when you look at them statistically, because you've got the Ultimates that are, I think, like the #2 offense in this event. And they're, I think, the #2 or 3 defense. And then to find NRG offensively, you've got to scroll way down. You'll have an easier time finding them if you look from the bottom up. That's just, that's the frustration, I think, and James can probably speak a lot to this.
You say that, though, but in the head-to-head, NRG has scored more goals than Ultimates. Just in the years they played
in the head-to-head, that's great, but consistently, they've tried to win everything with defense, and they're not as invincible as they've been in the past.
It's true. They did get 9 dropped on their head, as Spaceman would say. But, I think for NRG, we've seen it in the past, even this season, where sometimes they need that little bit of a wake-up call, and they find ways to win. But I will say that the Ultimates have been the thorn in their side. Specifically, First Killer against Atomic. He stopped Atomic from three-peating on multiple occasions. The Ultimates, they stopped both the regional grand final streak and the LAN grand final streak. The Ultimates ended both of those streaks. So the Ultimates, as of late, have been a huge issue for NRG. But that said, NRG did take them down in a best-of-5 at Birmingham as well. It was only in the bracket play where they ended up losing and losing that grand final streak. But NRG, there's no doubt about it. They can beat the Ultimates. They can win this whole regional, but the Ultimates, they have continued to have NRG's number. But it does seem a bit of a coin flip. Although now I would say many people would favor Ultimates in this matchup.
And I think right now recency would indicate that the Ultimates are in a strong situation here. And overall on the series, Ultimates being a new team, they've only played NRG 7 times in RLCS history. That went 5-2 in NRG's favor. But that's the only stat that really looks lopsided. Games won, it's 20-16. Only a 4-game lead there for NRG, and it's 68 goals to 60. So only in 7 matches, only an 8-goal differential between these two teams here. I'm really excited to see how it goes. Let us know who you think is going to win in chat. James, sticking with your boys?
I have to, especially after what I said about the Ultimate, the Fourth Killer, I feel like I'm legally obligated to pick NRG at this point. But also, I do believe in this team. I think they had an off day yesterday. I think this is a new day. I'm expecting a new beast mode in particular as first man. I believe in this team and that they're going to get this one.
Stacks?
I mean, Championship Sunday NRG is still Championship Sunday NRG, and it's hard to go against them, but First Killer looks as confident as I've ever seen him with a team, and he just seems to have it now against NRG, so I've got the Ultimates.
They did win last time, the Ultimates did, but it was in Game 7. I think NRG can write the story here. I don't think they're going out top 6 just yet, but everything is on the line at this point, and anything can happen after what we saw yesterday. I'm just gonna guess that those teams are the correct teams, and that it would be NRG as orange, so NRG a narrow favorite in chat on this one. It's gonna be the NRG's match to lose still. Ultimates, though, with a win here, changes everything. All momentum swings in their direction. Can they make it happen? Only one team can survive to the semifinals for a chance at the title. Ultimates versus NRG.
The cooldown is up, and Ultimates trying to take down NRG a second time, and maybe a weaker NRG as we start here in the second split. LJ, Chronic, and First Killer still maybe with a little bit of a chip, trying to prove that they could be the best in this region.
Well, this is an interesting one, Derby. There's a lot of pressure here off the kickoff. LJ will get a shot there for the Ultimate, but this is something that has been and should have been a grand final, and a lot of things have gone on to get us to this point that have put a lot of question marks on both ends of the field.
This is Game 1, brought to you by Progressive. 25 seconds in. NRG, known for how solid they are, how individually skilled they are. For me, it comes down to NRG's immaculate defense. It will always be there, it always shows up. How many games do we see NRG win comfortably, only up a single goal? That's part of what makes them such a difficult team to play against. is that rock-solid defense. And the Ultimates, NRG, I don't think they can rest their laurels on a one-goal lead in this series with how Ultimates have looked. We'll see if the defense is enough for NRG. They may have to get a little more creative on the offensive side if they want to get past First Killer and company. Right now, getting it done with a demo, trying to get some pressure, but unable to get LJ off the ball.
And that was what was hindering NRG so much yesterday, was the fact that they were fairly absent on the offensive side of things. Defensively, they looked great. I mean, not in this particular moment. As First Killer gets a spot and a shot for the Ultimates. It was just a quick breakaway from LJ. And I mean, as soon as Beast Mode had gone for the challenge, nobody was around the post or behind him to make the save. And the Ultimates get their first lead.
Yeah, Beast Mode got harassed by LJ. He hit the ball with pace over Daniel, got the dunk, and then Beast Mode had to avoid him on the wall, preventing his momentum. Ultimates get that first goal. Talk about the defense. NRG play a little bit from behind. We'll see if they can get it going. It was a struggle to get anything going the last time these two teams faced each other in a regional. Beast Mode and Atomic, no chance at it. LJ gets a perfect catch, and, well, don't think about the rest of what just happened for him. LJ's certainly happy that Chronic made the save for him. Now he gets a full tank of boost, and the ball in the air. Beast Mode takes the ball away, but his teammate gets demoed, and First Killer gets an easy tap in.
This is the Ultimates that we remember from LAN that we just got to see in a grand final. Now, minus the grand final, of course, Phase 4, that's a whole other story you can get into. But Ultimates, offensively right now are clicking, and that is kind of throwing NRG for a little bit of a loop. Off the kickoff here, this one set upfield. Daniel to catch. He's gonna air dribble it down. Not gonna get past Chronic on this one. Beast Mode tries to follow through, but First Killer guides it out.
Daniel back with a full tank, and First Killer unable to do much more. NRG really just struggling to get any kind of consistency on the ball. That is an uncharacteristic miss there from Atomic. He got caught between trying to really catch that and move the ball forward. Look where it's put them. That one miss has allowed Ultimates to keep this ball. Finally get a chance out though. Atomic flicks it over one with zero boost. Beast Mode couldn't find the net. There was a defender there. NRG, there's just not a lot of bite when they try to crunch down on this Ultimates defense. It looks like they might have a chance at it, but one chance goes away, and all of a sudden they're back on defense.
Oh man, and they're still stuck there too. Bump on a First Killer, barely enough to get out, but it is short-lived. LJ, although on low boost, and safely carry this down to FK. FK double off the side, goes straight back down, not the angle he wanted off of it, but again, you're in a 2-goal lead right here, and I mean, the Ultimates, they just look solid. They're letting NRG kind of play themselves out right now. The shot goes in. Atomic finally waking up a little bit here in this game. Number one, he saw this ball up the side and just great control to get this over FK, but that post and in to get around Chronic. I mean, that's something special.
You definitely needed something to go your way. Atomic gets one back for... It has not been a clean game at all for NRG to start. The desk talks about Championship Sunday NRG, the quality that we're used to seeing from them on Sundays. Even if they don't look the greatest earlier in the tournament, this is where we usually see them lock it down. The Ultimates seem to more and more be standing in their way and making life difficult. Granted, NRG not helping their case too much right now. It's Beast Mode high into space, look for a way out. First Killer puts a little bit more pressure on Daniel. He's forced to hard clear it out, and they got to chase this ball down.
1 minute left to go here in this game. Number one, Chronic tried to get the bump after the initial backboard touch, but no follow-up in sight. Instead, NRG pretty much doing what they have done throughout the entirety of this game, just trying to put hands up on this team, but it's not enough. Chronic breaks away off the side, almost sneaks it in, but LJ will make sure it goes through.
We don't see it on the replay, but right before this challenge, First Killer up for the ball, made it look like he was going to touch it. He just flew right by it. NRG's positioning is waiting for any kind of play on the ball there. It doesn't happen. Now they have to wait even longer, get up to Chronic's challenge. Chronic comes in with momentum, and the rest of it was real easy for LJ. I mean, even when you think you have the right idea, you see First Killer fly towards it, and you needed time bought for your team to get back into position as well. So that one kills you. If you're NRG, First Killer off the ground, and it almost feels a little too easy for Ultimates right now, moving this ball around. The final 15, NRG can't put the ball on target. Chronic still makes the stop. First Killer down the field. The time remaining, too difficult here for NRG to get it going. Ultimates pick up where they left off against NRG, getting the first game win.
Oh my gosh, just an incredible performance overall for the Ultimates. They look extremely cohesive and locked in, and that's how you gotta be against NRG. Whether NRG is playing at their absolute best or on an off day, you have to be at your absolute best, right? In order to match what they bring to the table. And of course, I do expect some sort of a change from NRG headed into this game number 2, but I will say, Jorby, after seeing the performance we're getting here in comparison to what we saw yesterday with NRG and Gen G, NRG haven't made, too much of a change. It's still those same struggles of getting boxed into your own half, and when they are out, it feels like, Daniel's pretty absent, and Beast Mode's very quiet, and NRG just don't look like themselves.
Like, the touch quality isn't there. Ultimates are winning 50s with ease. Previously, NRG, it looks like you have to play peak Rocket League just to get possession from them. And then you have to find a way to score on them. And that was something that every team in North America struggled with for so long against Atomic, Beast Mode, and Daniel. And this isn't the quality NRG that we are used to seeing. I don't think Ultimates are working that hard to win that game 1. NRG, it just comes down to consistent touch quality and finding ways to win these battles, so you're not just watching First Killer fly through the air and he gets the tactical whiff you and watch the ball fly into your net.
Well, we're going to see here in this game number 2, can NRG correct the mistakes that have been going on for the last 48 hours, or do the Ultimates just have their way with NRG? And immediately off the rip, this is fairly similar to what we saw in game number 1. NRG had their small moment, but Ultimates have already broken out of their half. Beast Mode almost got a little bit of a catch out here and goes into the hands of Atomic. Just these small lurkarounds, but no really threatening challenges coming out of NRG.
Good defense from Ultimates. Wasn't a bad push from NRG. They had to work through a couple of layers. 50 goes right back to First Killer. Beast Mode in net. Daniel avoids that bump. Atomic gets a demo as well. Now Daniel has to stretch to get across. Hit, mistouch from Chronic. And Chronic happy he didn't actually have to make a save, but NRG have another chance coming across. Atomic holding the ball. Daniel's third man got deleted. We'll have to watch LJ in the midfield. Atomic actually going to cut. Daniel lets him. First Killer plays it away, so Daniel and Beast Mode go for that. Right idea. They do get the shot. It looked a little awkward there at first, but they figured it out.
And this is a little bit better from NRG too. Seeing Atomic kind of just lob these shots with speed, at least, towards this net is giving, I'm sure, many NRG fans some hope. The demo down, the shot on in. This is the NRG that people were missing.
Hercules, you said NRG have to make some adjustments. One particular adjustment is that physical game. While that demo wasn't particularly useful in terms of making that goal happen, really it was the touch beforehand, you are putting some extra pressure on this Ultimate rotation. You have to make that save quickly. Daniel just gives up the ball as he came across, didn't find the angle he wanted, makes up for it with the 50. First Killer underneath, has Beast Mode beat. Atomic has to buy some time. Was hoping to maybe get Daniel, but Daniel missed the midfield boost and is forced to go the whole way back, and now the ball bounces away from NRG. First Killer might find Chronic. Chronic lifts it up back to LJ. Somehow this is an Ultimate's possession. Daniel gets underneath it. Not a ton of boost for Chronic either, as NRG try to get back into position, race it back towards the net, and they're happy that Chronic didn't have enough boost to add pace.
Yeah, right now at least NRG are able to be a little bit more in charge of the boost that's on their half and not letting it get stolen from themselves. So at least those transitions are coming out a little bit more successfully. Beast Mode's going to try and beat out FK on this. He does, but it rolls down straight to Chronic. And all of NRG fairly close together on this one. You usually see them a little bit more spaced out, but they got to kind of almost be in line with each other to stop a lot of these attempts from the ultimates. It's beast mode. It's going to throw this one up. There's no bump on Daniel, or excuse me, no bump on first killer, so that one wasn't going to find its way in.
A couple of scary touches from ultimates on defense. Could very easily be a 2 or even 3-0. With how ultimates have had to rush back on some of these tries. First killer gets in the way of beast mode. Daniel gets a clean touch. No boost in the midfield. Beast mode tried an incredible redirect. Could not quite nail that. Nice job from Atomic holding the midfield line, but Daniel gets smacked out of the way. They go vertical. Ooh, a lot of mustard on that one from LJ and Chronic. Had to try to line that up. Good luck. Beast mode catches. Back to Daniel. Everyone froze, and first killer doesn't care. He thaws himself out. They still got to stop Daniel as he comes across an NRG. A little more as advertised in this game. They've held on defense. It's the 1-0 lead. And slowly but surely, they've kept ultimates from actually keeping consistent possession. It's flung around, but look who has the ball. Atomic right back over to Daniel. They'll keep ultimates on their front wheels, trying to anticipate everything. Beast mode, feathering the boost, getting across. And Chronic, good 50 to get the continuing touch.
I gotta hand it to NRG. This is definitely a lot of adjustments having to be made, but they are doing it and successfully. Reset down to Atomic is sent off by Chronic, and 1 minute left to go. Beast mode wants to find NRG that insurance goal desperately. Although this will fall back to the ultimates. We got to see what they can do with it. First killer, no boost, but reset over. Beast mode allows LJ the time to try and get this to Chronic, but the ultimates are now being, tested. They're seeing what NRG was dealing with, which is you get out of your half, but now you have no boost to work with, so every single play you are sending forward is fairly slow. This bump out might be the better of chances, but even then, like I said, it's that low boost that really is holding the ultimates back.
First killer's doing everything to try to open up a gap. His first try, though, he handed it off to a Chronic with no boost. He couldn't get any power. Second time he gets a bump in front of the net. Everyone's kind of waiting on the positions on the wings. There was no real angle to attack. Beast mode finds that picture and catches it. First killer gets the 50 as time starts to expire in game 2. First killer lets Chronic go forward. He needs some boost. He's stuck in the box with nothing. Easy shot to save. Chronic, 25 as he gets this touch. 20 going down, looks for LJ. Keeps the ball up. First killer underneath. Sees Daniel, and Daniel lets the ball drop. NRG back to form here in game 2.
This is going to be, I think, a very, very back and forth series. The fact that NRG were able to make so many adjustments in such a short period of time and come out with the win, I feel like it's a good indicator that they are still in this. NRG isn't a lost cause by any means whatsoever. They're a little bit tighter than we've all been used to for the last year that we've seen this squad. And the Ultimates definitely got a challenge faced to them, which was what is it like to be stuck in your own half again for the first time?
Yeah, this was more of the classic NRG. They get that early, or not really an early goal. It came, I think, about halfway through. And then they just held on to it and kept possession away, got the 50s that they needed to refuel and get ready for the next touch. And they never gave Ultimates any kind of consistent possession. This is the NRG that is so frustrating for every single team to play in North America. You got to put that together consistently. And do we have a consistent NRG from here on out? That's my big question right now. Ultimates, they had some chances there late. First killer started to go first killer mode, and you're never going to count Ultimates out of anything as long as he's at the helm. So game 3, NRG playing good defense. Can they keep it up here?
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's to go into game number 3, a tied series between the Ultimates and NRG here. We're going to see who can take that lead back on the overall.
Atomic has beast mode high. Trying to shuffle it out to Daniel. A bit of a risk for Daniel to take. It ends up not punishing them too bad, but that's a poor touch from Atomic. Better shot. Might put a little more pressure on the NRG back line, but a couple of slight mishaps aren't enough to knock NRG down a goal just yet. But LJ with a free touch and catching Atomic off the board. Beast Mode having to come around. Doesn't have many options. Just sit behind the ball and hope they hit it right into you. Everybody low here. Daniel on smalls, Beast Mode on smalls, Atomic the only one with boost. And you'll take that if you're Atomic. That buys plenty of time. Beast Mode gets a midfield. An uncomfortable situation, but NRG somehow come out of it unscathed.
First Killer's just gonna follow this one around and flick over Atomic. Almost had the laser into that upper 90 there, but well, the update let us know. She stays out into the mid. Onyx gonna have to turn around, pops it up. First Killer gonna try and meet it. Leaves it for LJ. And they tried to fake out NRG, but both players were back and ready to defend.
That's a tough opportunity earlier for Ultimates. Looked like LJ had a chance at the shot. He didn't have any boost though, and that ball bounced pretty high. Had he ended up hitting that, he probably just would have launched it and gave an easier counterattack to NRG. So a side flip off the ball will help not give an easy counterattack out. First Killer gets demoed on the backside. Beast Mode avoids that boost. Stays on the ball. Daniel will keep things locked in as NRG try to get some more boost and stay locked into the blue half. Atomic and Beast Mode can't beat First Killer to the ball. First Killer keeps his momentum, makes the 50 a challenge. LJ, though, only 12. Our First Killer helping him out. Talk about making it work on low boost. First Killer still has nothing on the back line. He might be in real heap of trouble. LJ will help him out. First Killer can finally leave and go get boost. Good layering from both sides defensively, helping support their players on low boost and not trying to force a player to try to take a really uncomfortable challenge that will put the rest of your team in a bad spot. Both teams have had that awareness. Pass from LJ right into Beast Mode, who sat right in the lane, an open net. All Daniel has to do is make sure no one can get to it, and Beast Mode gets credit.
You talk about Daniel making sure no one has to do anything. It's like him being there is enough to stress Chronic out. Chronic goes for the demo. Of course, Daniel was in his path and in his way. That ball was going in no matter what there. Half the game to go. NRG have their lead. This is what we saw the last one. From here out, NRG is just going to ramp up the defense, especially if they get a second one here. But Chronic manages to do what should have been impossible. Let's keep that out in transition. The Ultimates in NRG's half.
I honestly, I didn't see a single shade of white on the ball.
No.
There was no white or gray. That looked 100% shadowed. What a save from Chronic. Keeps you in the game. Like you said, Hercules, the NRG defense, they go and lock themselves in. Insurance will be real nice for them if Daniel can find some here. He gets clearance on one. Chronic no boost, and happy nobody was immediately rebounding that towards him. First Killer shakes the ball off one. Atomic beats the ball, but it's a free touch for Daniel. Atomic screens across for Daniel, but he's challenged and it's knocked away. First Killer will just bop it downfield. That just lets NRG give it back to Beast Mode, and he pinches it right into your net. Punished for the touch. You can't give NRG a free touch.
You absolutely cannot. And he does it all the way from his own half to a disgustingly long length of a shot for NRG, and that's the comfort that they needed to play these next 91 seconds against the Ultimates. All you got to do is just let the Ultimates wear themselves out, although it is going to be a little difficult if Ultimates start to demo you off your own half. Although Daniel said, no, it's fine. You can demo, my friends. You can take people off the field, but you're not in your own side.
You got to question LJ turning there.
A little bit.
Like Chronic, he turns around like he's gonna play third because he sees Chronic coming forward, but he has the whole view of everyone on NRG. He sees the attack coming his way, and he still decides to turn upfield, despite the fact that Chronic hadn't even left the ground. A little questionable decision from LJ there with just over a minute left. You're down by 2, and now the game looks like it's comfortably out of reach.
I mean, it's not impossible, but of course NRG would have to be faltering defensively, which doesn't seem like that is a very likely possibility in this game number 3 here. First Killer, a little bit of an awkward touch. LJ is going to try and finish it out. Daniel, I do like how much more active he's getting. He was a lot quieter in those first 2 games, but he's everywhere on this, really just making sure that NRG have all the momentum in the world headed into this next 30 seconds.
James Bott had said on the desk earlier that Beast Mode, and when he's playing first man, it's so hard to actually shake that ball off of him. It's been the compliment of his Beast Mode's team getting him the ball. Beast Mode setting things up. It looked shaky in game one. Well, NRG look like they're right back to their championship Sunday form in these last 2 games. Chronic trying to get something for Ultimates here, who have come away with 0 goals in the last 2 games. NRG might get a 4th one here, but a lot of questions yet to be answered for the Ultimates. You see a tactical timeout coming for them because NRG looks like they are in complete control.
Oh yes, it definitely looks like NRG are on the path to being back. I mean, you saw it yesterday after NRG's loss to Gen G. I'm sure everyone's jaws were on the floor. A timeout from the Ultimates has been called, and I mean, for good measure, right? You looked fairly solid in the beginning of this series, and as time is going on, NRG are just looking more and more comfortable and like themselves.
For Ultimates, only one really awful mistake. That second goal from Beast Mode, the pinch off the city. You can understand why that one just goes in. You're not expecting Beast Mode to get that kind of power on that second goal. But the third one is definitely not something you want to see when you're trying to fight back from 0-2 down. So Ultimates, it's not as easy as it was in game one or even the last time they played NRG in the regional. For LJ First Killer and Chronic, how do you fight past that immaculate defense? They were trying to get a little more physical near the end of the game, but when NRG dictate pace of play and they dictate the possession game like they do, you have to travel that much farther just to get to a challenge. And NRG always find a way to give themselves a favorable position on that challenge by bringing the ball back, creating negative space, and forcing you to come to them, which is always going to create a boost imbalance. And if NRG control that, the rest of the game is easy cake, as the last 2 games have been.
And we also do have to keep in the back of our mind that, you know, despite both of these teams being, you know, having their question marks as to how they even ended up in this position, right? To be playing each other so early and that one of them could end out, you know, top 6. At the end of it all, they do know each other better than most, right? So there is a level of like what you can expect as they, you know, start to get back into the swing of things and start to figure things out. I'm sure the Ultimates, you know, there's no way they don't recognize that NRG, as soon as they put themselves in a lead, are going to, you know, ramp up the defensive end and really just lock in on it. And so they got to do X, Y, and Z to really just push people off the field. And NRG know that, you know, maybe they're gonna that the Ultimates are gonna start sending people in for, you know, pass and plays. But if the pass and plays don't work, when does LJ start stepping up? When does FK start stepping up? It's been, you know, questionable right now for the Ultimates to see what they can bring to the table, but a timeout was more than enough time to be able to figure out a new game plan headed into this game number 4.
I really don't think you have to think too differently if you're the Ultimates. Really, your offense has not been, I mean, it should be non-existent the last 10 minutes. You've been shut out completely. First Killer's had a couple of tries as first man. I really do think the offense will run through him no matter what. LJ's a really nice compliment to that. As my main criticism of this team has always been, if Chronic isn't shooting well, this team doesn't do well. I'm kind of looking at Chronic and his shot opportunities. If he's not putting it on frame, if he's not putting pressure on NRG, then it's going to be a hard bet to beat this team and come back. They may find themselves down 3-1, losing 3 straight games, but you got about 4 minutes till you get there. First Killer, put some pace on that, and another ding. You know, that's got to be a sound effect from hell for First Killer.
I can't fathom when you are already down and in situations like this, how frustrating it's got to be to add that layer of, all right, we're letting everyone know what just went down. Hopefully they don't have to hear it too much more. If this one can go just straight on net, Chronic out to the center, FK will avoid the ding and go straight into the net.
Great 50 from LJ as well. Look at how Atomic has to respect LJ. Has no clue he has no boost, but he has to think, oh God, I'm about to get bumped here. I can't go up and challenge this. I'm gonna run into my death. Which gives a little bit of space for Chronic to set that up, and well, Chronic doesn't have to shoot if First Killer's right behind him. That's a great start for Ultimates, their first goal in 2.5 games, as Chronic will take this up quickly. buy some time for the rest of Ultimates to get set. Time for beast mode, and Ultimates love to keep that pressure up. LJ on the opposite side won't get a chance at it.
Right now, NRG are also playing a beautiful, almost line game. This shot crossbar down, out, bounced around, and it tried every way to get on in, and even Daniel isn't enough to make this one go through. His first killer caught it and flicked it around. But NRG, the plan is just quick follow-ups, one after the other. Here's gonna come the third soon as this one goes up into the air. See who throws a challenge. It's beast mode, and 3 minutes left on the clock. Feels like a plenty good amount of time to get back into this one, but the Ultimates are starting to really figure NRG out on their defense, although it's a whole other story if you're all off the field.
That is a great...
A beautiful set of demos. This one down into the corner, half this game left to go. It's Atomic down over to beast mode, shot on target, first killer save. Daniel up to one. Another shot down on line. Chronic keeps this one out, and LJ to collect it. Still a tied game here. And the Ultimates have had to do a fair amount of fighting on the back end. This clear gets past one, but not past the second. LJ no touch means it's just a free shot for beast mode, and NRG are gonna find their lead here.
The physical game is killing him again, although I'll just say LJ missing the ball there is unfortunate. Granted, first killer hit an absolute heater to him that he's got to catch close to where that wall in the ceiling hit. And he misses it, it goes straight down. The demo ensures that nobody's going to be able to pick that gaff up. And just when you think you get things going, after an air dribble bump from NRG was an excellent play from them earlier. And now they've just taken the lead right back from Ultimates. LJ trying to set up Chronic. Got two to commit. Daniel off the ball. First killer finds the seam.
The finishes are coming through. The follow-ups and responses just as quick as people would have hoped. And the Ultimates playing extremely aggressive. Jorby, this is what we wanted from them too. When NRG started to ramp things up, you had to sit there and question, can the Ultimates keep up with them? The answer is yes. A tied game once again, a center out, but no follow-up. Beast Mode's touch weak enough that FK transitioned it out at least past mid, and no boost for Atomic means a shot to the backboard is gonna come through for the Ultimates.
Not been as easy on defense, not been as easy to possess for NRG. And we're not on the same page today. Multiple times, Ultimates thinking one way, and LJ thinking another way. Not to pick on him in particular, but he seems to be in each one of these mix-ups that Ultimates are having. What the comms are like right now, Ultimates have to figure that out. You're in a close game. What feels like a must-win game in this series. Don't want to go down 3-1 against NRG. As Atomic flips it away, Chronic tries to keep it tight. It's good enough for now, but can you pitch it up above? Daniel just has about everything covered. And now the drop-off, but nobody could go. Beast Mode was downfield. No bump for him either. Atomic keeps the ball short with a vertical. Beast Mode loses that corner boost. 50's still good for Daniel, so they get to hold on to the ball. Beast Mode's ready after grabbing his own corner boost as well. Awkward ball for first killer. Gets a light touch on it. Beast Mode ain't gonna quit just yet. 13 as he left, just couldn't keep on the ball. And NRG are holding here towards overtime.
Atomic tried to send it up, but in these last 10 seconds, the Ultimates are gonna try and steal this one away. Low boost, 50 forward. This one on the ground. Chronic just enough off the nose to let first killer have another attempt. A miss is unexpected, so this one's gonna hit the ground. We have an overtime to take this one.
OT, LJ getting that kickoff. More. And Ultimates get going here. Atomic, good job keeping square on the ball, helping the 50 and giving Beast Mode a way in. Beast Mode hops over LJ off the bar. Barely leaves the crossbar from hell for everybody in the lobby. As this one pops up high, First Killer racing towards it, gets chipped out and then deleted. Atomic kind of pushed him into the jaws as Chronic comes across, and Ultimates are hanging on for dear life. Missing that one! Atomic no touch, but First Killer still comes away with the grab. Can they come away with the ball? Possession, anything. First Killer might have found the break. The shot is beautiful from First Killer. Finding the break and killing NRG here.
Just a series of unfortunate events in those final moments for NRG. The miss from Atomic, the ball getting sent way past Beast Mode, and Ultimates just having the space to finally find something for themselves here. Another win in the books for the Ultimates. I mean, a lot of people, you gotta sit there and be honest with yourselves. There's no way this was gonna be a complete shutout by anyone. I figured it would have been fairly close, and that's exactly what we're getting.
There's the Ultimates offense. It was a tough one for sure. NRG, it looked like it was gonna be another rock solid performance, especially after that air dribble bump play. But now Ultimates have a chance here as they don't go down 3-1. They're able to tie up the series. But I mean, First Killer, a hat trick, 5 saves, 4 shots. It just seems like whenever First Killer, his team goes down in any kind of way, they look kind of flat for a couple of games. The dude all of a sudden is like a bull at the rodeo. I mean, he just comes out, he's kicking, and there's nothing the Matador can do to stop him. He just goes and lights up the scoreboard almost all on his own and helps pole vault him over whatever team that they're struggling against. Now they got a real shot to take control of this series again.
They really do. I do want to see, though, the Ultimates come out with that same level of energy that we got at the end of it in the beginning of this next game, because otherwise NRG, you know, although they felt a little quieter, or not necessarily like discombobulated or anything, but having to play your highest amount of pressure in the last few moments of a game is just a little bit too much stress, at least unnecessary stress that NRG are being given right now. And for the Ultimates, they need to get back into the swing of things of getting these opening leads and kind of holding on to them for themselves.
Chronic coming across. A lot of pace on that ball. Actually helps LJ out. All he's got to do is keep that ball tight. Now NRG just start to lock you down. Daniel gets a double. Daniel demo, and Beast Mode gets the easy first goal for NRG. That physical game has been lethal for NRG in this series.
It really has. When it was missing, NRG felt very, very absent. And as soon as they kind of, I don't even want to say like had to get confident. They just wanted to make sure that them going for these demos and these, you know, aggressive plays weren't really throwing themselves too far out of rotation. Once they realized that they were capable of, you know, doing this onto the Ultimates again, really just put them into a favorable position headed into the rest of the series.
Cool. Hard bounce. Ultimates were the first to strike in the last game, but in each of the games, NRG were able to score first. They've taken that win. LJ, not a ton of boost here. Do his best to get the pass, but Atomic was up very early for it. And without LJ any chance to maneuver, it's Ultimates right back on the blue half. Put in front. Ultimates do try to bring this ball down a lot. Try to give themselves that favorable 50. Sometimes it really does just come down when you're able to position correctly to, can you maintain momentum? And then that goes down to, can you maintain and manage the boost grabs? So often it comes down to that against a team like NRG. Ultimates surviving for now, but they're getting bumped and chipped. That's truly been a struggle for them to break out, but LJ finds one against Daniel, finds 2, and Beast Mode makes sure he can't find any angle, although LJ would have made a close affair of it, even if it was just a little high. Beast Mode clearing it away, buying a little bit of time as Daniel got the lead.
FK's just kind of been on a little bit of a rampage. Just really trying to throw NRG off with these demos. Atomic versus LJ in the race for the ball. Beast Mode stays up for the fight. You see that lurk from Atomic, and I don't think, I mean, obviously the Ultimates are realizing it in a sense, but a lot of these demos they're doing are actually helping NRG have somebody further back, because by the time the Ultimates get their clear, Daniel is already back end and spawned in, ready to go and catch and throw this ball back up. And NRG is like, all right, just let this dictate our flow right now. And they seem
I mean,
very
they can't get this
comfortable
ball out
with
of
it.
the corner. They can't get the ball out of the corner at all. They bring the ball down, and NRG, sure, they have that first man gone, but that 50, they keep letting it go back to them. And then again, it's the same problem. Ultimates have to chase the 50s instead of it being on an outlet that they can chase down. And the few times they get it, NRG are ready for it, they get to stop it, and they take possession again. That's a hard touch. And LJ, there's nothing he can do about it. He's got to use more boost off the stealing. He actually might find a pass to Chronic, and somehow slips underneath. I thought for sure NRG would have a hand up there, but no hands, and a goal for the Ultimates.
He's just a bit too high off this one. I think they thought maybe it'd be slow enough that, you know, they could catch Chronic out, or maybe he would have taken the shot for himself, but no, enough to make a connect in a tied game with less than 2 to go.
Excellent pass from LJ. Chronic scores. Beast mode. What? That was always tough. I gotta get on beast mode camp for this one. As he comes down, well, first of all, let's talk about that terrible touch from Atomic, because he's got to chase it down. Atomic just needed to put that in a bit of a safer spot. Beast mode was still in the middle of landing. And look, everyone in chat's gonna be like, low on goal, low on goal, low on goal, but like, I'd like to see you make that save.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
That is an extremely tough one. I don't even know how much boost he would have needed to actually have made that save possible.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to Atomic not dropping that ball off to a free same-day delivery package to Ultimates. Ultimates will obviously take it. Be careful. His first killer easily handles Atomic's Atomic's touch. Can't work around beast mode, though. He's always just a step ready for you. LJ, classic ground pop air dribble. I think he's tried that the last like 4 times he's gotten the ball in the midfield. Beast mode might have him caught here. Nothing he can do about it. Easy does it for beast mode. He don't need no air dribble.
No, he does not. I mean, you said it perfectly. LJ was trying it again, and at this point, this is just NRG saying, all right, every time you do this, you've caught yourself out just a bit too far, man. I'm going to start punishing you for it. And NRG tie up game at number 5 here off the kickoff. Daniel going to catch it. Takes his time with it as Chronic sends it off. FK is going to get beat out by Atomic, and this touch slows the Ultimates down enough for NRG to get back into position to defend against LJ off the backboard. Great read out into the corner.
Ultimates grab midfield possession. First killer quickly moving around. He gets a favorable bounce to LJ, but Atomic was ready. Chronic holding on to the 50. First killer looking for boost. No boost comes his way. Chucks it. Beast mode ready to get the catch. Which way will he progress? His Ultimates are happy to let him just give the ball up here. First killer lets it bounce. Gets through 1. Multiple layers are available for NRG. Struggling to, again, hold on to the ball and put real pressure on. How many touches they got to get just to get some possession, and NRG are still the ones with the ball. Daniel catches it high towards the end of regulation. LJ looking for a clear out. Daniel, the boost spawns as he lands. First killer there for the touch, and nothing beast mode can do. We have overtime.
A golden goal. Somebody gets to declare match point here in this quarter final. Ultimate in that NRG half demoed off. LJ to the backboard. Can he get this one down to first killer? Not enough speed to get it to him in time, and everybody on the end of the Ultimates is having to dodge NRG's attempts to bump them or demo them off of their plays. As LJ gets bumped off this one, Chronic's the one to take.
Free ball for whoever gets there. Beast mode just turns off. Made it look like he was going to go for something on Atomic's touch. Thought maybe the demo instead. The way the threat did hold Ultimates back, but they're none the worse for it. Beast mode up high has support. First killer was up early for this. He saw the Daniel pass coming and jumped before they actually made contact together. But is it enough to keep putting the pressure on? They're only getting to the edges. They're not getting to the center. That's the part that people care about. You don't care about the crust. You want the inside. You want the juicy bits. First killer looking to squeeze NRG out, but he can't even squeeze the ball. It's beast mode, no boost. Bumps LJ, giving Daniel a little bit of space. The 50 not the cleanest here for NRG. Beast mode, midfield boost spawned. Getting across, first killer will wait. And his patience, will it pay off at all as LJ looks for a way out? Neither team is really finding any kind of success in terms of the possession game. Maybe LJ finds some here. Beast mode, nope, not at all.
Yeah, this is a very evenly, tug-of-war kind of style for this ball. One clear after the other. A Daniel catch, though, gives NRG a bigger moment of possession. Atomic off the cross. And the follow from Beast Mode comes into that net. NRG are going to be the ones to take match point.
Now, LJ was getting harassed with a bump. He had to avoid that, which forced the slight mistouch. You saw how much boost he had. It wasn't a lot, and he needed to buy way more time. The time was not on Ultimate's side, and NRG squirrel away another game victory here in OT. Ultimate push back. They don't have any more timeouts left. NRG still have a timeout in hand if this ends up going to game 7. Neo Tokyo's not kind of NA team, so we're even heading down to Neo Tokyo. Even in terms of the voodoo, the curses.
Yeah, in terms of you start talking about curses and being all ooey about this. Yeah, that's a whole other drop of lore for people to get into. But as far as what's in front of our faces, I do gotta point out, Beast Mode almost pushed 800 points alone in that game. An absolutely disgusting showing from him, and for good reason, right? This is the one that really is gonna matter, because I do wanna, I know we don't talk about it too much, Jorby, but Ultimates, you're gonna be in your head a lot about this one, right? This is a very emotional team. There's a lot of passion going on, but when they are frustrated, they are head in the sand, hand hitting the ground, frustrated.
But maybe you're starting to see them evolve a little bit, because on the cams you see First Killer, he's chatting, and I think in previous years, First Killer, when he's losing and we put him on the cam, he's got the dead stare, he's silent, but he was chatting a lot there. Chronic looked like he was moving. So you're absolutely right, but you might see a little bit of evolution from them in that department, just from what we saw on the cams there.
See if it is enough for them to find another win here. Maybe, maturing a little bit and having a new era can force a game 7 here for the Ultimate. Although it is back where they started on defense.
NRG will be a threat no matter what game they'll be playing in today. It took them a game to get into it, and I don't think it's been the cleanest the whole way throughout that 2-game stretch they had, where they shut out Ultimates completely. The best they had looked for sure. Ultimates have had some really good pushes on offense. The key difference still, sounds simple, it sounds stupid, but it's the demos. Beast Mode taking one out. Just gotta be careful. NRG get those demos, might lurk a little too far forward and push yourself out of position, but no problem for Atomic as he flushed his way back to Beast Mode. And they work together, but nothing done as Daniel waits for the midfield.
And in that midfield line, another pass over to Beast Mode. Tried to get it down to Daniel, but not the time or the space. And LJ is going to have to go around one flick over, just enough boost in Atomic's tank to keep that one out. As NRG work together with their low resources, they do manage to find the backboard, but there is no follow-up shot. Instead, it's just another attempt out from Daniel. Low boost from NRG with whoever tends to be on the ball, although this time it is another story. Beast Mode, follow from Daniel, bump on to Chronic. Could have opened things up, but Beast Mode's facing the wrong way on this.
Atomic didn't get a ton of power, it almost worked out. Beast Mode flips into a demo and a failed shot. Beast Mode. Chronic just trying to shake that ball off of him. Always looks like he's going to take the challenge, and then he pulls off at the last second. The next one, he'll actually take the challenge, and he'll always keep guessing. Frustration about playing against Beast Mode. Ultimates don't give any free rebounds to NRG. They might find one here, and Beast Mode blocks his teammate's shot as he's trying to get out, and he ends up getting in the way. That's a tough one for NRG. They still have possession. Daniel still holds this ball. LJ might sniff it away, though. First Killer tried to stall forward. No dice here. The bounce doesn't work out for Beast Mode. He gets the bump on Chronic. LJ wins the touch. Second across. First killer should be easy, and it is 1-0 Ultimates.
The time and space that Ultimate needed has been found. It has been granted. FK from the corner, just a beautiful follow. And halfway through this game 6, Ultimates have their lead. They just got to hold on to it. They've had to play a tremendous amount of defense throughout this series, and now they finally get to go where they're comfortable. The offensive front, first killer off the backboard, sent off, and Atomic to follow the touch. And NRG finally in this half, although it's going to be, again, short-lived. This one gets sent back. Chronic off the backboard. Here comes Atomic trying to sneak it in, and LJ keeps it out.
Short-lived. NRG almost just put it in right there. Still looking for Atomic. Taking the ball away. Daniel, double tap. Chronic was there. First killer denies the rebound to Beast Mode. Daniel boost spawns as he's sitting there. That's happening to you a lot, Daniel. Must be nice. Chronic gonna let LJ come through, and they needed that one as 2/3 of Ultimates need to go get some boost. Daniel will take that time and reload. First killer takes it away from him. Chronic trying to keep this ball tight. Good move against Atomic, but you got Beast Mode to handle now in the back line.
Just over 90 seconds left here. This was a really important one. NRG need to get back into it, but they've been stuck. FK's shot is going to frustrate all 3 members of NRG. LJ around the corner, and what should have been a clear just fell straight into the hands of the enemy.
You know, we're saying Neo Tokyo, the curses are equal here. First killer and Atomic have both had nightmares about this map. Maybe the announcer as well, just fading into the background. And now the dings as well. They just love to get out of this one, get to game 7. Atomic trying to help get NRG started here. They've been shut down. LJ gets a perfect bounce. And the touch knocked away, but they're not done yet. LJ stole the boost. Chronic takes the pass. Massive fake from LJ, but Beast Mode comes across and still gets the pass out. Chronic was underneath, so first killer didn't want to go. There was Atomic there as well. But I mean, LJ was playing with his food there for a little bit.
He definitely was. There's a little bit of overconfidence, but that is not a bad thing whatsoever. Redirects back with enough power to go at least on target. And Daniel on goal line, almost into the ultimate half. This one pinches up from the ceiling down. Beast Mode, no touch. Atomic to Daniel, but the Ultimates are playing it safe. 2 in net with 30 seconds to go. And right now, Ultimates, all they got to do is play a very strong, clean 22 seconds.
Daniel across, back to Atomic, double commit, off the bar. And one touch will keep a rebound away from Beast Mode. Daniel sends it out. Need a goal with time left. They need the ball first. And it's not forthcoming. Time expires. We go to game 7 as if these two teams couldn't go any other way.
I mean, you wouldn't expect anything less from them. This is what most people would have deemed a grand final. This is what many people expected to be the grand final, especially after coming back from the Birmingham Major. Nobody really saw these two down here, but alas, this is where we ended up. A game 7 quarterfinal, the most meaningful match here, because this one is sending somebody out of the Raleigh Open 4.
There wasn't as many demos either on defense. NRG, they not for a lack of trying. They were trying to shake Ultimates off their rotation on defense. They couldn't do it, namely, they couldn't kill Chronic. 5 saves out of the 7 total saves from Ultimates in that game. NRG had no lack of pressure or offense in that. The difference is they couldn't actually remove Ultimates off the field enough or in those key moments. Think about the attempted double tap from, I believe it was Daniel earlier. Chronic was able to single hop, make the stop. That was a huge save for Ultimates. So Chronic coming up in clutch moments on Neo Tokyo to help Ultimates stay in the lead and keep NRG scoreless. Now we come to the end. Remember, loser here, you're not gonna have that many points. You're stuck in the quarterfinals. Both of these teams made the major. Both of these teams were a threat at the major, but one of these teams is gonna have to work a lot harder than the other after today to make sure that they are one of the 4 teams going to Raleigh.
Just a crazy turn of events that leads to a very, very intense game number 7. course, the NRG timeout is a moment for Sathu to speak to these guys and really figure out what they need to do in these last 5 minutes, at least of regulation. We don't know if we're getting another crazy OT, but how to slow the ultimates down, because the ultimates look so much more balanced, Jorby, than they did in the last few games of the series. Ultimates really have started to figure out, you know, their flow of getting back in time and transitioning out and then making it back to stop NRG in their tracks.
If they've got wherever second man is, a quick follow-up. NRG are forcing you to chase them down by creating negative space with those back passes or bringing the ball high and force you to make that challenge. Ultimates have been able to step up to that. But that's why you got to keep an eye on who's taking the boost, especially in those corners when a team's trying to set up pressure. You know, if you're watching at home, keep an eye on those midfield boosts, on those corner boosts, who's winning those bouts. That's who's going to end up starving and putting the other team under a little more pressure. When teams are about even as they are right now, a lot of times that's what it comes down to. When a team like NRG wants to beat you by holding the ball, well, it takes boost and space to get that done. Ultimates have been able to close that space as we start Game 7 for our second match of the day here on Championship Sunday. NRG in danger of losing this one and not making a grand final. Ultimates still trying to win their first event. Chronic gets challenged here. Beast mode right in the corner. LJ makes the stop, but Daniel's there. Got the dunk on first killer. Chronic diving back, not going to get the touch. Daniel steals the boost. LJ trying to shake him off the ball. And NRG pressing around the corner. Beast mode fakes that first touch. Let Chronic give that up. And a demo from Daniel onto LJ gives them space. So 2 plays from 2 players right there on NRG helps give them that ball back. They stop what would have been a nasty counterattack from the Ultimates.
A lot of pressure has come out from the Ultimates. They're going to continue it up here. First killer to the corner. LJ popped it up for Chronic, but Daniel beat him out. And they're trying to get at least creative with getting this ball around NRG. First killer takes his time, reset, second touch on target, but this one still stays out. LJ popped it towards that net there, and the follow from Chronic completely denied by Beast Mode. And Ultimates, although they are, yes, throwing themselves at this ball, NRG have finally broken out. The demo play isn't enough, though. And for now, you stay in a little bit of a stalemate, although Chronic could stop it here. He'd attempted to waterfall it. LJ recognizes and respects the NRG defense and slows down.
Good read from Beast Mode. First killer kept the ball short, brought it straight vertical, and Beast Mode got the height necessary. And that's delayed the push, but NRG, they got squeezed across, and a big save forces LJ to go back. This is an Ultimate's possession, and LJ with a full tank just whipped it away. NRG end up giving it right back. LJ got to keep it tight this time. Somehow has that catch, hits the bump underneath. Chronic had the 50 as well. Atomic lands, and the ball falls perfectly to his bumper. And what looked like it was going to be uncomfortable, Ultimates have to work a little harder. Chronic playing tight on the 50 from first killer, but there's nowhere to go, and NRG get out.
Right now, NRG are just waiting for opportunities to be presented, and one found itself here. Daniel past LJ, demoed out. Atomic already there to try and follow, but Chronic sees his moment, takes his clear, and although the clear, yes, is going into the hands of NRG, if Ultimates can at least just kind of have NRG circling their own half, that's enough to slow their momentum. Chronic takes his time, a challenge from Beast Mode. 50s this one back, Daniel to follow around the corner. LJ flips it back, and a little bit of frustration in the corner between LJ and FK as this ball needs to get carried out. NRG recognize that they can force the Ultimates to get tangled between themselves on defense.
LJ picks this up, he's through Atomic, through Daniel, LJ, no, he's denied! First killer went to go take the shot, and the game didn't even credit him for it. He wasn't the first to hit it. NRG, you thought the gate was open, but it was very much closed. That shot is just wide. Chronic still gets credited for a save. Trying to carry that ball back out. Chronic with no boost, and it's hit right into him. But Ultimates need a bit of a salve. LJ could be the wrap. As he forces his way through. First killer, though, get the bump. I'm not sure that's exactly what first killer wanted, but he'll take it. Chronic with the touch out. Pass to LJ, and the ball ends up on the opposite side of his car. No shot for Ultimates. No more possession. Daniel hops over one, forces his way through another. Atomic, big muscles, but just can't the bar.
I gotta hand it to Chronic, the amount of times that he is in a stunning position, but Daniel has his cake and eats it too. Beast mode to the sidewall. That double bump made a wide open net for NRG.
First killer, he pied Chronic in the face. Talk about having your cake and eat it too. And a huge team bump. Oh my God, they got it back. Oh my God, dude, this game. The most egregious team bump I've seen out of like the Ultimates in particular. And I'm thinking, okay, well, that's gonna be NRG one. LJ just doing LJ things right off the kickoff, bro. What is happening?
That's the most ultimate series of events too, to pull that off and then come out and clean yourself up off the post. NRG just trying to sneak one back in. Daniel takes his time off the backboard and across and Atomic to clean. NRG find their lead.
Daniel dizzying up the Ultimates here, dropping it down. Good luck trying to save that one coming across. Chronic had no boost. 3 goals in the last 20 seconds of gameplay. After what was just locked down, nobody could get anything going. No shot to do this again. Chronic, it had the placement. First killer wins a huge touch, and it stays off the board. LJ, no! First kill, no, what? That was the most pinball defense I have ever seen. What a play! NRG, how is it not 2-2?
It's not true because Atomic exists, because NRG defense is some of the best in the entire world. They got it together here, and when it mattered most, NRG took their lead. And so long as this ball hits the ground, it is theirs. Daniel to Atomic on the grass. NRG Esports can breathe a sigh of relief as they send the Ultimates home.
That shot is sad to you. That's all-timer right there.
That is the most, like,
completely
missing clip of what NRG felt in that moment.
Bro was full neck leaning back. Huge sigh of relief. He knew the trouble and the struggle it was going to be if they couldn't end up pulling out the victory there. But man, Ultimates, they were their own worst enemy. First killer, he bumps into Chronic. It's a disaster. It was already a tough play to have to make a play on. You make it worse by running into each other. You make up for that, and then you get killed by Daniel setting it up. You're not able to get back in time, and what a back and forth series. It all started with Ultimates getting a fairly clean Game 1 win. NRG not looking great, and then ever since then, NRG, they cleaned it up, looking like old NRG, proving that they're still going to be a force to be reckoned with in North America. NRG still on that path to make another grand finals. We'll got more after the break.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be nothing tonight. We crossed the line, and now it's clear to see the light behind the suffering. Believe we'll finally be free.
The budding rivalry in North America continues to have the fireworks here. Ultimates versus NRG goes the distance. Comes down to the final moments. It feels like NRG, though, get one back here. Joined by the coach, Sathy. Sathy, I saw you leaning back in the chair there at the end. How you feeling? Does the heart rate come down?
Barely. It's I'd probably still make my way down, but definitely in a better state than I was then.
Well, for the sake of entertainment, if you don't mind, can we spike it up here a little bit again? I'm gonna show you a moment, a replay from the end of Game 7. I just want your reaction to this defensive stand from NRG.
I mean,
and the topic in the second one's crazy to me.
yeah, I mean, you can't make it up. To get obviously that effort from the guys is something that, you know, we've been, just that never die effort is kind of something that we've wanted to really incorporate and really bring back, because we feel like that was something that was missing this season. But I mean, full credit to the guys. We feel like that's a play Ultimates always get away with against us, so it was nice to get one back against them.
That's gotta feel good. Finally get one back your way. I mean, Beast Mode and Daniel are I feel like are the flashy names on your team that people are always talking about. Can you talk for a moment about how important Atomic is to NRG?
Yeah, he's when it comes to sharing a vision about how to play the game, me and him are very locked together, and how we play as a team very much relies on that. So he's a big brain, big part of the team. He really does understand what needs to happen in every scenario. He fully understands what leaves his team in a better position, and I can't speak enough on how important he is to the team and just how valuable he is to any team.
I mean, it's a three-man roster. Everyone's got to be pulling their weight. Obviously, he's one of the best in the world here. Love seeing him out there on the pitch and those crazy saves. Nuts stuff. You got Complexity coming up here in just a moment. I don't want to take any more of your time here. Amit, quick thoughts on that matchup?
I mean, we have their number this season. Let's keep it going.
All right, cool. We'll see if they can get that number dialed again. Savvy, thanks so much for the time. Good luck out there on the pitch.
Thanks, Wade.
All righty, NRG come back after dropping it in Birmingham. They reset the record. Had to go to Game 7 again, though, Jorby. These teams neck and neck with each other.
They really are. And I got to say, not the cleanest series from both squads. I definitely wanted a little bit more from NRG. First of all, that pitch from Beast Mode, yeah, I'm going to say I wanted a little bit more. Second half of the series, we got the typical NRG. And they were Ultimates. I was a little disappointed with how some of the plays went. They started making mistakes, and I don't think that they really played up to snuff, especially in that Game 7. It was riddled with mistakes that they were trying to come back from, and you thought maybe they'd do it after finally coming back on Neo Tokyo. LJ making up for that team bump, getting that goal right there, and then, I mean, they gave it right back thanks to Daniel here. And sure, I mean, you're coming across and you see, oh, LJ, well, Atomic's hitting that ball no matter what. Chronic has no boost. So if he hits the save, it's a freaking miracle. So LJ has to go across and try to make something happen there. Daniel sets all of that up, makes it way too uncomfortable for Ultimates to do anything about it, and they gave NRG an inch. They took a whole mile.
I felt like in this series also the unsung hero, the most important supporting actor was the crossbar ping sound every time. just such cinema. Both teams as that sound rang through the rafters and into their ears.
I can't even fathom like being in that entire scenario, right? Like you're already like in a series you technically shouldn't have been in, right? As far as placing was concerned. And then you have to keep hearing that every time something goes wrong. And you're like, are you kidding me? They probably hate the update more than anybody on earth right now.
It was crazy stuff. But that does leave us with the Ultimates making an early exit from the bracket. We will see them play in open number 5, but their story for open number 4 ends here. NRG now have a date with Complexity. The winner of that will advance to the grand finals. NRG trying to get back after missing 2 in a row, but we have more semifinal action before we get to their matches. We're gonna let NRG take a little bit of a break here. On the side, Space Station's been preparing for this match. It's time to get it underway. Gen G Mobile 1 Racing, the story of Saturday. Do they continue, or is it midnight here at the ball? We'll find out. A battle of the gold and yellow, Jorby, and we're gonna see Kofor on the pitch once again today.
Yeah, watching the Gopher pop out of the hole and, you know, dig through the woodwork from Space Station in the last series has me thinking, okay, Space Station, you know, you took down a big one on Friday, and now you have a chance to prove yourself against Gen G, who beat NRG convincingly yesterday. I might have to see that ran back wave pug, but I think Space Station are going to be a tough out here. Complexity have the blueprint against Space Station. Like, if you force them to be the ones to have to build pressure, if you can get quality first touches, CRR showed you, this team is not much of a threat on offense. I do think you have it here with Justin and company on this Gen G squad. They look insane together. I'm still thinking about Magic Bear's interview where he said like he was kind of shocked when he's like, we're just kind of flowy. I'm just like, everything was clicking, everything was working. Is it a honeymoon for Gen G?
I mean,
on the other side, Herc, I mean, I feel like the Scribbles and the gang have been starting to really gel. It looked so much better against 9 Lives just earlier today.
Yeah, I was going to say, you want to talk honeymoons? I mean, SSG was having one of their own today against 9 Lives. Maybe not as dominant. I knew it wasn't against, like, NRG or anything, but they did look really well. I think Kofor has looked incredible, although a little less consistent. Again, the word is I'm gonna come back to, I think for them, is like domination. And Gen G, you know, they have the potential to really like pound you into the ground kind of play style, versus SSG is more like, all right, how many times can we like sneakily get away with all these things and like frustrate you into psychosis?
I feel like this matchup is who's gonna have the stronger honeymoon on the first open number 4. Both teams started peaking at the right moments, but it is single a limb from here on out. Lose here and the story is over. SSG and Gen G, the craziest part, the best part about this story here, Jorby, is one of these teams will play in the grand finals.
Yes, and I wouldn't be upset with either. Space Station, when they had Frosty, you can't help but think about that match against NRG. They were up 3-1 in that grand finals. They haven't made a grand final since that loss, but they have gotten a little bit better. Now with Kofor on the team, can they do it again? I don't know, man. Like, this Gen G team, it feels different. Like, Magic Bear seems to have taken his step up and staying up. Like, he's not going back down. This is the new normal for him. And I do think that Justin being on the team relieves the pressure on Cheese to be the striker, to be the guy to finish every single chance. Because I think he was inconsistent and is inconsistent on offense. When he's striking, I mean, he's great. But having Justin, having someone so reliable and also someone who can kick up the offense consistently on this team helps relieve that pressure from him. And I think that helps him be more consistent. I just love the makeup of this Gen G roster. And I'm more convinced by their win against NRG than I am against Space Station, with Space Station's win against 9 Lives earlier today.
I mean, Herc, I do agree with what Jorby's saying here. I feel like the best way to characterize this research for Gen G is that every single one of the players on this team feel less pressure now that they are together. They're like, oh, I can just do me, which there's a chance they could have just done them the whole time. But when you have this like idea in your head that like, oh, I've got to like carry this extra weight because my teammates are going to let me down, you play it worse just all over. All 3 of them, I think, really trust each other, and that's a huge threat for SSG.
Oh, 100%. Like we heard it yesterday in the interview. The fact that they are just naturally clicking, I think is more than enough proof that they made the right decision and that things are really going to be working out for them. The question is it a honeymoon or is this just the right fit? I gotta see the same sort of results over and over consistently to be proved wrong or right.
Well, who do you think's got it? Who do you think's gonna have the stronger honeymoon here?
All right, stronger honeymoon, Gen G by far. Give me Gen G. I mean,
Okay.
come on. How do you destroy NRG and not believe in them after that? Jorby.
Give me Justin. Give me Justin production. Put it up there.
No,
Spell
no,
Justin.
it can't be
G-E-N-G.
my fault.
most-
It can't be my fault when this falls apart. It's not my fault. They're playing the Rocket League. I don't influence the game in any way, shape, or form. Give me Gen G. Yes, it will be a sweep for Gen G. They looked that strong yesterday. There's no way they lose. There's actually a very good way. SSG is very, very good. How does chat feel about it? Because we're so clean. Yep. Yeah, that was a really convincing performance. It was a really convincing performance. And Kofor and company might just upset them right here. Reveal and Scribble's gonna be doing their best. Can they make it happen? Folks, there's 2 spots still open in the grand finals. One of them will be wearing gold. SSG on one side, Gen G on the other for a shot at the title. Play some Rocket League.
Off a season high 5 goals against NRG to close out yesterday. What does he have for an encore against Space Station Gaming? We go to Manfield Night, Game 1, brought to you by Progressive between Gen G and Space Station.
And this is all eyes on Gen G. It feels like this move to bring in Justin in place of Rlcs, one of the highest profile roster moves we've seen in a while. And it's been exciting to watch them dominate. The last time we saw them on the field, dropping 9 on NRG, but they find themselves down early on. Scribbles will strike first for Space Station just 15 seconds in.
He's picking up right where he left off. A phenomenal series not too long ago against 9 Lives, and he continues his reign of terror 15 seconds into Game 1.
After that first round today, Scribbles averaging 1.2 goals a game, topping out the charts. So he has been that #1 offensive threat so far for Space Station, but this is a triple threat team. All these young players, incredibly mechanical, capable of scoring. We'll see how Gen G responds to this early pressure.
Lots of physical play in that series against 9 Lives. In particular, Chicago was a target for pretty much all of SSG, in particular Kofor. And there's a demo taking out Magic Bear. They get Reveal in return. Justin coming along, waiting for a pass to get through that never does. And Scribbles will have to contend with Justin on the wall. Finally does get to a scoring spot. There's the demo, but Reveal can't get there in time.
Really well done, though, by Scribbles. Getting there before Justin and then winning that ball downfield. But now we see Gen G, the infield pass. Reveal cuts early. It's a hard hit. Cheese doing his best to maintain control, but loses possession. This ball is loose. Awkward for Gen G. Kofor and Scribbles will be in the back. Kofor around Cheese as well. Space Station, there's the physicality. Infield pass. Scribbles can get around it. You can see how much possession that Space Station's been able to have. They're playing at a high-speed, physical game. Team bump coming out as well from Gen G, who is being pushed to their limit.
They did it with great team play, and now they've just picked one off at midfield. Reveal into an open net. Gen G had been caught kind of out of position a couple of times, and Magic Bear got tied up with Kofor in the corner. He never had a chance.
You saw that creep over by Magic Bear over to the corner, wanted that corner boost. Cheese, you know, he was thinking he was going to be second man, and now we see a kickoff scrap from SSG, and it does result for possession, but Gen G is just not looking as sharp or as composed or organized as they were against NRG.
On a break there, that ball wasn't on target. Now Justin to follow that up and Scribb with the save. Back downfield we go, and everybody getting into position from Space Station. That goes across though for Magic Bear, and an opportunity now for Gen G to get on the board right near the midway point of Game 1. They have just been stifled in this game. Only the 2 shots, and they weren't particularly high-quality opportunities, but this one is into an open net from Magic Bear.
And I love this ball from Justin. Watch as he just trusts that Magic Bear is going to be over there. You don't see it on the replay, but if you go back and watch, Justin launched that ball before Magic Bear even got that mid boost. And Magic Bear was able to get that mid boost, turn on it, and it was such a well-placed ball from Justin that Magic Bear was able to score.
The Gen G concede the first two, but they're right back in it. We've seen this before. Justin right between the eyes. And just like that, we're all tied up.
Oh, you can see Justin chasing the defense off, messing up the rotation, stays in the play. And that is what we see more and more of Justin do. And he is not afraid to stay in that play, knows how to be a nuisance, knows how to find those nooks and crannies to operate in. And Genji wipe away that lead. Space Station had a great touch from Magic Bear. We might see more stacks.
Oh, we might clear the runway. But Justin just a little too slow there. Reveal popped it over him. Only one man back, and Cheese did just enough to keep SSG out of the net, and then back the other way. This ends up in the Space Station net. Wow.
You see Cofer reveal actually touched that ball. That is devastating. And you see it happen at every level. That challenge in the corner, you're thinking, what's the worst that can happen? And of course, you launch it all the way back into your own net. That was a tough one to stomach for Space Station. Heartbreak there, Stacks.
One thing I think it was Gibbs had mentioned yesterday, all the demos in the world won't make a lick of difference if they're not demos at the right time. Now Scrib going to work. Gopher's got 6 demos already in this game. Still a minute and a half to go. Reveal to Kofer, and that one's going to be kicked just wide. Magic Bear dealing with Scrib, and that one cleared out by Justin. Cheese all the way to the back wall, and SSG have to reset.
Magic Bear has no boost. Fed the ball to Kofer, and that is going to be a goal. And those demos do prove to be effective there. You can see the demo forcing Magic Bear to have to make a play on no boost. The respawn, Justin even being interfered with as he respawns. So finally, Space Station reaping some of the rewards of that aggressive play.
16 goals to lead all the players currently on the pitch this weekend for Kofer. With that equalizer, Scrib now going to work as Kofer's gonna have to take over, and well, one extra touch from Scrib threw everybody off. It's an open net back the other way, and Cheese creates the opening and converts.
Wonderfully done from Cheese, and he's out of boost. Picks up a single small pad, has to flip perfectly in place to get around that ball and launch it back on target. Really high pressure play from Cheese. Perfect movement over that small pad to get there. And Gen G, despite that slow start, continue to make plays, but hold on. Kofer will score it.
How about this out of Kofer? Red light, green light.
Love that wave dash from Kofa, but more demos coming out from Space Station. The hesitation into the wave dash shot, taking advantage of the space from the demo. Dynamic play here from Space Station. Now another chance, he slots it low, reveal off the feed from Kofa. This game has been crazy.
Unbelievable. Bumped Cheese, Magic Bear was falling. The timing all off. Add a couple of goals for Reveal. 1 from Scribbles, 2 from Kofer. It all adds up to a 5-4 lead. And now look out off the kickoff. Reveal had to get to the post just in case. Magic Bear denied by Scrib. Justin needs one more touch. He's got it netward, but not quite on target. Coming up on 30 seconds. How many more wild twists and turns do we have here? G's got Kofer. And Justin tried to dunk that one through Scrib, not happening.
There's lots of boost here. He's trying to leave Magic Bear, but a little awkward. Now to the 50 on Magic Bear. This is really tough for Gen G. Cheese narrowly getting to that ball, had to jump backward. Bit of a break there for Gen G.
The #1 offense in the land needed one more. They're not gonna get it. As as Kofer will put it under the bar. A hat trick for Kofer in game 1, and that should put it away.
And you could see Magic Bear having to check the rear view mirrors. The demo's traumatizing Gen G. And that could be enough, but Gen G has possession off kickoff, and Magic Bear's got boost.
Oh, and they're gonna run out of time. Space Station Gaming take game 1. Hey, we knew that they had to have something in the tank to have a chance against the top offense in the region so far this weekend. How about 6 goals and a hat trick out of Kofer?
Insane game. Stack, did you say how many demos total there were?
Total looks like 10. I think it'll come up in a moment. Oh, even more than that.
Yeah.
Well, demo.
Unbelievable amount of aggression there. And my, oh my, Space Station Gaming out here swinging. And this was a back and forth game. We saw Space Station come out really early, and then Gen G able to answer right back. But I feel like the aggression overall from Space Station was just too much for Gen G to handle. They were a little awkward on defense. You could see a few times where Gen G tried to leave the ball. You could see Cheese trying to leave a ball for Magic Bear. That ended up not working out well because of how close Space Station is playing to the ball. And Gen G, they're going to have a lot to figure out now because this Space Station team is rolling.
There's a term used in fighting games, conditioning, and it's not the conditioning you think of, it's conditioning your opponent to expect something, and that's exactly what SSG have been doing all throughout this weekend. You know they're going to bring the physical play. You know that Kofer's going to be headhunting. He had those 6 demos in like 3.5 minutes. Didn't have any after that, but just the threat was enough. You're always got to have your head on a swivel, and Gen G did not look comfortable really at any point defensively. You go up 6 to Space Station, but it is only 1 game in a long series.
Magic Bear with a shot. Scrib coming off the backboard, making a nice save. Well, we see a solo play here, has tons of boost, going for the bump. SSG not slowing down. More aggression, Justin. Will we see some fireworks out of him, Stacks?
Still just the only a goal and 2 assists out of that wild shootout in game 1. His presence here on this Gen G roster has, I mean, listen, the praises have been sung all throughout the weekend. If it continues, Scrib blocks Justin there. What else does he have? He had Reveal headed back, so kind of had to call his own number with Kofer way too far forward. That's where you're going to see Kofer a lot of this series. He's the enforcer, and you can see Gen G cars having to swerve around a lot to try and avoid him on both ends of the field. Scrib's going to have this one way downfield right at Reveal. It's amazing that he can be so effective offensively and defensively while still getting all these demo numbers. Normally, somebody just goes through demos, they're going to be out of position often, and still Kofer finds a way to be involved in the play.
I think he's just an expert at staying close to the play. Always being a threat on ball, but can swerve at the last second to take out the player. Justin, though, this feed, you can see Magic Bear doesn't want to take the risk and rotates out.
Cheese ran out of gas. Magic Bear has Justin waiting. The ball did kick out towards him, and this 50 goes well wide downfield, but it's Cheese. All day to play this. Kofer, though, up to the ceiling. Dove right in. Again, just things you may not necessarily expect from the opposition. You have to expect it against Space Station. Not a lot of time wasted letting the opposition hold the ball. That one on Magic Bear. The shot goes wide out of Reveal, and Scrib just has to let that go. He did steal the corner boost, so Gen G might be in a little bit of trouble. They do make their way downfield.
Magic Bear trusted his teammates so he could rotate out, get that mid boost. It paid off so far. You can see Gen G having the boost stabilized. Magic Bear, is he going for the bump? Tries to land one on Scrib. Justin working as best he can, but there's a demo on the backfield. Justin will pop it up for Magic Bear. Rebound chance. Cheese decides to wait at the midfield. This attack shaping up for Gen G.
Everybody scrambling just a bit. That big clear will relieve a lot of pressure. You go 6-4 in game 1 and nothing with less than 2 minutes to go here in game 2. Plenty of chances. And plenty of demos to go around as well. Kofor and Magic Bear take each other out. Cheese lets that go off the backboard. It came off cleanly, and he has to get that one away. He doesn't have a lot of help back there. And, well, he got a little help from Justin taking out Reveal. That evens out the numbers significantly. Justin's shot gonna sail high. No follow-up as Kofor rolls it out.
Ooh, and you can see the back pass, but Justin didn't make contact. Nice cut from Justin to slow things down. It's an all-out brawl right now for possession. Oh, that's a wide open net. Justin going for the challenge, and I thought he was gonna flick, but he pulled the trigger just a little bit too late.
I thought Cheese might have factored into that play as well, coming from the back, but now that one's loose in front, and Cheese down the... Oh, it's an open net, and it stays in between the lines.
Long range goal. Kofor, you saw him dive in for the bump, and Cheese got right by him.
Is that all it's going to take? What else does SSG have cooked up for the kickoff? Again, they send a decoy. Kofor with Reveal to his left. Scrib in behind. 40 seconds now. Reveal got the second touch coming from the ceiling, but Cheese is there. It throw off the initial defender.
Nice down from Magic Bear. 2 up. Nice dribble from Kofor. He'll bounce to the middle. Scrib has low boost. There's the demo. There's the goal. Space Station tie it up.
It had looked a lot better from Gen G, keeping their players on the field. Until then, Reveal disappears Cheese, and we're all tied with 20 seconds left.
See the demo chasing SSG. No boost in the tank. Just enough to get it done. Oh, this is a good chance for Magic Bear. Reset off the ceiling, backflip. Is anyone there for the shot? No, but Reveal gets it by Justin's last back with no boost. Oh, and you can see Magic Bear having to let that one go. Magic Bear hustling back into the play. That was big for Gen G.
They just send the house when they try to launch a counterattack. Here goes Scrib. Reveal is well forward, trying to harass Cheese, and Cheese avoids all the contact and still makes the stop. Now Kofor around Magic Bear. Justin has that through the air. Nobody in that particular position for Space Station. Now Magic Bear shot for the win, denied by Scribbles.
First touch, gave the ball away, but Kofor also didn't handle that ball as well as he'd hoped. Loose ball in SSG's half. Justin hitting it right to Scrib. Scrib hoping to win that 50, gets it past 1, but now Kofor last back.
He wave dash onto the ceiling for that?
The wave dashes and wall dashes have gotten insane stacked, but there's the beat. Oh, Kofor makes the save and gets a deflection on the shot. The demo from Reveal as well will relieve some pressure.
Kofor determined to take out Magic Bear. There's a demo on Justin. Net's open, not for long. Cheese is back in time. Oh, that's happened a few times for Space Station. They've been so close, but Cheese has saved the day, and we continue on. Justin gets nudged out of the way by Kofor. And can Gen G finally stabilize? They have. They're on the offensive end. Cheese, bank is closed out by Kofor.
Nice touch downfield from Reveal as well. Magic Bear losing the ball. Back pass from Reveal to Scribbles. Scribbles gets it by Justin. Touch from Cheese. This could be another chance for Magic Bear, but that's broken up again. However, Justin is right there.
I don't know if Scribs needed that corner boost. His teammates might have been able to make better use of it, but it's worked out well enough. We go into the 3rd minute of overtime. Kofor's going to take charge here. Second touch to, well, try to set up Scrib, but realized Magic Bear had them all beat. They're now Gen G looking to level the series. Justin blocked by Kofer. Now Magic Bear. Nothing there. Cheese waits for the rebound and Scribbles with the save. Still, Gen G swarming over the net, and it's Justin with the OT winner.
Oh my, Justin, where did he come from? He was the one who picked it off the ceiling, chased it back down, and in the chaos comes out on top. Another clutch goal from Justin.
Just add it to the list. Every team he's been on, just a natural winner.
And all tied up. His face, it didn't seem like there was much of a reaction. Just another day in the office, but Justin used to hitting big-time goals. That game, that was so back and forth. 8 saves from Scrib. There were times where Gen G did have a lot of pressure, and this was a game where just physicality continued, battles with low boost, narrow saves like that save from Kofer doing the squishy save. And then this last play, Justin hitting it up off the ceiling, just trying to make things as chaotic as possible. And that is where Justin thrives.
8 of his team's 13 saves, still not enough for Scribbles to lead SSG across the finish line in Game 2, a season high for Scribbles. But not enough as Justin just jackhammers one home in OT, and we're back level through 2 games as we get ready to go to DFH Stadium and break a 1-1 tie. Both teams, of course, still have their timeouts very early on in this series, and 2 very capable coaches ready to use those timeouts when the time comes. Will it be with a team up 2-1? We'll find out as we kick it off at DFH.
We'll see if it continues to be as much of a slugfest as this has been on the demo side of it. Backflip from Cheese,
And the pitch wide. Cheese bailed out on that one.
He could have waited too.
Yeah, I mean, you felt rushed in a situation like that, I'm sure. But that was almost a giveaway goal early on for Gen G.
Scrib to the heavens. Has some support coming. It's Kofer's shot blocked away. He just parked the bus in front of the goal, and it was enough. Reveal all alone at the back, and he'll make sure there's no clean rebound.
Scary pinch. That had a lot of power on it. Well defended. Now Gen G trying to break out of their own half. Scribbles stops things at the midfield. Reveal trying to get back to it again. Did get a piece of it, but Kofer doesn't have much boost. Maybe trying to just zone out Gen G by going for that ball. Justin picks up. Immediate shot, but Kofer there to save it once more.
That corner boost, it does go to Reveal, and he'll start charging forward alongside Kofer. It's going to be Reveal needed. He'll just slow down Justin. That's all he can do. That's all many people have been able to do throughout his career. Magic Bear on target-ish and set out from the SSG defense. Kofer can't follow that play as he's bumped. Doesn't matter. Script shot! Knifes the top right!
What a swat from Scribbles. Kofer gets it up over the first defender, and Justin is challenging, thinking that if Scrib shoots it high, there's no way he's going to be able to get it on target, but a perfect top corner shot up and over Justin. Beautifully done by Scribbles.
6 goals in the previous series, 3 to tie for the lead with all scorers in this one. And still plenty more work to do. Some of that work right now is on the defensive end. Magic Bear has Cheese coming on. Cheese's shot stopped by the man of the hour, Scribble.
See Scribbles with just a single pad, ready to play defense on that shot. Another pass across net this time. Cheese puts it on target and scores it. We've got a tie game.
Looks like they're waiting for the shot, and then there's no way there's anybody over there, right? Oh, there sure is. Cheese adds to his impressive tally on the weekend. And we just keep going back and forth. Haymakers left and right.
This does feel like a series that could easily go to Game 7 with how close it's been. More demos from Kofer, 2 back-to-back. And Magic Bear can't get to the ball in time, just doesn't have the boost. There's another bump opportunity and another goal. Space Station Gaming are playing an annoying style of offense stacks with the amount of bumps and demos they're going for.
Reveal is obviously shooting this, right? No. And he had the defense dancing like puppets on a string. My God, I mean, you look back at what happened yesterday against Complexity and you go, okay, maybe this team isn't actually for real. And then you see them playing like this, and this is just fun to watch. Is it the most fundamentally sound Rocket League? Probably not. But I love seeing some points on the scoreboard, by God.
I almost feel like I have to look away. The amount of demos that we've seen has been crazy. It's been a punch you in the mouth style from Space Station, and now a chance for Gopher again. The Space Station, they have been throwing punch after punch and landing it right on the jaw of Gen G.
Oh my God, oh, Gopher was up, but could not convert. Oh, brought me out of my seat. Gopher tries again. That one's off the crossbar and the post. Everything but the net. The lead remains just one. Listen, to be successful, you either play the meta or you break the meta. Space Station trying to do the latter. Scribbles, center, reveal, blocked by Cheese.
It just reminds you of the old Space Station, who was known for their physical play. This is 2.0, and Scribbles, even after contact, able to land and clear that ball out. The Space Station, they have, as an org, defined what it means to be physical and aggressive on the pitch.
First got enough to keep this play alive. Flip resets it up, reveal after the rebound. Scrimp down, floater, 3-1.
An excellent patience from Scribbles as well. That shot off the bar and out. You can see the slowdown. And then Scribbles changing his car so he doesn't get a lot of power. Actually slows it down and puts it behind the defense, essentially throwing a changeup. And that was exactly what was needed. Got a bit of a cushion now for Space Station Gaming.
Oh, numbers. Watch the demo. Magic Bear on an island, and Scribbles will score right by him.
Gopher taking that space, keeping Magic Bear off the ball, but you know what he's saying? He's saying, take it, take it, take it. It's Grip. He comes up, takes the ball, walks it in. Gopher, lead blocker. Wonderful play.
I believe the first hat trick of the season for either Reveal or Scribbles. And it comes in a big spot in Game 3 against a very tough Gen G squad. And surely that's got to be enough, right? If not, this would be. Scribbles blocked by Justin. Reveal can't follow this out of the corner. Gonna leave the corner boost for Gen G. Says a mercy. Magic Bear trying to keep the play alive, but we dip down inside 30 seconds, and Justin can only watch this one go back, and they got to play defense, and that's not going to help them get back on the scoreboard. Magic Bear's got Reveal and Scribbles in front of him, doing all he can, and they're just going to run out of time here. Space Station Gaming have finally broke the series open, and they're going to take a 2-1 lead into Utopia Coliseum.
Impressive stuff from Space Station Gaming. And you feel like surely there's got to be a timeout right now coming from Gen G. Space Station Gaming looking phenomenal. Scribbles having a career day so far, a hat trick in this game. But I really feel like Gopher has been so valuable in this series for Space Station Stacks. How integral he's been in so many of these plays and how many demos he is landing, and even bumps that doesn't even show much on the scoreboard, but bumps as well. Huge factor. Gopher has been landing on left and right.
Yeah, I mean, every time when you look at the leader for demos, and yes, due to Magic bumps as well, it has been Gopher, and again, to reiterate, also still involved in the attack and in defense. He's not been caught out of position much. Don't want to say, it is a non-zero number of times, but not enough to actively hinder SSG. The adjustments that Space Station has made after, a very disappointing series on their end for sure against their former teammate Frosty and Complexity, it's been noticeable. The physical play has continued. They haven't necessarily given up their identity while still getting the offense rolling. And for a team like Gen G, who's accustomed to getting whatever they want on the offensive end. Yeah, their numbers are bloated a little bit by what they did yesterday. Yeah, they have been left very uncomfortable and off balance, I think is the best way to put it, through these first 3 games.
And kept off balance because they keep getting hit over and over and over again. And this is a rematch from I believe the Swiss stage stacks. Gen G was actually able to take down Space Station, if I'm not mistaken. But I feel like this is just it has to be a different strategy for Space Station. Probably going back, taking a look at that film, trying to make some adjustments. And man, the adjustment has been released Kofor to chase him down, demo him, bump him, and it's been working great. Gen G, you could tell they were a little bit off kilter, and there was a moment there too where Gen G was trying to match the aggression on the bumps, but they weren't landing as many. And now it's going to take a timeout and an adjustment for Gen G to get back on track. The series is by no means out of reach, only 2-1 in favor of Space Station, but Space Station really seemed to have gotten rolling on that last game, Stacks.
When you think about effective demos, you're thinking about an attacker sweeping across in front of the net and picking up a demo there. A lot of times it's on the wings. It's disrupting the rotations. That's what Kofor's done. That's what most of SSG's demos have been. Out around midfield, out around the wings, making sure that Gen G can't get back into position. And then they're getting empty nets as a result. 10 goals in their 2 wins. The one low-scoring game went to Gen G Mobile One Racing. What we get now at Utopia. Kofor trying to contend with Magic Bear. And Cheese had one lined up, peeled off at the last second, realized Reveal had him beat. And things looking a little awkward coming out of the timeout now for SSG defensively, but they don't concede any shots in the first minute.
Just enough play you're trying to keep your eyes on, but just like that, Reveal scoring it. You can see Cheese in the corner, opts to get the boost, can't get to the ball in time. Justin might have been a side flip there. You can see the awkward positioning by Gen G on defense, and that is the last thing you want if you're Gen G coming out of a timeout, is conceding the first goal in that way.
Oh, Magic there. A similar angle to the reset he scored yesterday. Does not have any similar flair for the dramatic up his sleeve just yet. He's down from his own back wall, trying to slow everything down just a little bit. Goes all over this, and pass one. Kofor takes charge. Reveal will go to the mid and come all the way back as Scribbles takes a shot. Cheese has that save. You're just seeing Space Station not overcommitting. What a pass to Scribbles! Kofor with a beauty on a dime.
Radar gun on this one, clocking in at 78 miles an hour, an absolute dime. You can see Justin doing everything he could, trying to pre-flip over there, maybe get a save, but it was too good a pass and too good a shot.
Winner here goes to the grand finals. Magic Bear, throw it at the net, hope something good happens. That something was the ball headed right back towards his own net. Reveal has Scribbles in support, just hands it off to him. Now it's Kofor's turn to play rebounder, but this goes all the way back and it's for Reveal.
We're jumping early. You never know if that means he's going for a bump or a pre-jump. Looking for that pass. Gen G starting to lose all momentum. Space Station looks unstoppable right now. Cheese will have to leave that for Justin. No boost, but in a big challenge from Kofor stops the counter.
Remember what made Gen G so effective last year? Talking about the old Gen G. Oh, what a shot from Kofor coming in from the ceiling. It was just so unorthodox. It was so unlike anything else anybody was prepared for in North America. There's a demo from the lead blocker, and Cheese will score.
Beautiful early recognition there. You can see Cheese immediately letting Magic Bear go upfield, puts the shot in, and as soon as Cheese pulls the shot, this is a situation where you see the shot come first before the demo. Magic Bear looking to see where that shot's going. As soon as Cheese locks in that shot, Magic Bear just has to cut off the only line of defense on that ball and did that perfectly. Great play, great awareness, good vision from Magic Bear. Gen G are back into this game.
And look towards exactly what happened with the previous Gen G roster as to how this SSG team could beat First Killer and Chronic. But the ultimate says Cheese back the other way, right under the bar, and Gen G had suddenly kind of picked up the pace, and I'm shocked Reveal just couldn't get to this. He was very indecisive on his way back. It was like he was walking all the way.
Well, also Cheese getting there in time. Dribbles hit it right into him, perfectly right into him. And Cheese gets such a good touch that he could stay on the play for a shot. I don't think anyone was expecting Dribbles to get red that hard.
Well, just like that, Gen G is back into not just this game, but the series. They're carrying the momentum into the later stages of Game 4, but SSG very capable of wrenching it right back. As Gopher's going to put it over the block, very quickly off the backboard to send it outfield. Reveal. Lob was a little bit high. Justin had to respect it. Dribbles gets knocked back across midfield, and this is Cheese's ball all the way.
He's got a lot of time. Justin getting there in time. Heavy first hit, the crossfield pass. Magic Bear hit, crept too far into the corner. Justin was looking to get it back to him.
Well, the passes are there. The lanes are open. Connections not so much. Dribbles in a tough spot. He couldn't jump, and Magic Bear made him pay.
And what a play from Cheese. Lobu even cut Justin off, who was rotating into the play. Justin was thinking it was his ball, but good thing Cheese was in charge of getting that out to the middle where Magic Bear was waiting.
3 unanswered goals as Gen G in front. How many more fireworks do we have at Utopia? Dribbles with Gopher running forward, so not available for a pass. Reveal is there though, and he's got enough to challenge Magic Bear. Dribbles has a lane to shoot through. He's got people to pass to, but instead put it right into the teeth of the defense.
Looking for another demo. This gives a lot of space to Gopher on this play.
Down to 20, who's gonna turn on this? Justin has it all the way. Down towards Magic Bear. Double tap to put it away! He bounces it home!
Magic Bear and Cheese have taken this game into their own hands. A lovely loft as well from Justin. Magic Bear instinctually going up for that double tap, making it look so easy.
Have to be alert on the kickoff at least, and this time the theatrics cost them. And that is a bow wrapped neatly on game number 4 for Gen G.
And you could see Justin immediately going for that shot down the middle. Gen G has seen enough of these kickoff antics to expect it. And that has secured game number 4 for Gen G, tying up the series in a big game as well. Coming off that timeout to win by a good margin. It felt like things were starting to get going for Space Station, but now Gen G, the team with the momentum.
Gen G trying to wrest back control of this series. Try to just get into the driver's seat. They've turned this best of 7 effectively into a best of 3 now, 2-all.
And it looks like we got a shot of Reveal leaving for a moment, so we can expect a timeout here from Space Station Gaming, and an interesting time to call a timeout, tied up in the series at 2 games apiece. But Space Station, they looked like they had figured out Gen G last game, but this is where maybe that extra support staff of Kepler and Rock Greg can really make a difference. And you see Space Station, even in this game, up early. Look at the score. It was less than half the game to go. Space Station was up by 2, but then Cheese was activated. Magic Bear hitting that double tap as well. Justin, that perfect pass over to Magic Bear. Gen G really got going in that back half of that game, and now are in a great spot looking forward into the series, Zax.
In an esport where the players hold so much sway and so much rests on their shoulders, you wonder how effective support staff can be. Talking about coaches, analysts, and any other support staff, mental coaches and such that an organization may have. And Gen G, I think, has been a testament to that for a while. They have bought into this system where it's not always just one voice. There is a lot involved in Gen G's preparation for these events. And so even with a roster that, I mean, listen, what they've got now is a significant improvement over what they had in the first split, and what this roster has been just almost miraculous what they've been able to accomplish over the past year and a half. Seeing them buy into a system where so many people are involved is kind of a breath of fresh air, because I think a lot of players are going to have the ego of, well, you can't do what I do, why should I listen to you?
Oh, certainly, but it just the results have been there. They started slow, but to have the crazy run, Gen G making that insane run, the Gen GK weekend, I think it just showed you what that system is capable of. And Justin, to come into this roster and so early have such a promising result, especially beating down NRG. You can't forget the 9 goals that
I wasn't going to bring it up, James, but
But I mean, it's something that you never see done. Most teams don't score 9 in a best-of-7 series against NRG.
Now we go to Aquadome. The crowd will take a back seat. They'll wait for us at Neo Tokyo. Gopher, as revealed down underneath. Now it's a wide open net for Scribbles. Everybody forward for Space Station. And that, coming out of the timeout, is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Magic Bear was just floating there. That touch was not what was needed, but it was pure panic. Just trying to pick up the pieces. And it has been a crazy series so far. Magic Bear, sure he'll want that one back, but Gen G, they were trailing by 2 in the last half of the game, so there's a lot of Rocket League left to play. Gen G locking right back in.
So much of this game has been won and lost in the air, this whole series. Gopher, second touch. Falls right to Cheese. Justin will be watching for a moment. Grip from the ceiling. Justin's back into the play and makes the save off the respawn. Reveal pulled the string. Can he tuck this one home? No. Magic Bear is right there to beat him every step of the way.
Magic Bear battling to get those 50s. Now gets demoed from behind. This will be a free ball for Reveal. Trying to go for that Zen shot. Didn't work out that time.
Now Gopher doesn't really have a whole lot of options. Dribbles trying to jump out in front of Magic Bear and keep that play available. He has. Cheese will power it away. Scribbles making sure to grab about 300 boost on his way back. Feather that one down for Gopher, and here comes SSG again. It just feels like right now Gen G are making a stop and then sending it downfield, going, okay, let's reset. This time, though, they've got a wide open net, but they just couldn't get on the ball again. A ball that just kind of floated in the air forever, and neither had the boost to go up and get it. Are they going to pay the price? No, not just yet. It's G's, though, all alone. Just barely made the save.
G right behind here. Gopher racing for that corner boost, didn't get it. Now Magic Bear will be able to turn back in and put that boost to use.
All the way across, usually somebody over there when Gen G's making the pass, but this time it just completely gets through.
And Magic Bear does miss a touch on this ball. It didn't look like it really affected. Well, man, that is tough to see. I was watching the play from Reveal's point of view. That was a crazy touch. But I don't know if it really moved the ball much or added much to it. So Magic Bear still getting the goal. Apparently he must have got a whisker of a tire on it.
Oh, whatever the case, they'll take it. Cheese is still forward, and he banged it down right to Gopher. Reveal in the way of Justin's follow-up, and it's going to be Cheese scrambling back. He will do so with a full tank as well, and just ahead of Gopher. Gopher's gonna turn on this too. Why not? He's seen an attack he doesn't like. Magic Bear.
He doesn't go for. I mean, it's been crazy.
Right.
The trade there, and our statistician letting me know that leading into this game, we've averaged about 11.5 demos per game from these teams, which is insane.
This is why the pros play two so much, because you have to play with two players sometimes. Here's Kofer. Shot wide, no follow-up. Justin all the way. Moving downfield, everybody's got boost again now for Gen G. Cheese gonna take this himself, try to go through reveal. Grip was still there. Now Magic Bear just watching as this one goes back over his head. He's got to catch up to it. Kofer was there with him on the corner. Reveal with a good 50. Now Scribbles in front, but nobody else is there for SSG.
Cheese trying to do a lot with a little here on the boost. Does get a nice 50 and goes for another one, keeping the ball in the corner. Magic Bear lobs that towards net. Reveal getting dunked on by Justin. Right back to Magic Bear, and the shot is just in hopes of keeping Space Station low on boost. And Cheese does grab that corner boost. Nice positioning from Gen G, but that is a massive clear, and Gen G will be forced to reset.
Reveal is over there as Magic Bear chasing him down. Oh, big shot from Cheese out of the side as he picked their pocket. But nothing brewing just yet. 38 seconds. Grib over towards Kofer. Bank is closed as Cheese will have it away. 30 seconds reveal against Magic Bear. Magic up to the task. Second touch threw off Justin though. He has to put in a little extra work and has done so. Clever first touch by Kofer to avoid Cheese. We dip down inside 20. And it's Gen G looking for the final say in game 5. But Reveal says no.
Nice positioning there from Reveal on the back wall. On low boost. Scribbles had just barely stole that corner from him. Always the last second heroics. No, Justin will guide that ball to the ground, and winner of this game will take the lead in the series, Stacks.
Neither side has a timeout. Gen G used theirs and got a win out of game 4. SSG used theirs coming into this game. Feel like a wasted one if they don't come out on top 3-2. Big Kofer. What else does he have? He needs a lot more. Dribbles all alone in the back, and he's got a half flip to just kind of cover all the options. NG did slow it down significantly, and they've completely thrown off SSG, and Space Station is lucky that Justin didn't just walk one in.
Gen G far back. And like you said, Stacks, that was a dangerous ball. Space Station lived to fight another day. The bump. Kofer going for the double. Good interrupt there from Justin. Dribbles with the rebound off the bar. The shot follow-up from Kofer also not there, and Kofer will back pass it all the way to Reveal.
Kofer has Reveal with a full tank. Reveal, drop down for Kofer, and that second touch threw everybody off except Cheese. He's got the clearance, trying to go after Scribbles, not gonna happen. And everybody getting a little antsy here. Not a lot of boost to go around. Justin's shot blocked by Reveal, and the rebound covered up by Kofer and Magic Bear.
Scribbles recognizing the challenge, hitting it past the defender. It's a lot of boost for Space Station. You can see Scribbles turn to go for that bump as well.
Lots of connections throughout this game. So pivotal. Up to the wing, it's Kofer for himself. Got this down in front, but Cheese is there. Reveal, indecisive,
oh, it's open.
Wide open. Gen G on top.
Wide open net. Reveal gets dunked on by Cheese so hard. The Cheese 50s have been game-winning for Gen G. Cheese, he is locked in.
Locked in and in front. One win away from what would be back-to-back NA Grand Finals.
It's crazy to think about. Most people
They have Gen G very close to the top 4, more rating them near that 7-8 spot with the previous roster. They did the unthinkable, winning a regional to make the major at Birmingham, and then roster change, bringing in Justin. People wondering, you know, there's a lot of people who are unhappy about it. Stacks Reynolds obviously very popular. Justin not having the same results on the teams that he's been on as of late. A lot of people questioning that move, but they are so close to getting back to another grand final against a Space Station team that is no pushover whatsoever.
And everybody's seeing exactly what the trust was all about in Cheese and Magic Bear. This duo has been outstanding. So we go to Neo Tokyo. And Space Station Gaming, this high-flying offense, has to figure out a way to prolong this series and get us to Champions Field. 2 series in a row. Let's see if it happens.
And Gen G love that bot kickoff. They just send 2 people feed flipping at the ball. They love doing that. Seen a lot of kickoff strats in this series. We saw Justin score on a kickoff, calling the kickoff bluff of Space Station.
Justin having that goal stolen right at the goal line there. Would have been his 2nd overtime winner in this series. Just, it never ceases to amaze how timeless Justin has been throughout his career.
He's a big-time goal scorer. That is what Justin is. I think that really defines his career. And he's been doing it for such a long time at the highest level. But now, Gen G having to play defense here. The demo from behind, still not out of it yet. But Gen G's swerve away. That pinch sends it all the way out. Gen G reaching deep into their bag of tricks.
Ball's right in front of our goal line. The whole team's coming. What do we do? You know, just casually ninja 50 all the way down to the opposite corner. Spectacular stuff out of Gen G, trying to hold control of this series now. Put it away. Their first lead in the series. Justin off the back wall. And Cheese, maybe he thought Magic Bear was going to be coming up a little sooner. He was still way at the back. He had to put on the brakes, and Magic Bear's got this one.
Hand off from Cheese. Cheese tries to poke it high, but Scribbles was there. Reveal didn't get the touch on the ball that he was looking for, and that put Space Station in a tough spot. Now they are forced to play defense, all resulting from that missed touch at the midfield. Scribbles, single pad, that's all he can do to get it out. He dives in with nothing.
Demos have not been as plentiful for Space Station over the last 7 or 8 minutes of gameplay. Goes Kofer, downfield, right at Cheese. Space Station forced to play a lot more defense than they're accustomed to. And they weather the Gen G storm. Here goes Justin. Shot on, blocked away by Reveal.
Another demo.
Follow-up. Justin, the demo.
Back-to-back demos.
There for Justin.
And Justin earns this goal. Back-to-back demos. It opens up the net. And that is an easy goal for Gen G, who are just 2 minutes and 28 seconds away from another Grand Finals appearance.
The doctor serving up a dose of SSG's own medicine. Kofer has Reveal. Reveal's gonna put the brakes on, set it up for Scribbles, and the block made by Justin, despite all the contact and all the congestion in front. Magic Bear just gonna steal some corner boost. Justin right there at midfield. He can go for this and might have got his flip back, doesn't matter. He's done enough. Goes back to Magic Bear, going after Scribbles, not finding him.
A little bit of revenge there. Rebound out for Scribbles. Trying to put that high off the backboard. Gen G low on boost. Scribbles infield pass. Reveal was way too far away. Now Kofer will have to make this play.
And the Reveal was getting chased from behind too. He might have got nudged forward towards the opposite net. Kofer after this ball, and it goes off of him and Justin. Now Magic Bear just has one floating right in front. Set up on a tee for him, saved by Scribbles. But now Scribbles just gonna launch one downfield after the whiff on the side, and Cheese cleans up the Gen G mess. This could be trouble if Cheese doesn't have it, and he does, all the way down to Magic Bear. And now, Reveal in a tough spot. Magic out to Cheese. Justin lurking. If SSG isn't careful, they're gonna find one in their net again. Justin goes by. Here's the Bear, and it's right at Reveal.
Magic Bear is trying to throw a changeup there. Work down. Against Justin. Now Justin. A little bit of boost. See the mid boost being left for Justin. Magic Bear now moves in. What will he do? High touch. Rotate out. Time on the side of Gen G.
Oh, Reveal's stuck in a real tough spot there. Doesn't know where to go. He's just driving around almost aimlessly. He was going after Justin, but Gen G, meanwhile, able to work downfield and waste more time off the clock. Gopher coming through, trying to go under Magic Bear. Reveal's kept the play alive. Used all his boost to get this over to the side. 13 seconds, had to go for the midfield boost, and Cheese will launch downfield. Scrib is in the air. The pass is on target! Oh, what a play! Over in the net!
Beautiful team play. Kofer turns upfield, locked in, bumps Justin just enough to open that window for Scribbles.
Unbelievable. In crunch time. And now they go with a more standard kickoff. With 1 second, Reveal. No time on the clock. Double commit out of Gen G and a huge win by Cheese. Can he set up Justin? Are they going to break SSG's little hearts? No, they will not. We go to overtime at Neo Tokyo.
Gopher's aggression would help get Space Station Gaming back into this game. Well, we see a game 7, a good start in overtime for Gen G. Magic Bear will pinch that over to the corner, and Justin think about moving in, but it's a low boost boom from Scribbles.
Gopher and Magic Bear again take each other out. Reveal has just served one up to Cheese. And now one to beat. Oh, what a save on the goal line by Scribs.
Scribbles keeping the hopes alive. Now a pitch pass up the middle, and that's knocked to the side.
Reveal trying to bully his way forward. Loose in the slot and set out by Cheese. Another save out of him. 3 of the team's 7. Justin with Magic Bear down in front, and everybody's going to retreat. Get boosted up, one would think. Cheese has a full tank now. Magic the demo on Kofer, and Scribbles in a nearly impossible spot. Manages to keep Gen G at bay long enough to get some support.
Back pass from Justin, found that little space to find Magic Bear. Now the shot goes for the double, it hits off the bar and goes low. Cheese was thinking it would bounce out higher. That crossbar, that bounce, oh man, that was so close for Cheese.
That was the series. Reveal, quick turn at midfield. Trying to beat 2. Cheese over top of him, Justin's there, so is Scrib. And Magic Bear had to juke around an oncoming attacker. It was Reveal going for the bump. Reveal up at midfield. Does he have enough to stay with it? Down in front, but nobody's there. Magic Bear the clearance. Oh! Reveal sends up the Champions Field.
You can see the panic from Magic Bear. Instead of being able to control it and stay behind it, poked it out and gave that ball away, which resulted in that opportunity for Scribbles shooting it off the bar. Reveal there to launch that in. Space Station Gaming stole game 6.
Not the first game they've stolen today. Ask 9 Lives how they feel about game 1 earlier. They have found a way. Scribbles with, I believe, his first assist on that Reveal overtime winner.
And it was off a good shot. And it even
was almost his 9th goal.
Look at this last play, the 1-2-3 player involved, the perfect pass over. You know, how fitting is it, Stack, that
the determining play in that game was a Kofer bunt. He has been so aggressive. We've seen him and Magic Bear taking each other out. I don't think I've seen so many trades with demos that I've seen between Magic Bear and Kofer. But that bump paired with the perfect shot was just enough to get that overtime. And my, oh my, Space Station, I thought they were down and out, Stacks, but they have come roaring back.
It all comes down to one game to put somebody into a grand final. Will it be this young Space Station squad, or will it be the grizzled veterans of Gen G Mobile One Racing? Justin trying to lead the Bear and Cheese to the promised land at Champions Field. Here we go.
Justin with a chance to score and slots it. Justin's name hanging from the rafters. He's used to scoring on this map. And he sees Reveal lined up. Perfect shot. It actually hit off the post a little bit and bounced off Reveal and went in.
Do some advanced math to find a way through there. Put that through a keyhole. Magic Bear looking to double that lead, but it goes right at Scribbles. Oh, there's a demo. Scribbles pushed it a little bit wide. Cheese does catch up to it. Now Magic Bear is going to run forward. He's got Kofer in his sights, and Kofer up very early and avoids everything.
Magic Bear was trying to do as much as he could with that little bit of boost. Now we see the immediate response. Reveal scoring that overtime winner. Now hanging out in front of net, waiting for these chances. And a perfect shot gets it up and over Justin. Needed to shoot that high or low. Justin covering that mid portion of the net. Great shot from Reveal.
Scribbles had scored 8 goals in this series before he got his first assist with that overtime winner. And now, back-to-back assists. Reveal and Kofer in defense. It'll be Reveal's ball as he lets Justin go on by. Kofer give him the old Olay in front of the net as well. And Justin will try to break out quickly. Scrib is up as well. Get a piece of that ball. And Cheese will follow it up nicely. And back and forth they go in the first minute.
This pitch was so good from Justin. Scribbles challenging, and Justin recognizing that he could get that ball off the backboard in the danger zone by going for that ceiling pinch, and it was perfect.
Oh, Scribbles, hard cheat forward. Magic Bear over everybody! The Bear is fed!
Cheese having a heck of a series, controlling the ball, gets it to Magic Bear, and Magic Bear right down Main Street, dead center of the net, just underneath the crossbar. Gen G, they are going all out. They see the finish line.
Scribble's gonna run onto one here. Down 2 goals. From the ceiling, Magic Bear is there at the backboard to make the stop. Justin coming back, and he lined up Reveal the whole way. Over all alone, had a little bit of help from Scrib on the side, but Scribbles can't catch this. Cheese places another one perfectly, and Gen G are running away on Champs Field.
Cheese is going for the jugular, finding his mark, putting that far post, and one thing you can say about this team is that they can perform under pressure. We know it. Gen G, Magic Bear and Cheese having to win to make it in. They win, make it in under the most pressure possible. And this pressure of Game 7 is a situation where all of them, even Justin, are thriving.
Still 3 minutes to go. All the momentum belonging to Gen G for now. Kofer's shot blocked by Cheese. Reveal now to try and dump one back in, but it's sent right back out. Cheese looking for yet another. Kofer the initial stop, and a loose ball all the way out to midfield. And Magic Bear almost inviting Kofer in before he yanked it away. His shot blocked out by Scribbles right there in front of the corner.
It's open.
And a wide open net again, and Magic Bear didn't score! Oh my goodness!
That was wide open. Gen G thankful that they've got a 3-goal lead, but
That was wide open.
That is impossible. Reveal. Only Justin to beat. Easier said than done. Coming up on the 2-minute mark. There's still plenty of time. Will that miss be enough to get SSG back into it? Scribbles, quick turn. His shot blocked out by Magic Bear. He came from behind the ball to make the save.
And that was a big save, because after missing a chance like that, to let Space Station within 2 with that much time on the clock would be a recipe for disaster, and it still might be.
Oh, Reveal with
There's a demo
there.
Scribbles somehow manages to control it, at least on that first touch.
Running out of time, running out of opportunities. Gopher still forward. Everybody jammed up in front of the Gen G net. Reveal's got to go after this. Doesn't have much left in the tank. Gopher needs another touch. Doesn't have it. Magic Bear's in the way. Another one sent towards the net. G's just trying to play keep away, and he's done so through 2. Gopher will leave the midfield boost. He didn't need it. Up to the heavens, down hard, and blocked off the crossbar. Dribbles or Reveal. Selfless play, but still not enough. Gopher now. Coming up on the minute mark. Magic Bear, the easy save. Only one to beat, and Reveal just gets in the way.
We have under a minute left to go. Stack 3-goal lead here for Gen G. Just have to play safe, lock this down, and they will be going to the grand finals once more.
Gopher just trying to get a piece of Magic Bear. Nobody's got the ball. Finally, Gopher dives in. And it looked like Cheese and Magic Bear might have run into each other for a moment. Still a small window of opportunity for SSG, but they got to score right now. And time is not on their side. Cheese down to Magic Bear. And one more will certainly do it. Magic Bear almost delivered, and now SSG have just been pinned for way too long. Gen G Mobile One Racing take SSG's best shot, and they give it right back to them. With Justin leading the charge, Gen G goes back to work into the grand finals again.
An amazing series, an instant classic. Justin having a phenomenal game. Cheese's 50s. His dunks were so good. I feel he was so impactful. Magic Bear also having a crazy shot in this game, and then also the missed open net. But you can see smiles all around for Gen G. This was remarkable, and you have to admire the mentality from Gen G to be able to come out and get this Game 7 win after giving up Game 6 in a heartbreaking fashion, letting a goal into those final 6 seconds, losing in overtime. But then Game 7, they showed you what they were made of. After the experience that these players have had on Gen G, you'll wonder if anything can shake them. And they have made it back to another grand finals, and it's going to be one you don't want to miss. Do not miss this grand finals coming up.
And it doesn't even matter who they're against, right? I mean, whether it is NRG or whether it is Complexity, they are going to have their hands full dealing with the #1 offense in the tournament. Gen G Mobile One Racing get a smorgasbord of goals out of Magic Bear, Cheese, and Justin. Clutch strikes all around. And it's Gen G in their second consecutive final. And they start off the second split with a bang. Have to wait a while to find out.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
The hits keep coming here. SSG and Gen G go to game 7, but Gen G able to finally clutch it up at the end there and run away with it in a high score in series. Back and forth, 6-4 in game number 1, 5-2 in game number 4. Goals all over the place. I'm joined by Raw Greg, the coach of Gen G. How does your heart handle shootouts like this? Do you prefer the low scoring series where it's real close the whole time, or when it's like in that game 1, what were you thinking?
No, I prefer the ones where we win pretty comfortably, but we don't do that very often. So, yeah.
That one makes a lot of sense. Well, I mean, hey, Cheese is doing a lot of work for you winning comfortably here. He's number 1 in the event in goals, score, assists, and shots right now. Talk to me about Cheese. What is he doing for your roster?
I mean, besides the fact that, you know, he's a demon on the field, I think that intangibly as a leader, I mean, he's grown so much. So, especially throughout that series, I think we started off pretty slow. And Cheese was just the catalyst for us to get back into that series. I mean, his energy, his leadership, his direction, it saved us.
Incredible. Yeah, well, and you guys look so much just more free in general. Like everyone looks so much more relaxed and kind of in their groove. What's the process of integrating Justin been like for the team?
Difficult because, you know, we only had like a week and a half to do so. So it was insane, just the amount of turnaround. But the guys have been working so hard and they love playing with each other. So I think it's been a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. But I mean, just getting Justin in, I mean, he believes in what we do a lot. And to hear that coming from somebody who's a world champion, it makes us feel really, really good. And it makes us feel confident in what we do. And just going out in the field and obviously getting results, it's making him more and more confident by the second.
Absolutely. Well, hey, Greg, you're in back-to-back online grand finals here with Gen G. Don't want to make you focus on it too much here, but NRG versus Complexity is next. Who do you want in the grands?
I think I got NRG here. I want to see NRG for a rematch in the grand finals. Obviously, I love all those guys at NRG. Seth, you, Dan, Beast, Atomic. I mean, those are all great guys. So I'm thinking NRG here.
What a statement it would be to beat them twice in the same event here. We'll see if you can do it out there. Good luck on the pitch. We'll see you in the grand finals.
Thank you, Waypunk. Appreciate you.
All righty, we've got one more match to go before the ultimate title is on the line, folks. Gen G, though, versus SSG. Woo! This one was exciting. This one was spicy. Gentlemen, I mean, how did you feel about this match?
So, let me get this straight. I think we started out slow. Scored 6 goals in 2 games. Like, that's slow for these guys. You kidding me? Oh my goodness. I mean, they only won like 1 game where they like had to score a bunch of goals, right? I mean, they had a couple of overtime winners, very low scoring games in that series, but game 4 was kind of that big breakout game for them. They go down 2-1 in the series. They dropped 5 back in game 4. And that just kind of got them rolling. They were able to get the overtime winner as well at Aquadome, and then just came alive in game 7. And right when you thought SSG was going to have a couple opportunities to kind of scratch and claw their way back, they still get denied, and, you know, a couple critical misses really sunk them. Gen G, to say they earned that series would be an understatement.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a hard comment. Do you feel like this SSG threw this one away, or was this Gen G taking it by the horns and earning that win?
Oh, yeah, no, this was 100% Gen G. Just, again, at the beginning of it, I said I wanted to know if, like, what we were seeing was a honeymoon phase or if this is just the new Gen G. After that, I feel like we're seeing a new version of Gen G. And I think Raw Greg's, testimony to Cheese kind of stepping up a lot more as a leader. That kid has had so much potential to, really, affect the team in the best possible way. So to hear from Greg that was a factor in this just really proves that Gen G's win was not a fluke by any means.
And what a crazy situation, too, that how quickly they had to put the team together once they realized they had Justin on the roster, and to have these sorts of results in that quick turnaround. Very impressive. Gen G, Mobile One Racing, into the grand finals with only 1 match left to play before we find out who they will be playing against. NRG finds themselves on the outside looking in, having to find a way into the grand finals and make it past a team they have historically had the number of, but they need that number right now more than ever, Stacks.
Yeah, and we've talked so much about how vulnerable NRG has looked. And this would be a huge feather in the cap of Complexity if they're able to make a statement with a win over NRG. And the rest of the region would love to see it too, because now NRG becomes just another team, and that mythos around them disappears. That guy right there, Diaz, is going to have a lot to say in whether or not Complexity is able to march into the grand finals.
Okay, you see them all getting ready, prepared for the match. On the other side, Beast Mode, a rare Beast Mode webcam here. Just a look into the mind of these players. We've been seeing a few pre-game rituals, seeing Scribbles with his breathing techniques. Beast Mode getting prepared as NRG set to try and get back into the grand finals. Again, missing 2 in a row. This is the sort of thing, Herc, that if people who are tuning in right now and listening to us talk about it are like, why do we care that NRG missed 2 grand finals, back-to-back grand finals? That doesn't sound like that big of a deal. It's only a big deal because they made 11 in a row consecutively across 2 seasons prior to this. So getting like that, the standard for NRG is top 2 and nothing else.
Yes, so that is where all the question marks surrounding that team come from, is the fact that the standard of where they usually should be and are expected to be, they are currently below that, and by a pretty decent margin. This is the first time I think what we've all ever watched NRG and had question marks pretty much in almost every series we've seen them play, outside of the first 3 days of a qualifier. But on the flip side of things, Complexity, they brought their roster swap in. They've looked really good doing it. Although I think on an individual basis, I feel like Complexity outrank NRG everywhere? Not necessarily, but in the present tense, I do feel like Cole has been a lot more consistent than what NRG has brought to this particular qualifier.
Well, we'll see how they do on the pitch here in just a moment. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win the progressive fan vote. Herc, who's your pick?
Ooh, okay. I really wanted to go NRG. They're super back and forth. I'm sorry. There is a world where Complexity does it, and I think that they actually might do it here.
Okay, that's a prediction. Oh, it's a prediction for Complexity here. That's Stacks. Complexity have not won 2 games against NRG this season. They have lost in sweeps or in 4-1s so far. Is this the time they turn it around?
Oh, they haven't tried it with Frosty, right?
They haven't.
I mean, as good as I think Frosty has been, and I think that he's been a great pickup for them, I think NRG, again, I have to see them actually fall flat on their face before I believe they're going to fall flat on their face. So I'm going to take NRG here for the simple fact that I think that they adjust to the opposition better than anybody else in the region. And even if Complexity gets an early advantage on them, NRG and Sathu will find a way to bring them back.
Look, seeing NRG take down Ultimates, the team that had just beaten them in Birmingham, this has been the team that's denied them from the grand finals. They've already taken care of them in this event. Complexity is a team they've had the number of for a while, 7-2 all time in RLCS, these 2 organizations. So I think NRG does have this one, but Complexity could play spoiler. We've seen crazier upsets already this event. How does chat feel about it? Going to be a strong favorite on the desk, strong favorite in chat as well. Can NRG prove them all right? And finally, make it back to the grand finals. It's been too long since they've played for the title of regional champion or for international champion. Different finals that they've missed over the course of these events. It's time for us to play, though. Who gets to take on Gen G in the grand finals? NRG versus Complexity.
Right into it, game 1 brought to you by Progressive. Complexity and NRG trying to get into that grand final. James Bott, Complexity with a new look. Frosty joining this team. NRG, it's the same old, looking much better today.
Certainly, Frosty has looked to be a good addition to Complexity, but big shoes to fill with Razebull, who's decided to return to the SAM region. But Complexity has not had the best results against this NRG team. Maybe Frosty will be the difference maker.
Beast Mode was at the center of a lot of that action against the Ultimates earlier today. Dropped 800 points in one of those games. James, you were talking about it earlier today too, when it comes to Beast Mode. He's on that first man roll. He is just so hard to beat. Also, really good in stride. Diaz forced to make a stop there in front of the box. Still in some trouble, too. Frosty tried to be patient, but lost the ball. CRR helps him out. Diaz, the only one with boost. Nothing left. Beast Mode hit the bar. That was about as open as possible. Atomic will make sure it goes in.
This ball was just in the box. It was in the box for so long, whether it was 10 feet up in the air or right on the line. No one had boost at the beginning of that play. You could see Beast Mode hitting off the bar. Atomic even shooting Frosty. Just had nothing. No boost whatsoever. It's so challenging to try to make a play when you're sitting there with no boost. And NRG are able to get that first goal. And Complexity having to fight off the back foot.
How they want to start. Frosty, the new player on this team, looked good yesterday, but my eyes were, and still have not left, CRR, who I thought had an excellent Saturday. We're going to need that out of him. Diaz might be the guy you're looking at to be that raise bull replacement. Definitely know he has it in him. It pops this high. Complexity trying to get set up here, James.
CRR accidentally ran into Frosty, launched Frosty, but CRR lost all his momentum at Hero Boost, which is devastating. Now NRG will have another attack, and you can see Diaz bumped off the ball. Frosty has the help. Nice catch here from Atomic, who sees Beast Mode waiting. Daniel has full boost here to come in to make the play.
Frosty decided to lay it. Beast Mode actually wins that challenge completely. Complexity constantly have to react. Now Diaz, he can't buy any more time. He used all his boost. NRG exactly ready. What it does, Complexity are still forced to retreat with each touch. Atomic dunks one. The hard ball back. Daniel happy to wait. Diaz, you had no chance at a play there. Beast Mode's got space, a weak shot, but still CRR couldn't get a good clear. And no touch the fake from Atomic. Almost works out. CRR gets the clear.
Really low boost here for Complexity as well. Complexity has not been able to maintain possession for very long. NRG has had that boost advantage. We've seen some double commits out of Complexity so far as well, which makes your boost matters even worse. This could be a promising attack. Frosty, CRR, Diaz all boosted up to start it, but lose possession again.
I mean, where was the idea there, too? Frosty was driving forward. Nobody was in position. That was the second time in a row, too. Frosty just goes straight down center of the field. He hopes something opens up. Diaz gets a demo on Daniel. This might work. Atomic's also getting bumped, but Daniel respawns at the perfect spot. And Complexity forced to try again. CRR can't quite get possession just yet. Beast Mode jumping up quickly. And the demo means no follow-up for Complexity, James.
There's a reset off the ceiling, though. Daniel looking for the pass instead of the shot. Daniel, all through the early stages of this tournament, was the standout player for NRG, scoring almost all their goals. Was so mechanical as well, was locked in, so just the recent form of Daniel has been quite good. And early on, we're seeing NRG have a lot of possession here. Daniel not afraid to slow it down. There's no fake, disrespectful fake from Daniel. And Atomic won't that one in.
God, the catch was so perfect. Daniel knew. He knew that Diaz had to come forward to him. And sure, not a powerful flick, but it didn't need to be. That catch was perfect. Like you said, the fake. Not just disrespectful, but also an expensive one. I can't imagine how much it would cost to replace your ankles after how they got twisted up there. Oh, that is nasty stuff from Daniel.
Daniel, he plays so cool. You know, he's not fazed by anything. He just does what he wants. And I think that's really, you know, when NRG is most dangerous is when they say, you know what, yeah, that might be the high percentage play, but I'm doing what I want. Good luck predicting it.
Not a good place to be for the other team when Daniel's feeling like that. But the good thing for Complexity is that there's only 2 goals on that board for NRG, and they just split the lead in half.
Daniel whipping on that hit. Rare miss from Daniel. Daniel didn't have much boost, but Beast Mode 100% thought that Daniel had that ball. And everyone get caught out except Frosty. Frosty put that one in.
NRG, even in that series against Ultimates, it really wasn't the cleanest series from them. There was a slop. Even later on in that series, James. And so those misses, those little ones, something that Complexity be able to take advantage of. NRG have to be careful, but probably the best team in NA at holding a 1-goal lead, especially with 35 seconds left on the clock.
It's funny how you can have new players representing org, but still that same org story, kind of like Space Station with their aggression, and then NRG with their 1-goal leads. Yeah, that's some things never change, or so it seems. NRG trying to hold on to this 1-goal lead, but CRR is hoping to kickstart a counterattack here. Frosty and Diaz both double commit. They've double commit a few times this game so far, and that one, dangerous ball. CRR just has to clear it out, but gave it away, and that was another theme of this game. I feel like for Complexity is they just continued to give that ball away to NRG, weren't able to find those outlet passes or slow things down.
Yeah, it was a problem for Ultimates as well, actually, hanging on to that ball. NRG still the best in North America at holding those 1-goal leads, even only for a minute. 4 saves out of CRR, 6 total for Complexity off of the 10 shots that NRG were able to put on. But really, they just never wrenched control of this ball away. Daniel at the center of a lot of the action. That catch and little flick fake right here. Oh,
the good and bad action, as you'll see. But this is nasty. Look at this. Gets by Diaz, and then CRR panicking.
Fooled me.
But then you see this play as well. Daniel has full boost here, gets bumped, tries to get back to the ball, just mistimed his hit. Everyone thinking Daniel was going to clear that, and it was, easy little goal for Frosty. But that was the only goal that we saw from Complexity. Complexity has a lot to figure out offensively. And you even saw there was one promising counterattack setup, and Frosty went for an air dribble right down the middle of the field and gave away the ball. It seems like the comms might not be on point for Complexity so far, at least in terms of everyone being on the same page, because not only do we see not much cohesion on the counterattack, but we also saw a few double commits on offense, or on defense rather. So a lot for Complexity to figure out.
Well, Complexity get it all figured out right here. Frosty, high touch. You guys will have to stretch, and that's the difficult part, is when you are kind of on the same page there, right? Frosty has Diaz locked in there, but then the touch quality isn't there. And now you're forced to immediately play defense. It's a good first touch out, but Daniel's got your red. Beast Mode's downfield. It's easy. Does it for Beast Mode.
And everyone's been waiting for Beast Mode to get activated as first man. Immediately turns. Excellent read there. Frosty with low boost again, which has seemed to have, seems to be the case for Complexity quite a bit so far. Trying to make those stops on low boost. We've seen Frosty in particular in that situation so many times. Couldn't get that high shot from Beast Mode.
Again, broken play here. Yet Diaz falling down with the ball. CRR's underneath. He wanted something better, and you're just happy that that isn't a second goal immediately for NRG. But James, you see Complexity get that possession, and those same issues are cropping up where they are on the same page, but like the touch isn't there, and it just looks goofy. Oh God, wait a minute. Oh, I thought he had it.
And to be honest, it looked like that was an open net there for Atomic. Yeah. He wasn't able to put that on target, so Complexity catch or break on this series. We'll see, or in this game, we'll see if they're able to make the most of that second chance.
That's looking okay. Wasn't too worried about it, but you never know how that might pinch. Beast Mode tackles Frosty. This actually go ahead for Diaz. Daniel with a nice catch. No rebound for CRR to catch. He misses the demo. Diaz does demo Beast Mode, but they don't have the ball. And this continues to be a problem for Complexity. Touch away from their blue rotation. And Beast Mode right on top of it again. Happy to let Diaz just hit the ball. But Frosty was ready for it this time off the ceiling. They got some assistance from Atomic. And NRG are clean out again.
Good help from behind. Atomic, even though he didn't have a lot of boost, was able to get back to the play and make sure Frosty couldn't have that solo chance. This is the best looking attack that we've seen from Complexity so far, but a huge 50 from Beast Mode. Go right back to Frosty, who finds Diaz, has CRR. CRR jumps, there's the shot. Beast Mode has to stop. Reverse it, somehow that ball didn't go in.
James, Beast Mode does everything. He demos the guy that would have scored. It would have went in. Beast Mode wouldn't have caught up to that, so he killed him. And then he makes the save and squeezes it against the bar. Hello, Beast Mode. We see you. Oh, Frosty trying to come into sight himself. Unfortunately for him, the fog's a little too heavy for Complexity's offense, and they can't quite dot the net.
So Complexity caught a break with Atomic missing that open net, and then that play there to be denied a goal. It's been up and down so far for Complexity. Daniel waiting, goes for a 50, ball pinches out. Atomic popping it high. Beast mode, finds some space to work with here, Jorby.
Got it off the ceiling, has the reset, completely flubbed the Musty. Daniel backing it up, buying some time. Beast mode almost sniped the corner. Atomic's got it, no problem. NRG are rolling all over Complexity.
Been a one-way street so far for NRG. The clear attempt, it was a pass right to Beast Mode. Beast Mode clanging it off the bar. Atomic, he said, you know, I missed one open net before. I'm not missing this one. Gets that second goal. Only 2 minutes left now. Complexity still looking to get that goal, Derby.
Just none of the offense. Complexity had a total of 2 shots last game. You look at the shot total now, it looks a little better. 7. We have a show for it though. Goals are the only thing that matter. And Beast Mode has an open one right there. Easy free play goal for Beast Mode.
How does this happen? Daniel's going to try to challenge the sidewall double and just he popped it perfectly for Beast Mode. You're thinking, oh, is CRR gonna clip? And Daniel says, nah. I'm just gonna set this up for Beast Mode to knock down.
Well, coming into today, James, we were kind of giving you, we were giving you a lot of flack. And like, yeah, NRG, they're not looking like the greatest. And even against the Ultimates, there were moments where like, NRG kind of looks shaky. Yeah, no, none of that.
That's why I told Spaceman, don't bother me on Saturday. When NRG is not getting knocked out on that day, don't bother me.
Spaceman likes to pop the bottle a little early. But hey, Daniel, he might pop this one right here. Yes, he does. Nobody can defend anything NRG are doing right now. And Daniel gets one for free again.
Wow, this is getting out of hand, Jorby, and you feel like this is going to be a timeout game afterwards. NRG is driving circles around Complexity right now. Complexity, they're just lacking that team play. Seems very individualistic. Even that play, so trying to go for the sidewall double, gave that ball away to Daniel. And Beast Mode. It's free play out there for him.
It really is. Great pass from Frosty. Yeah, sorry, buddy. That one you're going to have difficulty with. I mean, this wasn't what Complexity looked like yesterday, though. They were so much more synergistic against Space Station yesterday. You know, every matchup is different, sure, but what are we doing out here? Complexity absolutely better than what they're showing right now. They got a couple games to figure this out. You got to think that timeout is coming at the end of this game. A goal would be nice just to start feeling good about something. CRR tries a demo, and it ain't gonna work.
Yeah, it's by no means over. This is still early in the series. This is just game 2, but something has to change here. You wonder what Complexity is going to bring to the table after this next game. You have to put that emphasis on playing as a team, though. Just trying to find that way to work together, because even from game 1, you saw those early double commits, the solo efforts to try to get the ball out, and now, you know, they're falling apart. 6 goals now. Beast Mode, 4 goals alone.
It's just a tough place to be. You're not even hitting the ball anymore. Really, 2 goals ago, you probably were already thinking about game 3s. You're just trying to get to the end if you're Complexity. Really, getting to the end is so you can get to the start, so you can do something. It's right now, Complexity are giving NRG absolutely nothing, and NRG are taking the whole feast. Now 2-0 in the series. Might have a quick one here before the grand final.
And my, oh my, the last series, it was maximum heat in the kitchen. I felt like I was in a sauna. And now this has been a cold plunge. This has taken me right out of it. I was not expecting, after yesterday, NRG, the last game that they played against Gen G, got scored on 9 times. I'd never seen that before. So I was thinking NRG might be cold. Might be
That's what I was saying.
And Complexity might have an edge here, but that first game was, you know, that was closer. This game was so one-sided. NRG dominated. There was not a second that it felt like Complexity was in this one, but still, this is very early on in the series. But the Complexity, they have so much to figure out here, Jordan.
Yeah, they do call the timeout, take that extra 50 seconds. It almost feels, you know, we're the armchair analysts, or the armchair players up here, James, and saying complexity, team play this, complexity, like solo air dribble that. It feels like it's a relatively easy change to make with this 60 seconds, which is like, look, we gotta be more aware, we gotta be looking for each other, because this air dribble 50 down the field is something that NRG know how to defend against. They know how to create negative space against you, and they almost every single time they see, whether it's Frosty, CR, or Diaz, it doesn't really matter, go for the solo play. They're like, cool, we know how to play this 50, so it comes back to us, and you got to waste more energy, you got to waste more boost coming to get this ball down. Like, there has to be, I don't even want to say aggression. I feel like aggression is the wrong way to say it.
Well, you know,
just be on the same
page. It's a tough team to play against. It's a tough team to play against. These are 3 players that have stuck for so long, are so comfortable. These big moments don't faze them. They're a team that, you know, maybe they'll get nervous for a world championship, or if they're going for that 3-peat. But overall, Gen G or NRG, they are so used to this. Meanwhile, you have Complexity, who has made that roster move to bring in Frosty. They don't really have that many games under their belt trying to take on a team that is so good. This is the biggest challenge for them.
NRG, no doubt, would love a crack at some revenge for the beatdown Gen G gave them yesterday, who will wait in the grand finals for the winner of this match. Complexity, gotta get the engines going. There's been a false start at the goal line. Diaz will get a free look at it, and it's just a pot shot to Frosty, who almost made that work. Tried to recover across. And I mean, funnily enough, that's probably the best chance Complexity have had on NRG's net all game.
They still weren't able to convert. All eyes on Complexity to see what they bring out of this timeout.
Nothing. Stuck in the corner. Atomic will get the first touch of the ball, uses the ground. Always such an excellent use of space. NRG never seemed to give up that ball unnecessarily, give out a free clear in that situation, like Atomic in that situation. So often you can see a player just try to force that 50, but instead he uses the little bit of space you give him. NRG just get to keep possession, take it away. One of the best 1-0 team in North America.
Atomic slowing down, and we've seen this a lot from NRG, where they're going in for these 50s, they're going in for these challenges, and they just slow down. They hit the brakes. Yeah, just trying to throw off Complexity. Even Atomic swerving out of that challenge. They are not playing in a predictable way. Complexity really struggling to keep pace.
Atomic actually gave CRR the respect there, and well, that's why Atomic knew he could handle it. Ooh, beast mode. Wasn't a clean touch. CRR can get on top of that. That felt like that was the play right there, but Frosty was coming up, and he was forced to pick it back. That felt like that was a high-pressure opportunity right there, but because Frosty had to recorrect his path, he gets a demo, but misses the second, and Complexity don't have the play yet here, James.
Diaz has some nice control. Went for an infield pass, but no one was there. CRR was way too far back. Frosty was all the way out. Complexity, they're still trying to find that cohesive attack. Much better possession, though, from Complexity. This has been a step up from the previous game.
No boost for 2 out of 3 players of Complexity, at least lower boost. CRR's got his corner. NRG have gotten the ball back. Beast mode keeping it tight. Forces CRR off the ball. Pops it back over from Atomic. Daniel, no touch there.
This could be it.
Have a power play. Diaz.
No way.
No, that is disastrous. Complexity, that was as free as NRG are ever going to give you.
What is going on today? Atomic, Magic Bear, that, you know, this has been a crazy day, Jorby.
I think we're getting like record levels of post and woodwork here. It's crazy.
It's got to be the sound effect. You know, it's haunting the players.
It haunts me, and I'm not even playing. Diaz, no chance, free ball. CRR, beast mode covering him quickly. That Complexity, they get in front of the box, and then NRG somehow just close ranks. They're like a Roman phalanx. Diaz, wow. What in the world? Are you kidding me? Okay, we are at record levels now, James.
Well, I mean, that has to be so tilting, honestly, Jorby. For Complexity to be that close over and over when they weren't able to score last game, when the series has not been going their way. Wow.
Frosty, another chance. CRR gets out of the way, and Diaz committed. That is about as bad as it could have been.
You have to watch this on the replay. And this is 3v1. It looks like Cheesemo comes out of nowhere. Everyone from Complexity committed to this play. They think they have NRG right where they want them. And 2 seconds later, they're getting scored on.
I mean, that's just, you can't write these sequences, man. It's crazy how it coalesces. Diaz, I mean, he's got to be kicking himself right now. He had 2 of Complexity's best chances to take a lead in this game, to come back in the game, and you flub both of them. And then CRR backflips. You try to commit. You take the riskiest risk going for that ball. Because you could, Diaz, from his perspective, you can see beast mode. But you're not thinking there's no way he just pitches that down to the ground. Complexity have tried to answer the question, but the teacher keeps coming back with wrong answer. And NRG are not giving them the solutions right now. Frosty will try to clear it out. Diaz gets downfield. Can Frosty find him? He does connect, but Atomic disrupts it. Daniel will end it here. 2 goals, 31 seconds. It feels like it's all but done.
And what a tilter that is. Diaz needed to get that bump. He got it, but it was too late. Atomic had already gotten the touchdown. If Diaz lands that bump just a split second sooner, then they are not going to get scored on. See a kickoff strat here for Complexity. Desperation moment. Another heartbreaking game for Complexity.
How do you wrestle your way out of this funk? I said we've watched a better Complexity play. We know these 3 players can. Obviously, Frosty new to the roster. Everybody's still getting used to that. So you're gonna have those inconsistencies as you try to gel together. And it's a tough battle against the best team in North America to try to get to that grand final. The journey's gonna get that much longer here as Atomic takes 1 into game 4, and NRG trying to complete the sweep.
Atomic really put the cherry on top of that game. NRG are running away. Up 3-0. On top of getting these game wins, some of these plays, how do you recover from them, Jorby? What do you do?
That's something to ask. Honestly, I'd ask that. Like, what are you telling your players when Daniel's moving all over the place? Do you say
gotta get it?
James, if it was me, I'm tweaking out of the lobby. I'm done. I'm retired.
I don't know. I'm
retiring.
I might be
blaming my
sticking my
teammates
face.
after the game. Like, don't ask me. I'm not a good example. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe you got to stick your face in a bowl of water and a banana peel or something to get back into it. I don't know. What do you do? Like, you got to do something serious, because Complexity, to not only be down 0-3, but to have suffered some of those plays that they have had to this game. Oh man, I don't know the answer.
Happened pretty for Complexity. And
Complexity,
I was gonna say the good news is, and I was gonna say that, James, and then my brain said I don't think there is.
Well, I mean,
you're down
there is
3-0.
good
You're
news.
down
I mean,
3-0. Nothing good happens 3-0 down. Nothing good happens 3-0 down.
They've had a wonderful tournament so far. To be able to make top 4, that is huge. I mean, their sights are set on making another major, but this series has been a challenge for them. I think NRG came out playing a play style that they just did not expect. They know how to speed it up when they want to, but NRG also can slow it down to a crawl with their fakes, with their, just slow challenges. Their willingness to go for a crazy play on their own, the solo play. It's been too much for Complexity to deal with.
Unfortunately for Complexity, your power, you don't get a blue shell the worse that you're doing. And NRG don't get banana peels if they get a rocket no matter what. That one is not even a rocket, a little pea shooter for Atomic, and it finds the mark anyway.
Yeah, Daniel just trying to prevent Frosty from being able to go for that, and Diaz maybe could have saved that. I don't know. He was streaking in, trying to get it. Things go from bad to worse, though, for Complexity. And I mean, this is a tilter for Complexity.
Now, for the fans out there that might be neutral observers, I'm sure they're enjoying the little break from the absolute sweatfest we had, Gen G versus Space Station, in 2 back-to-back Game 7s. And we're back to like a typical NRG regional.
But you got to remember, though, that Complexity 4-1 that Space Station team that we saw play early. So
that's what I'm saying. It's like
you have to give that respect to Complexity.
There we go.
The goal, and this could be the beginning of the turnaround, and it's a great thing for Complexity that Diaz is the one to score that's able to stabilize his series just a bit.
Diaz, you definitely needed that when no shot was going in for you in the last game. You absolutely needed something going your way.
Great touch from Frosty.
Seen things turn around as quick as this, James, as soon as someone gets that little bit of confidence. See if that's enough for Diaz and company here. Get a little bit of pressure. CRR's got a little bit of space, gets over beast mode with no boost, and they disconnect on the pass. There's no way Diaz can go with Atomic heading behind the ball. Tries to pick his poison, but Atomic had the antidote as beast mode gets across. And NRG continue to press the Complexity backline. CRR and Diaz work together to help stop the bleeding, and they don't allow anything quick from NRG.
Another situation with Complexity could have made either play. I mean, whether CRR tries to let it bounce or goes for the extra touch, either one's fine. You just have to make sure everyone's on the same page. And him and Frosty weren't on that play. Could have been another goal for Complexity, but this is the best offense that we've seen from them yet. And another shot opportunity from Diaz will keep Complexity on the attack.
Frosty leaves for his teammate. No chance to play the ball. Daniel had to pitch it away. Complexity find a way out. Wasn't exactly what Atomic wanted. Daniel was at least positioned a little tighter than that. Now he gets deleted, but Beast Mode is behind this ball every single time. NRG start facing a little bit of pressure. Shots on target denied by Diaz. Daniel next up has the first. Lets it across the box. Frosty looking for a way out. Beast Mode stops him in his tracks. Underneath Atomic, bit behind the ball, takes it away from the Complexity rotation, giving Daniel lead on the ball. Forces his way through Diaz, but NRG have to wait.
Lots of space here for Complexity. How will they capitalize on it? It's a pass over to Diaz, but Daniel was in that lane. A good look there for Complexity. Complexity so much better this game.
There you go.
It's a race. Daniel has just enough boost to hit that over to the corner.
And Atomic gets a crucial follow-up, touching the rebound as well. Complexity, they look a lot better. This is the best form they've had in the 4 games played so far. Gotta find a way to punch through NRG. Beast Mode is making that a difficult task. Clear downfield, you know Beast Mode's there. He's denied this time. Diaz high. Atomic grabs the boost. It's back on the pre-flip. Little air roll touch. Forces Frosty to make the play. Beast Mode takes it away from him. And here we go with NRG locking these touches down.
Could be a solo play, but Atomic didn't get necessarily the first touch he was maybe looking for, or maybe was he, because it set up a pass right over to Beast Mode. I thought that Atomic was going to take it for a solo play, but no, he just drives into it and controls it so well that let him go for the pass. And no one was expecting that. That is what I'm talking about with NRG. You know, I'm sure everyone thought Atomic was going to take that up into the air, solo play himself, go for a flip reset, something. No. Found Beast Mode. Wonderful team play.
Complexity, no angle, nothing. So often, those little things, James, are the difference. Because we've watched Frosty in Atomic's position do exactly what you expected Atomic to do. And Complexity come away empty-handed. And now, with less than a minute to go, Complexity trying to extend the match in any kind of way. Frosty gets a pinch right off of a car. Beast Mode in the area. CRR gets bumped up into the play. Diaz has to take the risk. Gets over one. Frosty's racing towards the midfield boost. But Daniel thought he could snipe it. CRR was ready for it. Got the boost again. Complexity not where they want to be right now. They're getting demoed. Just trying to play defense. Atomic gets in the way as well. Diaz, no boost, and just pitches it away. And there's no boost, there's no ideas. There's almost nothing left, but a pitch might be all you need. CRR, no! Just wide of the post, Atomic credited with the save. Diaz across, no boost. He can't get back to the ball. Frosty will wait underneath with 15 left. Got it back. Again, CRR, can he force it? Atomic stays behind the ball. There's a rebound, but Daniel was ready. Frosty saw him, waiting for his next chance. CRR was on the wing, but it's downfield, into their net. You get more of the same. Beast mode dominating NRG to the grand final.
Oh, but you have to credit Atomic for another dime over to Beast Mode. Beast Mode has no boost, really. Atomic not only being in the right position, making a powerful hit, but a perfect pass to Beast Mode to close out this series. And this was a one-sided, dominating performance from NRG, who are back to the grand finals.
Beast Mode took him out back and was like, hey, all right, let's do make it, take it. 1v1. Beast Mode touts his basketball skills, and Beast Mode's just swish. Or actually, he had Atomic, I guess, passing it to him. Swish, swish. Complexity. They couldn't get vertical. They couldn't do anything to stop it. And NRG look as dominant as ever against Complexity. Going for a second date with the new look Gen G. Matthew, there's no signs of relief this time. He was cool, calm, and chilling that entire game, that entire match. You can understand why. I think that was all of us in here.
It was a little bit of an interesting series. I will not lie, Jorby. We saw Atomic miss an open net, a few opportunities for Diaz that you thought maybe he could put in, and it seemed like the synergy just wasn't there for Complexity this go around. NRG came out swinging. You saw the swagger Daniel had as well, going for that fake mind gaming, disrespectful levels of that from Daniel, but NRG, they were just playing on a different level, and they deserve to be in the grand finals.
Different level. Can Gen G do it to him twice, though? We got the grand final rematch coming up after the break.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
Smoke is scanning to the sky. You can't believe your senses. You think you've seen it all until you open your eyes. I never wanna be alone. This place is cursed. I want you to never leave my side. I run away. what we used to know is burning down. When are we strong enough to build our own? We've been running for ages to search some light. I want you, I know we both escape to lose the ground. We've been running for ages to search some light. We can feel that we're there after running for nights. We feel so just dropping down to below our own.
I can feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why. I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised.
Well, if you just woke up and started watching RLCS for the first time this weekend, you'd be like, yep, this is all very normal. Nothing to see here. NRG's super good at this video game. Complexity gave it their best effort in this spot, but it was NRG walking away with this one. Imagine a world where you woke up and this is the first match of the weekend you saw it.
I mean, you say best effort. I'll be honest, I have to put a little question mark on that because I think that's the worst I've seen Complexity play in a while. Like Diaz, CRR, and Frosty individually, I don't think we're playing their game at all. That team is much better than they put out on the pitch today, and I expect they'll bounce back big time in the second open. But NRG, as James, I can see him. I can see his eyes. He's ready to talk about that NRG team.
James, I feel like it's a pretty consistent pattern that teams play their worst series against NRG. They seem to bring it out of them.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen. That was an interesting series, though, because we did see a few open net misses. You know, I tend to agree with Jorby on this one. This was not only NRG making Complexity play poorly, but I think Complexity also not being able to make the most out of the opportunities that they had. You saw some infield passes to no one, some double commits, missed shots. Like Jorby said, expect that team to come out looking much better. NRG, on the other hand, they were firing on all cylinders. They weren't afraid to slow things down, and I think this is just one of the benefits of sticking for so long. Like I was saying before, these three players have been on a team looking good for so long. Complexity bringing in Frosty. It's clear they have a few things to figure out.
Atomic continues to look like the best player in North America. I mean, he truly has had and some incredible consistency on this team. Obviously, I thought Daniel looked a lot better than maybe he's been in recent memory, but Atomic continues to just be an incredible piece for NRG.
Yeah, no, there's a very, very strong player, very, very strong team that is finally back into the form we expected to see them in at the beginning of the split here. You can see up there at the top in upper bracket round number 1, Gen G Mobile One Racing defeated NRG 4-1 yesterday. NRG has now roared back, taking out the Ultimates and Complexity. On their way to the rematch, the Salty Run Back. Who's going to take it this time? Let's get into it. Grand Finals of Open number 4, Gen G taking on NRG. These teams in RLCS have played 9 times, or these organizations, excuse me, have played 9 times, dating across all NRG and Gen G rosters. It is 5-4 in favor of NRG. Recently, it's gone back and forth, but the most recent experience, Raleigh Major, or Open number 4, excuse me, the most recent time the Open number 4 that we just saw was.
I was just gonna say, didn't this happen yesterday?
Yeah, happened yesterday.
You know, I remember it because people were tweeting at me. You know, so but this is when it matters most. This is when it matters most in the grand final, and this is huge because you get those 18 points for winning that championship, for winning this regional. You will get that 18-point boost, which will do wonders in making the major. I mean, you can almost count on it at this point, either one of these teams, if you get that huge chunk of points from winning it all, not to mention that sweet $15,000 check that you get for winning it. But this is where everything comes, this is what everything comes down to. This is when you have to play your best. What
Absolutely.
NRG will we see, Jorby? What will we see Gen G playing like they did yesterday against NRG? I don't know.
Well, I think that's the big thing, right? Is Gen G, first of all, if they have the defense they had in their last series, I think it's going to be a long series for them. That being said, every matchup is different, and I think Gen G would love to prove it again against this team. And I think the guy that I'm looking at is the guy I was saying has been unlocked by Justin's presence, has been relieved by Justin's presence, and that's Cheese. Cheese last series went absolutely nuts. He had 80% goal almost 80% goal participation. He had over a goal per game. He had a ton of assists. He took 30 shots in that series alone against Space Station. Like, Cheese, when he's firing like that, I mean, it's gonna be hard to stop that kind of offense. But that's not my question about Gen G here. My question is your defense. Can you not let happen what Space Station did against you? Because this NRG team, we just saw what happens when you get to half dismantle Complexity, because they help them out a little bit. Just don't help NRG beat you. That's the biggest thing for Gen G here. Don't make it easy for them. And they got a shot in this series. They can repeat yesterday.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. It is time for the grand finals here. James, I feel like I know where this is going. Give me your pick.
You know, I filled out my picks before the first match of the day was played yet, and I haven't had to update anything. And I don't plan to change it now. I'm going to go NRG. I think they got it all.
Jorby?
I put it down at the very start of the day, and I still maintain that they've got it. I've got Justin.
Yeah, but you've been
I got
wrong.
Magic Bear. I got Cheese. It doesn't matter, James. I've been right about this, about Gen G making the grand finals, and I'm going to be right about winning it, as you're about to see here in this best of 7. It's Gen G all day. Give me this team. Give me Raw Greg and company. We got this.
I love it. I love it. What a story it'll be if Gen G are able to beat NRG twice in the same event here. NRG's been kind of on a revenge tour, though, ever since the start of the day here, so I'm excited to see how they pull this one off. Can they get back into winning form? I think NRG will. I'm going to put NRG on the board for this one. It's not going to be Gen G's time just yet. Next event, though, give them an extra like 3 weeks to kind of get locked into form, and we might see a completely different ball game. You might see me predicting Gen G.
Just saying, you said that yesterday, Wave. I'm just saying.
I did.
Wow. Here we are again.
49. Wow.
Here we are again.
I just realized that if Gen G wins, Jorby's going to come back and be like, yes, I said it. Yes, I did it.
Yeah, but he was wrong at the start of the day. He predicted
in chat,
9 lives.
split on the desk, folks. I hope you're ready for it. This is what you tune in to see. If you're just now tuning in, picked a great time. Go watch the Rocket League Championship Series. NRG, the Titans of North America, against the new hotness, Justin, Magic Bear, and Cheese. It's Gen G versus NRG for the title of Open 4 champ.
The last time these two teams met, The final game went 9-2 in favor of Gen G. Game 1 brought to you by Progressive as we kick off our grand finals on the road to Raleigh. Who will start it off literally as well as you can? Let's find out.
Off the rip, I mean, Gen G, they've got a huge target on their back against this NRG squad. And of course, yes, Gen G has been on an up and up, but so has NRG. Like we heard mentioned too, the Revenge Tour has officially begun, and so has the series. First shot to NRG.
20th goal on the weekend for Beast Mode. Really finding his groove. Had a season-high 4 goals in a game in the previous series when they shellacked Complexity. Beast Mode has fired up at just the right time. Here we go, Magic Bear, past 1. Beast Mode's right there, and he'll just roll that over to Daniel. NRG, when they reach this stage of a tournament, plays on a completely different level, and anything you might have done to them in the previous stages does not matter. They adapt better than anybody we've seen in the region, and we're seeing it already as they try to put the clamps on Gen G.
Cheese reset towards that net there. Magic Bear tried to solo it on his own. Up next, the new one on the squad. Shot on target sent off by Atomic. Demoed for his efforts though. As Gen G still tried to push this ball upfield. Magic Bear to slow it down a little bit here. Nice little clear to the backboard, and NRG, they do have to respect what Gen G is going to be bringing to the table here. They got pummeled by them yesterday, but like you said, it is another story when you see NRG in a grand final scenario.
Oh, Atomic was going to pass that out to Daniel, but Daniel was already up in the air. So Atomic will instead opt for Beast Mode. Justin tried to cover the backboard, but it's Cheese that has to come across and finally swipe that ball away. Justin thought about it. Magic Bear will just take a pot shot, easily controlled by Daniel. And NRG will go right back to work now. The teams will feel each other out here, throwing jabs at each other for the first few minutes of game 1. See exactly what the others bring into the table, but you can expect plenty of fireworks, even for this NRG team that, again, doesn't score in bunches, and they try to play this more methodical, slow defensive style. Beast Mode blocked by Justin. Just, you have it kind of in the back of your mind that NRG is going to have to win a shootout or 2 if they're going to avenge their earlier loss.
And they do have to step it up defensively, right? That was the big question mark on this NRG squad as to what had gone down between these two teams yesterday. Of course, as of now, they are holding fairly strong. Same can be said for Gen G, as this one out mid, Magic Bear to follow. Taking his time, he's trying to get a path cleared out for him, but no bump on Beast Mode means a nice big clear for NRG.
Atomic, staying with that play. Win by Beast Mode despite the demo, but Justin's back for it. Atomic be able to turn on this. He's threatened. Magic Bear can't stay with the play, and the demos come through against G's, against Magic Bear. Leaves Justin all alone at midfield. NRG will look to capitalize, but all they can do is just kind of dink and dump it right back into the Gen G zone. And it comes right back into NRG territory. After all those demos, they just kind of bought themselves only a few seconds. Weren't able to capitalize any further.
Cheese taking his time. Nice touchdown over to Magic Bear. Justin has to rush to follow it, but he also has no boost. Still, though, manages to make a play out to Cheese. Another shot on net for this Gen G squad. Couple of gathered shots. Nothing too extremely threatening, though. Magic Bear's going to try and do another one. Another slow shot, though, and that's not what Gen G need. They need to get back into these laser beams that they were able to pull off in their last series and even yesterday. For now, NRG do it to them. Daniel off the backboard, pinch out into the corner. Low control for Gen G as it goes back to the hands of Beast Mode.
7 shots on target for Gen G, but none have struck through just yet. Magic Bear let it come cleanly off the backboard, and Beast Mode's gonna make him pay for it.
I mean, you see a tiny little bit of space on this one, and it started with Atomic's demo, right? Cheese had gone a little further out than most to go and get that boost, and you would have thought he'd had enough time, but time didn't match the speed that Beast Mode had on that shot. Now less than a minute to go. NRG up 2-0. Can play just a very heavy defensive game here to lock out this game number 1.
NRG back in a grand final, back on top. Still 40 seconds of work to be done. Magic Bear has Justin coming on. Not much boost in the tank. Beast Mode will just corral this ball, keep it close to the vest. No need to just give it away for free. McGee's come up and burn some boost. Daniel, great recovery on the top of the back wall. Able to stay with the play, get the ball downfield, make Gen G work even more. And they're expending boost and time that they do not have. Cheese for Justin. It's wide, and that's going to do it for game number 1 as Gen G can't convert at the last. Final seconds will tick away. NRG on top.
I mean, we wouldn't expect them to be anywhere else after seeing them not make a grand final for what felt like so long. They are back where they are the most comfortable. They've experienced this pressure against a number of different teams on all different levels. This Gen G Mobile 1 squad is no different now that Justin is on the team. Although, like I said, there is a level of respect that comes to playing them. NRG did lose to Gen G yesterday. Gen G also has to remember that this is not the same NRG that they played in Saturday.
7 saves apiece, 5 out of Beast Mode, 5 out of Cheese. But the number that matters most, 2-0. NRG take game number 1. Again, these best of 7s, they tend to take on, every game takes on a personality of their own. And we'll see what Gen G has in store for NRG going into game 2. When you look back at the previous series, and again, you can kind of throw that out because it's a different day, and NRG on Sunday does feel like you're playing a completely different team. But it was Gen G that won a couple of 1-goal games, and then NRG kind of exploded, if you will, for a 2-goal victory. And that's when Gen G brought it back with 9 goals on Aquadome. Right now, it's only Forbidden Temple. We go to game 2, see if Gen G can bounce back against NRG at the Temple.
A lot of room for improvement for Gen G. Plenty of time to get into this series as well. But NRG, they're in a sprint to try and take down Gen G for some revenge after what happened to them yesterday, like you said. And this one, out in the air. Magic Bear, not enough boost to finish it. Daniel, just enough to take a slow shot on target. And Atomic, this player has been extremely involved, especially in this series. He's been very demo hungry. He hasn't made as many demos as I think he would like, but you can catch him out so often to find these shots. No demo necessary, just a long, wide laser from the mid.
I caught Justin kind of gravitating over towards that corner boost. To his credit, he had the timing right. It spawned for him. The problem is, Atomic just took a shot right into an empty net. So NRG strikes first again. Of course, they were the only team to strike in game 1. NG yet to solve the puzzle as this bounces all the way towards Daniel. We'll try to leave it laterally for Atomic. Ball given away, though, and Atomic has to range back to the save. Daniel's got the second save, and Beast Mode will try to run forward, and a demo on Justin. Daniel flip, reset on target, and Cheese the save.
It's nice to hear Daniel's name getting called out a lot, too. He was very quiet in his last series against the Ultimate. So seeing him get involved a lot is a great sign for those NRG fans out there. But for Gen G, Justin tries to make a down pass to himself. Just keep this in favor of Gen G Mobile 1 for now, though they will lose it to the hands of Atomic as he takes his time. Reset almost over Magic Bear. Follow-up from Daniel coming over 1. Wide shot off the side. There could be a follow-up here, but Cheese just enough to keep this one out. And the pass over to Magic Bear's a shot on target. And Gen G Mobile 1 will tie the game.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. Welcome to the series, Magic Bear. Just speeds one right by Atomic. He never had a chance. Top left. Perfect snipe. That's how Gen G gets back into the game and series.
Off the kickoff.
Oh, great
like
fake challenge by Cheese.
just a little ahead of themselves too. Daniel reset one, tried to go under. Here comes Atomic. Just really lurking in the shadows of it. Low boost all the way around for Gen G, but that's not going to stop them from getting in that NRG side. 3 minutes on the clock in a tied game. Who's the first to take control and bump off the play? A reset in the net. Daniel's the one to lead NRG back.
I mean, Atomic just points Justin out of the way. Daniel stays with the play. What an impressive effort out of Daniel and Atomic. It looked like they just made something out of nothing.
That's exactly what they did. I mean, and again, Daniel had been so quiet, and Atomic feels very aggressive in this one. You can tell there's a level of confidence to his play style right now. He's just teeing up Daniel and now teeing up Beast Mode to take one shot after the other. Atomic really just wants them to get into this one as quickly as possible. Kind of another day in the office vibes, right? Back to where they have always been, in peak form, in a final, against teams that they know they can beat.
NRG again trying to just draw out the Gen G defense. You see a lot of balls going to the back wall, wide of the net. Try to get them to pounce on what they're expecting to be a shot. They have to respect it. Beast Mode towards the net, easily collected by Cheese, and then Beast Mode deleted off the field. Free rotation for him as he's back into the play, but it's Atomic making the initial stop. Beast Mode has Daniel downfield, only Magic Bear to beat. Double tap, no, maybe another one needed. Magic Bear will climb up to collect that ball as Daniel just could not get on top of one and spike it down into the net.
Beast Mode taking his time. You already see Atomic looking to carry it. He does. It's a wide shot though, good attempt. Cheese and Magic Bear wanted to work together, but Beast Mode's done an incredible job of taking this ball back a number of times. This is one of the fewer ones that Gen G had gotten now, but immediately have to retreat to make the save. They will. As Cheese takes his time, loses control on this one. Magic Bear there to bail him out. Justin just a little too far forward. He's got to be careful. Beast Mode had gone for the rush, and it's popped up to the hands of one player that could score right here, but off the crossbar it goes.
Beast Mode has Daniel coming on, Atomic in behind. Final minute now. NRG just battle stations at this point. It was like an assembly line. Next one up. Atomic will just slot it in on the right side. And it just looked like they lulled Gen G to sleep. And Cheese never had a chance with Daniel coming across.
I mean, you talk about that bait and play style, right? It's a lot of kind of making Gen G stay on their toes and, you know, question, all right, how long can you stay in a spot? It's almost like they're playing chicken with them on defense, right? It's like, how long are you willing to sit there and wait for this ball to come at you? And NRG is down to wait till the final moment. But Gen G, they haven't had a couple moments on offense in a while. They finally get out. 30 seconds left on the clock, though, to find 2 goals. They need something here. As this one stays out, Justin's bump attempt isn't even going to help them in the slightest on this. And 20 seconds to go, NRG are in a very favorable position. Once you hit that 10-second mark, if Gen G can't get to that other side, it's looking like it's going to NRG.
Yeah, got to score right here to have a chance at a kickoff goal. There's a demo that takes out Daniel, but it's not enough. NRG take another one by 2 goals, this time 3-1, as they have seized control firmly of the series.
These two teams, I mean, they've had incredible runs, but like we've all noticed, NRG, although started out fairly shaky with their upset at the top of the bracket, now that they're here, it is just an up and up. There is no slowing them down, but Gen G is going to try to, as they call their first timeout of the series. As we take a look back at these replays, I mean, it's just, it started out with Magic Bear's shot, right? And we're like, all right, Magic Bear's back. He's getting into the groove of things. This is what we expected from Gen G, and then NRG just slapped them down every single time.
It really was amazing from Atomic and Daniel, setting up the go-ahead goal, which was ultimately the winning goal here in Game 2. Halfway home to claiming yet another North American regional title. All the talk about how they've missed 2 finals in a row. It's all over. Nope. They're still here. They're still the boogeyman of North America. Gen G trying to lay claim to being at the top of the region. And of course, they made a resounding statement yesterday, but you don't win tournaments on Saturdays, you win them on Sundays. And now Gen G has to find a way to battle back. They're using their timeout here. NRG will, of course, have the luxury of theirs if they ever feel like the momentum is slipping away from them. But it is all vibes right now on the NRG side.
You do have to remember, at the end of it all, this particular Gen G roster, right? They've only had about a week and a half together, maybe 2 at the absolute max. But there has not been a lot of time in between to get Justin acquainted to the game plan and the game, style of this Gen G squad. There's honeymoon moments where, they look like they could take anybody down, but a honeymoon phase doesn't take down people who have genuinely mastered, taking down North American teams, right? NRG is a whole other level when they are confident and comfortable and in their peak form. And the crazy part is, I don't think NRG is even playing at their peak form right now. So Gen G, Mobile One, they've got a huge challenge ahead of them, and they need to get a grip on this series before it really starts to get away from them.
Justin beat Daniel in the grand finals of Winter Regional 1 back in 2022. That was the last time Justin won an NA Regional, almost 1,200 days ago. Daniel trying to deny Justin yet again now. This goes the way of Gen G. And it's Daniel taking charge, coming out of the timeout. The FH Stadium, the backdrop for a pivotal third game, or a crucial third game, I should say, for Gen G. Because you drop this one, it's not exactly curtains, but against this NRG team. Daniel, right at the crossbar, Cheese up there to meet him. And Beast Mode trying to waste time, and Daniel's got to scramble back all by his lonesome. That's a tough ask. And he's done just enough, putting that in a dangerous spot. Nobody else was there.
I mean, you got to be there, too. If you're Gen G, you're watching that ball float across and nobody's in a position to run up. They might on this one, but even that's not enough. Cheese had the follow, and it's off the post and out, and NRG will make the clear. As Justin circles around, Atomic got the demo on the back end, could have opened it, but Cheese got a steal. No breakaway off the 1v1 between him and Daniel. And a demo opens up the net, but Daniel just in time. He is unstoppable for this Gen G squad. They cannot move past this kid.
NRG's just on another level right now. Daniel around Justin. He's out past Atomic, but Beast Mode's right there. He'll just lob it back in for himself. Send it around the boards, but Atomic taken out of the play. No problem as Justin brings it across. Magic Bear will have to turn around as Cheese dives in. Magic is up as well, and Atomic beat them all.
Atomic is one of those players, again, been very active throughout this series, and I truly feel has been a big difference maker for NRG to really get back into their groove and swing of things. On the other side, Cheese is that player that really can make a monumental difference for Gen G at Mobile One, but it is a lot quieter for Gen G. They're getting silenced, boost starved, everything in between, and now there's no defense. Daniel is just magnet to this net. An unfortunate touch from Magic Bear. It's just Daniel right there lurking in the sky, takes it away, and it's a shot on target in.
And a theme for many of NRG's goals. Just has not been anybody back for Gen G or anybody who could catch up to it. That's what that pressure from NRG will do to you. Get you all out of sorts. Cheese coming on. Can't get anything behind this ball towards the net. And Beast Mode's all over it. Beast Mode from the heavens leaves that for Magic Bear to send out to the corner. Daniel trying to stay with the play. He's done so. Got to take it himself, and Magic Bear's all over it still.
just over 2 minutes left to go, and that is more than enough time for NRG to hold on to what they have. We've seen it time and time again. It only takes 1 goal for NRG to win a game, and most teams recognize that it is very difficult to get back into a tied scenario with them. Beast Mode already up, there to catch, takes this one down to the ground. Low boost from Magic Bear, but that's not stopping Daniel from taking this to himself. He tried to bounce it up. He had the control to get back, but it's already cleared out from Justin around the corner in front of the net. But no follows from either of his teammates. Instead, they're forced to retreat against the NRG transition out.
"90 seconds. Daniel for Beast Mode, perhaps. He got the demo. Beast Mode's there, and it's 2-0.
You can see the smile on Beast Mode's face too. They're having fun with it at this point, right? Maybe had a little bit of stress. This is a completely different vibe though from what they had in the series against Gen G yesterday. And of course, having that good mindset, knowing you're getting a lot more back into the swing of things. That's gonna have a huge effect on the rest of this game and even the series. Justin over 1 to himself. Not a lot to work with here, but pinches off the side. It's a great read from Daniel. Just over 1 minute left to go. Gen G, Mobile One continue to stay in their 2-goal deficit.
The rest of North America hoping that NRG can help keep Gen G at bay, and they're doing just that. Another roll right into the infield. Daniel finds Atomic, and that might be the exclamation point for game 3.
They're just back on it. I mean, this is a normal day for an older version of NRG, and I say older respectfully. I'm talking about the version that made 11 grand finals in a row, and there was never a doubt in anyone's mind that they would win. Now they're trying to get back into that, that time where there isn't a question mark next to their name. Speaking of question marks next to your name, Magic Bear and Justin got to work together on this one. Pass over to Magic Bear off the backboard, leaves it for Cheese. No follow-up there. It's denied by Atomic. And 22 seconds left to go. Unless they find something here and off the kickoff, all hope for game number 3 is lost.
6 assists, by the way, for Daniel. He may pick up another. Beast Mode to the backboard. Cheese has that one away. And NRG, after Gen G's timeout, throws a shutout at DFH Stadium. And NRG is 1 win away from reclaiming the throne.
This is the NRG, again, that we all miss seeing, that takes these matches with genuine ease, right? Yes, they are working for it. There is a level of respect you got to give to Gen G in this one, but this is not the same Gen G that we saw yesterday, right? They are clicking, but they're missing that spark that we have seen in so many of their series that really set them apart from people. But you can have a spark, but when you are against NRG, you are going up against a true shining light of a squad, and they really are going to dim you down and humble you in these moments.
Gen G has been humbled to the tune of 8-1 in this series. Gen G took what happened yesterday personally, and they're dishing out revenge the best way they know how. Now 1 win away from, again, claiming their rightful spot at the top of North America. Will go to Utopia. There is no timeout for Gen G. They used it, all for the sake of going 0-3 in the game that puts them 0-3 in the series. Only 6 shots to their credit in that 3rd game for Gen G. This high-flying offense, high-powered offense that has just run all over everybody else in the region, including NRG earlier this weekend. They have been kept to a resounding whimper. Now we go to the Coliseum for Game 4, and NRG's first of 4 shots at closing out Gen G.
1 game away. That is where NRG sits between now and another grand final win, something they've missed out on for, in their eyes, quite some time. And Gen.G, Mobile One, they've got a long road ahead of themselves. Not a completely impossible one, though. They do just got to take one step at a time to get back into this.
Cheese drop down to Magic Bear. Tried to dance around Daniel. He got a piece of that somehow. Just renewed focus, especially for Daniel in beast mode. This shot blocked away by Magic Bear coming from the back. Daniel's just going to throw one downfield. He'll chase it down himself, but Cheese is there to make sure it doesn't get anywhere near the net. So NRG will take another go. It is beast mode, and he'll score it all on his own.
I mean, you take your time, give yourself a little solo play on this. It's just a great catch from Beast Mode 2. The awareness, the reset, the placement back. You can see the smile on his face, knowing, you know, that was pretty peak from him right there. NRG, 1 goal lead, a minute into this one, potentially 2. But NRG, excuse me, Gen.G, for now, defended off, I say, as I caster curse the heck out of their defense. Daniel finds another goal.
Beast mode. I didn't even factor into this. I thought maybe somebody heard a boost behind them and got a little antsy. Nope. Just Daniel letting one rip. 2-0. 10 goals in the series now for NRG. They've only conceded the 1. Pop up. Daniel. He's got Atomic bumping Justin out of the way, and that pinballs and ricochets out.
I knew we were going to be getting a completely different version of NRG when Sathu put his tweet out, and he kind of felt like it was on him, and he just apologized to the entire community. And this is the version of NRG we got literally the next morning. A 2-0 up. Like you said, only 1 goal conceded in the series so far. Gen.G probably scratching their heads like, man, like, why can nothing that we do work or stick? Cheese in the back end. He got that 100 boost pad to try and find something for Gen.G. Weak center here. Atomic's going to take it away and transition NRG out.
3 minutes for Gen.G to mount any kind of resistance whatsoever against NRG. Beast mode blocked by Justin, but that's it. That's all they get. The 1 touch out of Justin is launched back up in midfield, almost just given to them like, come on, try something, anything, please. NRG just wants to feel threatened one time as Beast mode. Eye to the back wall. Daniel bringing it across, and Cheese there, the initial save. How many more will they all need to make? Magic Bear, quick turn over towards Justin, launch it downfield. Cheese got the demo. That's all they're going to get out of it, even though they take it. No, it was Magic Bear taken out by Atomic. Ball still headed towards the net. Daniel recovers and booms it away.
And that boom is still getting followed. Magic Bear to the backboard. No boost to keep it going, though. In just over 2 minutes. Gen.G, Mobile One, they got to get back into this one here. Justin stopped, follow from Cheese coming up next. Down. And everyone from NRG just takes turns in such fluidity, too, to putting a hand up to each member of Gen.G.
Tomek looking to slot one in on the right side. Now it's real dangerous as Magic Bear just barely keeps that out with nothing in the tank. Trying to collect pennies. Trying to distribute them with Cheese, actually, as he got that out to the side. Now Daniel. Beast mode waiting. Still waiting. Daniel towards Atomic this time, though. And Magic Bear will have it away. Had to battle Atomic all the way to the corner boost. Everybody slows down for a moment, and Gen.G really can't afford to do that. They've only got 1:20 left in this final. Cheese just got that at the goal line, and Daniel doing all he can to waste even more time.
There's 2 very different levels of energy that we were watching here. Beast mode off the back, double, a little wide. Atomic tried to make a cut and follow it, and so did Daniel, but like I said, 2 very different levels of energy. NRG is, you know, fluid. They are confident. This is coming to them with ease and just, it's natural. As for Gen.G Mobile One, you can feel them trying to formulate a plan, trying to get creative, and nothing that they do, you know, goes unpredicted by NRG. 37 seconds left on the clock and a 2-goal lead. NRG are just moments away from a grand final win in the Open 4.
and they're just owning possession. This is clinical. This is the NRG that everybody's been accustomed to seeing. They've got Gen G out here trying to play hero ball. Nobody knows who to call off to take charge. Final countdown now for NRG. They're gonna add one more. Atomic, fittingly enough, adds his 4th of the series and punctuates the win for NRG.
Shouldn't have been anyone else either. This player has been so crucial to this grand final and just really getting NRG snowballed into success. Off the kickoff though, NRG will have their way with this ball, but it doesn't matter because they are back. NRG are your Open for North American champions.
Dominant. 11-1 in the series. 3 goals in each of the last 3 games. They only scored a disappointing 2 goals in game 1. How shameful for NRG as they claim their spot back at the top. Saturday against Gen G, an absolute disaster class. Sunday against Gen G, nothing short of a masterclass. NRG Esports, anybody who thought they were on their way out, on their way down the mountain, they've just gotten a rude awakening to start off the road to rally.
I mean, you look at them, you're just all the way around. You're like, man, I was a little curious after what we saw yesterday between these two squads if there'd be anything reminiscent from yesterday, but my gosh, I mean, Sathu meant it. Sathu meant it when he said that he was going to find a way for them to come back, and he did. I mean, huge congratulations to NRG Esports. That's all we got for you guys, though. I mean, a huge congratulations again. Stacks, it's a great day to be an NRG fan if you are one. For now, we'll send it to one of the biggest NRG fans out on the desk.
NRG put all the doubts directly to bed, without water, without snacks. Say you do not get up until you are less doubtful here. That was impressive, James. 12 games. Though they played 15 games, won 12 of them today.
Yeah, you know, Gen G scored a goal in that series, and you know, they did. They scored a goal. Huh. But the thing that it's like, you know, people say I'm a fan. Yeah, I am a fan. I'm a big fan. But I wasn't wrong today. Every prediction I had was right, and like we're talking in the green room. At what point do people stop saying that I'm just a fan and just admit I am right when it comes to this?
That's what I'm saying about all the European casters are like, oh, the NA casters are so biased. It's like, no, you're biased too. You're just right because you guys win all the time. So you're like, in my professional.
Yeah, they don't thank the French at all for how much they're right.
Yeah,
you know.
Exactly. They'd be the fanboy. But I don't know. But impressive stuff from NRG here. There was a lot of reason to have questions. We had seen performances from them in Birmingham and leading to Birmingham that made us go, is this team as strong as we've known them to be? They did everything they could here at Jorby to completely silence all the doubters.
They did. And, you know, if I had a red nose and clown makeup, I'd be putting it on my face right now just for you two. Wave Puck, I gave you a bunch of flack yesterday for being wrong, but I'm wrong today. I'll own it, and if only I had the horn or something like that.
You can tell you guys, we went into the green room, and Beast Mode scored the first goal, and I was like, yep, you're done, buddy. You're done.
he said, sit down. I'm like, okay, it's a long series.
I asked Jorby what I should tweet back at Spaceman when he told me yesterday to kiss the ring, and said 9-2 on your head when it mattered most. You know, I'm not even going to bother tweeting back, but I just got a question for Spaceman. When does it matter most? All right, I think I know.
Got it. Yep. No, that's the end of it there, folks. Yeah. Well, I mean, NRG. Well, thinking about Gen G for a second. Okay, back-to-back online regional grand finals with a roster change in between that. An incredible performance from them, even if that grand final didn't go the way they wanted. Second place here for the first event of the second split, Jorby. Huge. Like this is still a big mix-up for North America.
Yeah, I still think we're going to see, like, this isn't the last we've seen of Gen G. NRG threw out the embarrasser on them, but they also did that to Complexity, and I think that NA still have a little bit more to show. The first start, the first half of Today Wave was looking fun. We had 2 Game 7s. I think we're like, okay, we're entertained. It's not the cleanest Rocket League, but like, I care more about being entertained in these online regionals. And we were getting some of that. And then NRG just became NRG. And, you know, I shouldn't be surprised. And I'm not surprised because this team is ridiculous. Their consistency is unmatched. Daniel and Beast Mode have won over half of the events that they have played together. 35 events, and they've won 18 of them. That is ridiculous.
An incredible event here, and we are actually joined by one of those men, Beast Mode. Good to see you, man. You looked like you were having a great time out there. I gotta ask, one of the things as an analyst that I'm looking for in a series is, what's the moment I think it's over? Like, this was the deciding deal. For you, at what point did you know this match was over, this grand finals?
To be honest, it's kind of after we won the third game of the match. I think when you're down 3-0, it's really hard to come back, especially since how we were feeling. But honestly, after the first game, I noticed that they weren't playing as good as they were yesterday, and I know that we were just feeling a lot more comfortable. So I would say like kind of those 2 answers, like after the first game, but obviously after the third game, we knew it was over.
You feeling comfortable? You're looking comfortable out there, Beast Mode. The ceiling bounce reset seems to be a favorite of everybody's this weekend. I swear every single lobby has a goal like that. But I don't want to ask you about that. What I want to ask you is how many plates are on that press for you now? What's your bench looking like?
That's a good question. I do hit it often. I probably could bench like 150 right now, 150, 160. Not too bad. I'm getting up there.
Okay. Okay.
Been working out every day recently, so we're getting there though.
Let's go. Love hearing it, man. Good stuff.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Love to see it. I mean, there's been a lot going on in NA with roster moves and such, and obviously you guys knocked your rivals' Ultimates out in a top 6 spot, which is kind of crazy because you guys, matched up in a major semifinal. I want to get your take on the lay of the land in North America and how you see things with all these teams.
Wait, say one more time that last sentence. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what do you see North America like? All the teams, how they stack up, where Ultimates are, how Gen G is. Is Complexity going to be a threat? Will Space Station be a team that's fighting for a major? How do you see North America?
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. But I do think North America is going to be better this split, especially Gen G. I'm excited to see how they're going to do on LAN, if they make LAN, of course. But I think Justin's an incredibly talented player, so I think all 3 of those players are going to be really good on one team. And I do think Cole has a little bit of work on. I do think they could be really good with Frosty, but yeah, I'm excited. I think there's like 5 teams that can do really good at the majors, and we only have 4, so I'm excited to see how it does.
Okay, if you had to power rank Ultimates and Gen G, obviously one you went to Game 7 with and one you swept today, but the one you swept today beat you yesterday. Who you putting over?
Definitely Ultimates right now, without a doubt. They're gonna be our rivalry still probably till the end of the season. I mean, Gen G could take that spot or even take the #1 spot if they get better, but I definitely have Ultimates still.
As a competitor at heart, do you like it when there's a clear rivalry for your team, or do you enjoy it more when it's like you guys are undisputed #1?
Honestly, like it when there's a rivalry because like it gets us more motivated to win against the teams. Like honestly, like we were probably way more motivated to win that semi or that game against Ultimates than we were against like even Gen G in the finals, because that's just who we want to beat every single like regional, every single LAN. That's just who we want to beat. So I like the rivalry for sure.
I love that, man. Well, hey, congratulations again, back on top here. I want to give you an opportunity. You guys want to make any shout outs, and anybody you want to talk to, plug here. The floor is yours, man.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for everyone. Thank you to God, of course, you helped us through this regional, and thank you to all the doubters and everything. There's a lot of doubt after we lost against NG, so it keeps us fueled and keeps us motivated. And just thank you for family and all the people who work behind the scenes as well, the casters and everyone. So thank you guys very much.
Beast Mode, a champion again here in North America. Congratulations, bud. Good luck in Open number 5.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, NRG with that win have secured 18 points it is now here for the second split, as well as $15,000. You can see the run they went on today. Had to play 3 matches, only dropped a game in one of those matches. Other 2 big ol' sweeps here as they flew
crazy,
on
man.
through.
I tell you, because I feel as well, same as Beast Mode, that Ultimates, NRG, they are the top teams. So for Ultimates to go out in top 6 and NRG to be the ones to put them out, there could be some crazy stuff happening. You never know how the bracket shapes up. you know, Ultimates going out top 6 is a threat to their major appearance.
And I do want to highlight here while we're on the bracket, the Ultimates. You might be like, well, this was a fraudulent bracket because Ultimates were up against NRG in the quarterfinals. They should be meeting in the grand finals. Here's the thing: if they're both in the upper start of the bracket, it's really hard. Actually, it's pretty much impossible for you to run into each other before grand finals. So Ultimates being in the lower bracket because they struggled in group stage is the main reason why this happened. And then NRG being beaten by Gen G. Like,
yeah, at the same time. Yeah, exactly that.
As
Gen
long
G.
as they win, they do run into each other late in the bracket. But because they had some struggles earlier on in the format, that's what these results happen. So this isn't fraudulent. This isn't how this is how this goes when your teams lose. So everybody having an opportunity here. It's crazy stuff there. Gen G Mobile One Racing.
Whoa! Who put this graphic together? Spaceman?
I think Spaceman might have hacked the sheet a little bit there. It is supposed to be NRG with 18
There's
points.
a lot of G's involved. I get it. It can be confusing, but man. Got some fans back there just trying to spread some misinformation. NRG could have those
3Gs in Gen G Mobile One Racing. And there's in NRG. It used to be the general NRG. They used to have 3G.
The general NRG, it did. And then they were G2 before, the players were on G2 before that. There's just a lot of Gs. But, I get it. It can be crazy. But, that was not the right leaderboard. NRG going to be picking up those 18 points, and those are going to be huge as well. It puts you in such a good position to make the major. If I'm not mistaken, I think even last split, NRG, they won the first two. They didn't even have to play in the third event to even go. Like, they would have gone no matter what. They could have gone on vacation. So this is another fantastic result from NRG. And, I'm surprised that Beast Mode even had to address the doubters. I get that they are out there, but you look at the history of Rocket.
You can't respond to the overreactionary Redditors after one day. You can't.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Don't even pay.
It's crazy.
You can't respond to Jorby flexing on you after one match. Yeah.
That NRG should make a roster move. That happened today by someone who's sitting
by a
here
professional
on the
Rocket League analyst.
Dude, I can't believe it.
What are you talking about? I don't remember anything you're saying.
Here's the Raleigh major points as is with the correct tallies next to the names here. NRG will be up on top, leading the race to Raleigh there. Gen G will be in second with Complexity Space Station. Rounding out the top four. Top four teams are going to be representing their region here from North America. So 9 lives and Ultimates actually going to be playing their way in open number 5 and 6. I mean, Jorby, this will definitely be a pre-show question next event. What are the chances Ultimates miss Raleigh?
0%. I said that last time around, Wavepunk. In split one, or asked the very same question. I wrote 0% on my whiteboard while teammates was writing like 66.66% repeating or some nonsense like that. It's absolute, James Bott. It's absolute.
I want to point out that Jorby's been wrong a lot today.
Okay, I was perfect yesterday, James.
Be alarmed.
You want to be careful. I'm not wrong all the time.
Open number 5 for North America going to be kicking off May 2nd through May 11th. There, the 10th and the 11th going to be the weekend you want to tune back in here to catch the main event of that Open as we are working our way down the road to Raleigh here for the second split of the 2025 season. You could be there. You could be in the building when the Rocket League, when the inevitable North American team hoists the trophy, because of course they have to, folks. That's just how it's going to go. It's definitely not going to be Carmen Corps second time in a row. 28th and 29th of June. Scan the QR code on your screen. You can be there when it happens. What an event, though. Some big surprises. Love seeing Justin back in form, James. Love seeing NRG back on top. North America is healing and also improving.
Just looking at the overall storylines, this is a fun time for North America. It does feel like new life has been injected. It's been a lot of fun to watch Justin get a chance, with a new team and so, some players that have stuck for a really long time. So, this could be the beginning of something new, fresh, and fun to watch. So it's a great time to be a North American Rocket League fan. I can't wait to check out this next event.
It's going to be a good one, folks. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We will be live the 25th. We be live May 3rd and 4th for the European first Open of the second split there, Open number 4 in Europe. Tune in, make sure you're locked in, get that subscription, get that follow buttons pressed so you don't miss any of the Rocket League action here for the Rlcs. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Bye.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder.
Thank you.